the very, very top of the venue, which led to a lot of applause at the riders meeting 2 days ago. Because it's exciting, you're going to be crossing over real exposure, and for us it's beautiful pictures. And the judging starts right from the very top.
Yeah, the hike to get up to the actual start line is pretty scary. I mean, it drops down on either side from almost 1,000 meters. You see it's knife sharp up there. This year they actually installed a waiting period a little bit under the peak, so people riders have more time and more room to prepare, and then as their bib is coming up, they walk up to the very start gate. It's cold up there. We have almost minus 20 degrees and some wind, so very crucial for the riders to keep warm today. What's it like, Manu? You're getting up at 5 in the morning, you're going up with the gondola in the dark, you hike up to the top. It's pretty crazy, huh? Such a mission for the riders.
Such a mission. Competing is mentally and physically a super hard job, because you have to be on point at a specific day, on a specific hour of the day. You might be not feeling great, maybe your sleep was super bad, but then you're still there. And yeah, I mean, those riders are prepared for everything. They are might be at a young age, but they're already pros. I mean, most of them have competed many comps already, and yeah, they're experienced riders, and so.
Well, it's the creme de la creme. It's the best juniors of the world. I think we have 67 riders out of 60 nations from all 4 continents, so an incredible array of riders in all disciplines. And since it is an event and we need a winner, we need some judging. And for those of you who are not so familiar with the judging criteria of a freeride event, we have prepared a great video from the Freeride World Tour, and we'll show it to you right now.
Hi, my name is Bertie Denebo. I'm one of the Freeride World Tour judges. We score riders from 0 to 100. When the rider leaves the gate, he has a score of 50, and then the score goes up or down depending on what we see. There are 5 judging criterion. The number 1 criterion is the choice of line. We'll judge whether the line was difficult or not, and whether the athlete did the best out of his line choice. Then there's air and style. How big is the jump? How many are there? Were the tricks in the air? Was the rider in control in the air? How were the landings? The landings are part of the jump. Then there's fluidity. We judges are here to decide whether the athlete was really fast or kind of slow compared to how exposed or how difficult it is to ski. Then there's control. Here we'll judge whether the rider was in control at all times. Then there's technique. For pros, we don't really judge their technique, but we might pick up some points if they side slip in a place where another rider was taking turns. The score, like a temperature, will go up and down so that we have a score in our heads when the rider crosses the finish line.
Yeah, Manu, sometimes there are discussions about the judging, but I think now after about 25 years of development in the sport, it has reached a level, the judges have reached a level, and the judging system has reached a level where it's really trustworthy.
It's super trustworthy, and it also accommodates every rider with their specific style. So on every given day, a more freestyle orientated line could win, but also a more free ride or more technical line can win, because we're fitting all those different criteria into that one score.
Let's put this right onto the mountain of Quellspitze. The amazing thing about Quellspitze is that it has so many aspects, not only in difficulty and in the array of jumps that are up there, but in aspects going from southwest, southeast, to even east or northeast. How difficult is it for the riders to adapt their turns and their tricks to the different aspects of this phase?
Yeah, Quellspitze is a super special phase in the sense that it's mostly having blind takeoffs. So the riders from the top can't really see where they are jumping to. Especially the shelf on the right is very hard to orientate because of that. But also, yeah, as you already mentioned, the snow conditions may vary. We also have a bit of cookies at the bottom, so going to be crucial for the riders to really be very smart about their line choice and also take into account what starting number they have.
And as we know, the Americans, all the riders from the United States of America, they are used in their competition to on-slope inspections. That means they can ride their venues the day before or the morning before the comp, check out the takeoffs, and then hit it with 100%. In Europe, we don't do that. There is no riding venue before the comp. Does it give a certain advantage to the European riders on this difficult venue compared to the American approach?
I have a great trust in the American coaches that they prepare the riders really, really well for that event, as far as I heard the last couple of days. But yeah, it makes it very spicy for the riders, being up there in a kind of system which they might not be used to yet. And here we're the starting list already. We're going to start with the snowboard men.
We're going to start with snowboard man today. Bib number 3 is already the 2-time Freeride Junior World Champion Pierre Chrétien from France, and bib number 1, Paul Sabide-Rouvet, the current leader of the European Oceania ranking. So we're starting up really hot with the snowboarders, and can't wait to get this thing going today. Let's see how many snowboarders we have in total. 13, with Marcelo Uruzzola finishing up. Oh, Luis Hodges, I just met him a couple of weeks ago. He came to Innsbruck to train for this competition. Snowboard women are the second category on the mountain today. 4 Americans taking up 2 French girls, a Japanese girl, Jacqueline Young from, what nation is that? You can help. We should know my name. Anyway, Brooke Hansen from Australia is in there as well. So can't wait to get the girls up in the mountain. I like it that they have snowboarders first, because it's a bit harder for snowboarders to deal with the tracked out mountain. So it's really good that the snowboarders get to go first.
And here we're now at the ski women. Again, an international array of some of the most talented young girls out there. And I mean, here we have Jana Heusel, reigning Freeride Junior World Champion out of Arlberg, trained by her father Stefan, who has like some of the most exciting young division over here in Europe.
And I see Victoria Truba, 35,
yes,
back from an injury. She was here already 2 years ago, ripping it. And then last but not least on the mountain day is going to be the ski man category. It's the biggest category with a total of 26 riders up on the mountain. Wow, and I'm very sure they're going to be putting up an amazing show. Also here we can see a lot of riders from the United States of America, so it's a bit like the US team against the rest of the world today, isn't it?
A bit, yeah. It's a super huge North American team anyways, a super huge US team, also some Canadians. So we'll see. There we have Mika Rolshofen right now. His brother is currently competing on the Freeride World Tour. We're gonna be interesting what he has to show.
Yeah. So the whole sports division in freeriding is divided into 2 parts. One is Europe, and one is the United States of America, and no, it's actually North and South America. I'm sorry. And the other one is Europe and the rest of the world. And there's 2 rankings in both of these regions, and the best of both regions come together for one single day in the year. And this is today at the 2025 YETI Freeride Junior World Championships by Dynastar.
And so those young kids get the unique possibilities with having an international exchange in their respective categories, which normally they would never meet up. So here it's the place where friendships are made for life, because yeah, it's great to exchange all the riding. Also over the last days they were sending it in the resort. We saw crazy action over the natural beautiful wind lips here in Kappl, and all up prepared well, I believe.
Oh, the vibes are totally amazing. As we're looking out and see the judges doing the last stretching and warm-up exercise, I see Jevon Jallis. They're going to be sitting in the cold for 3 hours watching everything move the juniors, so they won't be able to move much. That's why they move now. And I have a very special input for you right here. Justine Dufour-Lapointe, former Freeride World Tour champion in the ski girls division. She was forerunning this morning, and we got a copy of her radio log as she arrived down the bottom of the face, and we're going to listen to that now to give you an idea about the conditions on the face today.
So the face itself, from the very top, it's quite sharky, windblown and a little bit dry. But then when you hit the second part where there's the 2 little jump that I did, it was really good snow, very light, very easy to land, super fluffy and comfortable, easy to turn on. And then in the chute, it was very much like powder skiing, not affected by the wind at all. And it was few pockets where I'm more at the bottom, where I did my last couple turn on the face, where it was more like sun affected. You could feel the little crust. But overall, it's really easy, soft snow everywhere, easy to land, not compressing too much. It really holds you well, and yeah, overall it's really good snow.
So that's what we like, really good snow top to bottom, but it also showed that the different aspects and the different steepnesses in some parts make it difficult, so the riders definitely have to adapt from the very first turn, which is in the southwest facing aspect, till the lower steep part, which we call the Nar, which is almost due east facing, and I'm sure has very good powder in it today.
Yeah, very good powder, although what we also heard, it's fluffy powder on top of a bit of a crust in places. So we might also see a change of the snow conditions from the first rider to the last. So it's going to be interesting as well how they are technically prepared to handle a bit more ridden out terrain as well.
And what's really important, if you're watching the comp now and you wondering why you're not going to see any flips and spins, there is a rule in the juniors under 18 division that there is no freestyle moves allowed where the bindings are higher than the head. You want to explain us a little bit in detail why it's like that, Manu?
Yeah, it's basically a decision made for the security of youngsters, because it can be very dangerous to get your head under your binding with multiple flips. Like most of the competitors up there are able to do backflips, but we've also seen triple backflips and double backflips during the trainings the last days. Still, for the safety of minors, it's forbidden to get their binding above their head. We're saving that up for when they're actually grown in the qualifiers and the World Tour. So just if you're wondering, but obviously they're allowed to do 7s and 360s and 540s and whatever they can think of, also off axis, as long as the binding is below their head.
And I think it's great to play it safe. I mean, we see the Insta videos of these guys, you know, some of them are doing triple backflips by now, but we want to keep that for the Freeride World Tour, so when they turn 18 and they start competing with the big boys, this is when they can show that. And in the juniors, you want to take a little bit of the pressure out of it, and I think it's a really good idea to stick away from flips here on the Freeride Junior World Tour.
Yeah, and we get beautiful pictures in from the very top of the face, from the starting gate. You can see the first riders lining up and getting prepared. And what you can see here is the technical division and the judges to get ready.
We are already live. It's 9:45, so we will be ready to start in a moment.
We just hear it from our director that the TV is ready for the show. Okay. I see the judges are getting ready, so I don't know what you're waiting for. We have riders in the start gate, we have powder, bluebird, everything's ready for a great competition.
Everything's ready and riders are freezing, so we better start soon.
Yeah, well, what a journey it's been from the first Verbier extreme competitions to actually have events with a live stream, you know, with tens of thousands of people watching, and everything has to be on time. It's a big challenge for the organizers. It's an outdoor sport. Yeah, to start up on 2,700 meters, it's not an easy task.
It's not an easy task, neither for the riders to be on time at their spot, be prepared, be ready for the drop-in, have all the bindings and ski boots closed. And as we can see here, the hike up takes approximately 45 minutes.
Manu, let me interrupt you. If you could choose right now, would you rather be at the start gate, ready to drop in and battle for a victory, or do you enjoy your time here in the commentary booth?
Like if I'd be bib number 1, I'd be happily up there, dropping in, doing my turns in the powder in a beautiful face. If I would be a later bib and still had to wait, I'd really prefer the commentary.
Well, it's only 2 or 3 years since your last World Tour season, and you told me in the chairlift up this morning if the freeriding would have been Olympic in 2026, you would have added those couple extra years, but it looks like we're going to be Olympic 2030, so it's a bit too long, and there will be some other riders replacing you at these Olympics.
Yeah, I'm hoping. I mean, I'm seeing the younger ones coming up, and it's just time for the next generation, and we have so much talent around, so I'm curious to see what they'll bring. And we already saw it in some, the riders were answering some questions before and to just tell us like what they are looking forward to, and we actually see them answering specifically that they very much look forward to be an Olympic athlete. So it's actually becoming an aim for young riders, and it's so cool to see. I mean, when we started, we didn't have any like structured training. We learned it by ourselves. We learned everything. So, and now they're like trained, have trainers, have training camps. There's academies. Like, it's so cool to see where the sport develops.
Yeah, it reminds me of our own academy in Innsbruck, Freeride Academy in Innsbruck, which started only 2.5 years ago, and now it's almost 100 kids in different groups. So there's a lot of kids out there who want to push into freeriding, and that's great to see. And I just hear from our director, we have about 90 seconds to the start, 90 seconds to bib number 1, Paul Zabido-Rouet from Spain, opening up this year's competition. He's actually in the lead right now in the Freeride World Tour Junior Region 1 Europe Oceania ranking. So starting off really hot with one of the currently very, very best snowboard boys in the world.
Yeah, and he was already at the Freeride World Junior Champs 2 years ago, and now he's super stoked because apparently back then it didn't went too well for him, and now he gets a second chance. And home resort is Verbier, so that's pretty cool to see because there we know it. He's definitely used to very technical terrain as well as massive jumps.
The Freeride Academy in Verbier has a very long history and already developed some world champs. And now Hugo Serra has taken over the coaching of the snowboarders, and I saw a lot of great Insta footage. I think they're having good fun and they're really progressing very fast there.
Which is very cool to see.
Yeah, props out to Hugo Serra, former Freeride World Tour athlete, and one of the greatest coaches out there. Big man, almost 190, but still a super stylish rider.
Yeah, and throwing some of the most beautiful backflips in the whole snowboarding world. So
I was always
impressive.
jealous when I saw his backflips, yeah.
So riders are up in the wind, on top, waiting to drop in. Yeah, on top there, like before the riders are actually approaching to the top, they also go through a safety check where all the mandatory equipment is checked at the bottom of the hike.
Yeah, we actually have a piece of paper here that shows all the safety crew on the mountain. I mean, safety is a huge thing in the organization of these events, with multiple doctors, mountain rescue, mountain guides spread out all over the face. So in case any rider needs medical attention, the goal is to have someone with the rider, you know, within something like 30 seconds. So this is really a great approach to the safety side on these events.
Now we already see Paul strapping in, fastening his bindings, getting ready for that like first super exposed traverse over to the actual powder field.
Oh man, those moments when you know it's 30 seconds, and you're strapping on and you start switching on your GoPro and you know there's no way back. Ooh, I get shivers on my spine just thinking about it right now.
Yeah, I actually have goosebumps all over. It's just like reliving those moments, and it's so beautiful and so exciting. And yeah, I mean, I really enjoyed those last seconds because then you'd already made your decisions. You're just going to show your best, and that's what Paul is definitely going to do as well.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is it. 2025 YETI Freeride Junior World Championships by Dynastar. First ride in a couple of seconds. You have two former pro riders in the commentator booth, so we might get a little excited when we see some good action. But maybe. I hope you cheer with us for all the riders riding down the famous Quellspitze today on this event. All right, ready to drop in. Bib number 1, Paul Zabido-Rouet, 18 years old, from Spain, current leader of the European Oceania ranking. Can't wait to see him rip them. And here we go. It's a start.
Paul on course. Yeah, he's a goofy rider, so on the backside edge there, doing his traverse, made that really beautiful, and already lining up the first drop, which is huge.
Whoa, nice entry, unfortunately, right into a little somersault. Wow, another one. That's probably not the way you want to start, but it gives us an idea of how difficult the snow is with that crust, because he is right on the south-facing aspect.
Yeah.
And probably punched through a little crust.
Yeah, it's beautiful powder on top, but then it's solid underneath, and now he's off to the blind takeoff into the main couloir. Beautiful three there.
And you have to remember, your run is not over. A cartwheel like this at top is something like minus 10, 12 points. So he can still get an okay score on the board if he keeps doing a nice bottom part of his run.
Beautiful snow, white rooming, beautiful drop, super clean. And another one straight back.
That was very blind and very difficult. I think he over-rotated a little bit on that one.
A little bit, but great line choice, I have to say. Like, well scoped, because that's not easy. Yeah, kind of like got into the opposing snow field there and just crashed a bit. So Well, he had great intentions. You can also see that he's actually an experienced rider and also very good line scoping, but maybe it was just a bit of too much excitement for him. On the other hand, he's the first snowboard guy. We could already see the potential of the face and the snow, and was still, I mean, great run.
We see that a lot of times when riders have an issue at the very top and right after the beginning, then it's really hard to keep the focus. And we saw that with Paul, that with this cartwheel at the very top, obviously he had a hard time focusing on the other difficult moves of his jump. But nevertheless, I really like the approach, I like the speed, the aggressiveness, and the difficulty of the jumps.
Great rider for sure, yeah. So we're going to see a lot of him in future, I believe, because, wow, that was huge potential what we've seen here just now. So Paul is in the finish now, waiting for his ranking.
I'm sure we're going to hear you. We see the landing off the first cliff. Yeah, lands very centered. It puts a bit too much weight on that forward foot. The 3 in the middle into what we call the half was nice. And there was amazing, so blind. Tiny bit of an over-rotation.
Actually made it perfectly into the tranny, but just had a bit of a slip off his tail. And yeah, just couldn't land it anymore.
So we have a live judging. It means as soon as we have a rider at the finish, the judges are working on their scores, and it takes about 40 to 60 seconds for them to take their marks, because every other rider coming down, they have to compare with the riders who are at the finish. So that's, if you are wondering why we have about a minute or a minute 30 between two riders, it's because of the judging. But therefore, it's all live, and we know immediately after the last rider down who is on top and on the podium in this category.
Which is amazing, but also takes a lot of strength and a lot of grip from the judges, because it's not much time to make decisions. They're going to be very precise on all the categories, and yeah, just have to discuss in a very short amount of time what the score should be.
Yeah, but we do with Flo Gassner, Gilles Frey and Siobhan Callis. We have 3 of the most experienced judges in the world here today, and I'm sure they're going to do a great job.
Yeah, I'm very sure. So 65 points for Paul, which is a good result regarding that there were some mistakes, but I think his line was really unique, and so I guess that's what pushed up his point, his score a lot.
If he would have stuck all his jumps, he would have been probably in the 90s. So each crash he deducted about 10 points. This is kind of how the judging in this case worked, to give you a bit of an idea. But we move on to Sweden, to one of the youngest, if not the youngest rider field. Yeah, it is. Born on January 3rd, 2010. He just turned 15 about a week ago. Youngest rider in the snowboarding field on the mountain today is Kasper Kantermo from Sweden.
From the Åre Snowboard Club. Beautiful traverse, already heading into his first hit. Actually sneaking through.
Bit more conservative entry, but finally with snow and blasting down in great powder turn, that bottom part. I think it's all about looking where you put your turns in that upper part today. You just want to put it where the good snow is.
Yeah, and Kasper is making some smart choices here, opting for the powder, and now making his way towards the entry of the steeper section, actually going into the very steep section to Lukas Ryder's left of the face.
Right onto the mushroom rock. Sticking it nicely, yeah, not taking it too crazy, but very fluid, and not a single mistake in his run until now.
Super
really
cool, in control, intelligent approach.
Into the gully where it disappears for a couple of seconds. I'm sure he'll come blasting out the bottom in a moment. Finding his way up on that ridge for a last jump. A little bit of a backslap, but nice exit by Kasper Kantermo. 15 years old. I'm just checking all the riders here, and he is indeed the youngest one on the mountain today out of all the 67 riders.
And great line choice as well, like finding that last hit. It takes like some really good scoping. I'm amazed. I've hardly seen that before, like in the first 2 or 3 riders. Taking another little jump towards the finish line. Yeah, end of judging is actually not at the very finish, but it's already further up above the whole traverse tracks. So the riders down there, they don't have to do any tricks or scores anymore, but they can take it chill to the finish line.
Yeah, the mountain patrol here in Kappl always does a great job in closing the actual mountain, but they can't really keep people from traversing under the face to those beautiful powder fields. It's just too tempting, and that's why the organization decided to not judge the last 200-300 meters towards the finish line. So as we are watching Kasper approach the finish line, the judges' heads are already smoking, looking for the right score for Kasper. So let's put this in perspective for the judging. For fluidity, he was really good. I think the line choice was fairly creative, if not too extreme. He lacked a little bit the bigger jumps. There was no big difficulty. So this is how the judges approach it, right? Bonuses for what he did well and some deductions for missing action.
Yeah, and he had some he had a grab on the first mushroom and then approaching the second big jump. It was actually solid in the air that then had a little back seat. So he gonna get some deductions for control, but still 71 points, beating his contestant by 1 point. And we are off to
We are off to bib number 3 up in the mountain in the start kit. We have Kia Chrétien, a 2 times freeride junior world champion. Took the title last year, took it the year before. It's going to be his last time here before he'll be too old. Hoping to be competing on the freeride world tour with the big ones next year. But he has one more chance here to be the first ever triple freeride junior world champion in the world.
Which is so amazing.
Yeah.
He has great ambitions as well, like going into mountaineering too, aims to be a mountain guide actually, and is just full on into any outdoor sport. So I'm pretty sure we're going to see, however he's doing today, we're going to see some great things from him.
Yeah, Kia comes from a great family, spending winters in Meribel and the summers in France with his family, a very nice family, very international crew. And yeah, I'm stoked to see Kia ripping it up here on the Kreuzspitze.
It's actually his 23rd freeride competition at his young age of 18 years, which is just showing how pro these young riders are already.
It is, yeah. It's so amazing how they all train in the academies, in their clubs, and how they're being pushed by coaches. The sport is really on a great way, and we are on the way to be an Olympic sport. So yeah, that'll make it even more interesting in the years to come.
So we're waiting for Kia to drop, while we again get this beautiful panorama of our Quellspitze.
Yeah, we haven't really spoken about Kappl yet. We are here in the small freeride resort of Kappl, nestled between the fancy resort of Ischgl and St. Anton on the other side. It's really a special place here, right? It's not that many lifts, 1 gondola and about 4 chairlifts, but the terrain you can reach with those lifts is amazing.
Yeah, Kappl, also called Kappl Lasker for an obvious reason. If you look us left of the venue, there's some cool spines building up for later in the season. And endless touring possibilities, as well as very, very good wind lips in the resort to train big jumps with little risk. So that's quite cool. That's why a lot of riders like to come here for training.
Exactly, and a lot of film crews from all over the world have come here over the years and spread the word that Kappl Lasker is actually like that, a little Alaska. It's not so much Alaska yet this year, since we've had a rather low tide season for snow in Austria. We've had a couple of great powder days, just the overall thickness of the snowpack is not where we really want it to be yet.
Yeah, and we can see that in a couple of that there's some sharks in a couple of places, and that riders need to be more precise about landings. So Kia is on course, making his way over to the main powder field, over this like really exposed traverse. You can see the rocks under, sending down some of the fluffy snow. And approaching his first takeoff. Yeah, Kia, beautiful landing, beautiful composure in the air.
Same air like Paul Sabido did with bib number 1, just that Kia was sticking it and not going full speed and very close to the rocks, taking a lot of risk here. When you're so close to the rocks, you're never too sure if you're gonna hit one there, but he gets exactly where he wants. Second air, he's on a roll right now.
And approaching that blind takeoff of one of the shelves here, finding his way in.
Huge air by Kia into the Nar. Wow. Super clean run by Chrétien.
Into the very steep section to the Lucas right.
Going to go for the same bottom air that Kasper can terminate. Actually going in a little lower and putting that one to his feet as well. 4 nice air, but looks it's like not done yet. It's coming up again a shelf. I'm very happy we have the drone, because otherwise we could not see him. going really high up there to a last big jump with a 3, putting his feet as well.
Wow.
What a banger at the end of the run.
What a banger run. Also, like, wow, it took some composure and real commitment to also stick that one. You could see that he was slightly off in the air, but such a great rider. Oh my God, I can't believe it. Really showing what he has. Beautiful. Now he's like out of the judging line already. So what do we think?
Oh, I think it showed all his experience that he has with it 18 years, you know.
Crazy. In a replay.
Sticking to his plane, his game plan, to his line from top to bottom. I don't think he did a single turn where he didn't want to do it. And he already knew he had a great run as he approached the bottom cliff, but he wanted it. He went all the way up and went for the 3. You know, it would have been a good score even going straight down.
Yeah.
But he went for it, took that extra risk, and I think the judges are going to love that.
Judges are going to love that for sure.
Yeah, look at him. Wow.
It took really some like core strength to stomp that 3 into that flat landing. What a rider. I'm so excited. I was like, such a beautiful run. I can't believe it. Oh my God. Yeah,
right. I know his dad, Flo is also watching now. Big props to him and the family. If you want to check out Kea on Insta, go to Kea_surf_snow, and you know that this boy rips on the snowboard just as much on surfboard. 91 points. Wow.
Well earned for sure.
91 en français. Alors, félicitations à Kea pour ce parfait run. Hein? Amazing. But the universe is striking back, and it's the USFA getting into the game right now with Cass Jones, the first American to drop in the men's snowboarding field.
Yeah, just 16 years old, but still on the top of that huge mountain with a really good game plan, as I can imagine.
Yeah, I'm sure. One of the 4 Americans in the snowboarding field, so really strong crew. So not taking up Kea Chrétien. Let's see what else we have on Cass Jones.
So
coming from Truckee, yeah, and riding at Palisades Tahoe. We've had a world tour there many years ago, I think. So there he is on course. And let's see where he decides to enter the face. Looks like it's going for the same air. Wow, was that that was 180?
Yeah, cap 180.
That was a cap 1. Wow. That means she went off switch, like in reverse off the cliff, and then landed forward. Really difficult up there. So putting freestyle into the big mountain. That's amazing.
Especially up in that snow where it was maybe not that powdery. And another one.
Beautiful 3, putting his hand and his back in the soap just for a second, but keeping the flow up. That's what it's all about, keeping your speed up, keeping it fluid. If you have a small mistake, don't get distracted, just keep going. Nice entry. Disappear in the cloud. Did you see what happened there? It was covered in a cloud for a second. Whoa, aiming for a big floater.
Wow.
Very hard to see for us. The snow is so fluffy. I'm really waiting for those replays there to see if he was clean on those 2 bottom landings or if there was some issue. We could only see big clouds of snow showing how powderish the snow is.
Yeah, that's why the judges have a 4th person, the video judge of today, coming from the IFSA and actually figuring out if the back seat was a back seat or not. So on the replay now, first jump, beautiful cap 180 and
I really
beautiful
like
front straight. Yeah.
So he's entering from the half to the shelf. Oh, that actually was a full front wheel punching with front of his board, and then a little backseat team. So there'll be some deductions. But I also like the aggressiveness of this run. He was really pushing it top to bottom.
Super nice, and also kind of a sniper landing at the last one, because there was actually another landing in the bottom, which he just cleared, which maybe distracted, or maybe gave him a little push so that the landing wasn't as clean as he would wished for.
Yeah, as we said in the beginning, and as we could hear from Justine Lapointe, the conditions change like from turn to turn. It's good snow overall, but it's different in all the places of the mountain. 67.67 for Cass Jones, putting him in 3rd place for the moment. And we are crossing the Pacific Ocean and jump from the USFA to Japan for one of our many Japanese riders.
Yeah, Kakeru Higashino, we hope we're saying that right, out of Japan. Is the first time at the Freeride Junior World Championships. and is really looking forward to compare himself with the world's top riders.
Well, he's coming with one of the powder paradises of the world, Niseko, a very famous place.
Into the very alpine terrain here in Kappl, so that's the change for sure, but making it look very easy with this super technical drop
Same
into
air
the
as the other
steeps.
borders, but going even bigger.
Yeah, and taking it straight.
Oh, you could
That
tell.
was amazing. So much speed, eh?
And that was the Niseko powder turn, like he's having
Yeah.
fun. Did you see that backside slash?
Yeah.
He must have felt right at home doing
And
that.
nice little grab of a small
Yeah.
windlip, entering into the shelf. Wow, floater, beautiful.
Oh, you can totally tell the Japanese floating style.
Yeah.
Wow.
Already when he was up on the stage at the bib presentation, guy with a lot of style for sure. You can definitely see that in his riding as well.
Yeah, it's similar bottom line and Cass Jones. Sticking bottom end, but the top end, but the bottom one he can't. That was just too big, I think.
Yeah,
huh?
nearly making it into a double, like taking a lot of speed into that super huge bottom air.
Wow.
It was not far away from sticking it. It would have been beautiful because that was an amazing run up to that point, but he will get a bit of deductions there. But anyways, what a rider. I mean,
Higashini Kakeru, and he says he's very inspired by Mr. Tamai, the president, and Mr. Fujita, of the Gentleman Stick crew in Niseko. So, in old Japanese style and very politeness, sending props back home, and we send, a lot of props there as well. Awesome to send so great riders to the Junior Freeride World Championships. Wow, sticking it first turn nicely, and up to here everything was perfectly under control. Also the air onto the shelf. Nice, but then I think he took a lot of speed for that. Look, he's flying for like 10, 15 meters.
A lot of speed and a big pop as well, even.
Yeah.
So adding to the height of that drop.
Well, they're really pushing for the snowboarders. They know the snow is good. They know what they have to deliver to be, on the podium. So they're going for it. 55 for Kakeru. Thank you, Kakeru. No disappointment, please. You delivered a really, really great show, yeah?
Yeah, inspiring show.
Yeah.
Love to see them really enjoying the powder and taking also the big jumps in that venue. Next one up, Caleb Gibbs out of USA, 16 years old.
Riding for the Ski and Snowboard Cup in Vail, Colorado.
And first time here. It's also his first time traveling to Europe, so this whole experience is just super exciting for any young rider.
Looking up to Arthur Longo, and wants to be a professional rider. Of course, like who would not? When you've made it to the Freeride Junior World Championships as a competitor, you want to turn professional, of course. And that's what he is last year's winner of the Freeride Junior American Championships as a 15-year-old. So, wow. Probably one of America's strongest weapons today on the mountain. Good luck for Caleb Gibbs.
Already on course.
A regular rider, so a bit more comfortable to cruise over there on your frontside edge. Approaching there, we could call it the mandatory air off the borders into the fall line.
Took a little less speed, but anyway, stomped it really nicely.
Yeah, the landing is obviously not getting better. So we got a new line. He's traversing over to the ridge. That's where Justine said, be careful. It might be a little crusty over there, but no problem for him. Collecting some extra points, avoiding some old avalanche debris, and now coming back over to the half pipe, where we're going to see some more amazing action.
Really enjoying himself, taking all those speed in, already white-drummed himself as well. And with big, very quickly entering into that shelf couloir.
I like it how they all enjoy their powder turn, especially in their backside. You can tell that they're all comfortable when they're doing that.
Finding the right takeoff for him.
Smart speed control. I think it's essential. The landing there is very short, so if you overshoot it, you're landing in the flat. Also going big! Whoa!
Little bit too far. I think they know that there might be some rocks in the landing and trying to jump further out, but then they're landing in the flat and then it's super hard to actually stick it, despite having super strong legs. So
same exit jump as Higashino Kakeru before him, and also not quite able to stick it, but another great approach to the mountain as well.
I'm amazed by the snowboard men's runs here right now. Let's watch the replays. Well done there. butt check stop, but then taking that one clean.
I like that flow. That's probably the favorite moment for me of his run, showing all his confidence. And this is a big jump. You're going to see that a lot also hit by the skiers later on. It's a little easier for a skier to stick a jump that far because your feet are parallel compared to a snowboard, don't you reckon?
Yeah, I mean, a snowboard is the luxury model of of winter sports equipment. We're always trying to somehow be in balance while the board tries to put us off balance, and our body rotation does that as well, because naturally you want to like move your upper body forward when you're scared, which is crucial to not do while you're on a snowboard, whereas skiers can just take it straight. But still, floating through the power with the snowboard is something I wouldn't want to miss. Caleb Gibbs getting into 5th place with 57.67 points.
Yeah, the line in a freeride competition is very thin between drama and victory, right? You land that one jump and you might be in the top of the podium, and you just a bit of axis and do 1 or 2 cartwheels and you end up somewhere in the center of the field. It's so close.
And I feel those riders know that they are there with the best of the best, so they have to show their best as well. There is not really any safety margin they can leave, and they also know it's great conditions, so everyone's going to charge and go for it. So that's what they're trying to do, and we'll see. We've seen one super clean line up to now. The others had a couple of mistakes, but now next one up.
Jeremy Allaire from Canada. I really like his comment on the question we asked him if he's riding with any team. Is it no? There is no freeride team in Quebec.
Yeah, but he is out of Quebec, and actually Ariane Goulet, who is one of the organizers of the Ski Freeride Cups in the east of Canada, is his coach, or is helped him find his line. So there is some free riding in the east of Canada. Unfortunately, Jeremy had a bit of a butt check problem there at the landing, but making his way over, traversing to his entry into the steeps, where he's sure show more of his skills.
He asked us to tell us that his heroes are Mark Cleveland, Mark McMorris, and Sebastien Touton. Off the mushroom to low part of the face. Wow, look at the snow there. It's steep. It's not just steep, but deep. It's steep and deep.
And on the beautiful turns, and I feel that there might be some of the best snow from the whole venue over there. Actually, working his way through, even getting stuck in that deep pow over there, I feel like it might be just too much snow, actually.
Yeah, it looks like it's the day where you want to take one of your longer or larger snowboards with a bit of a powder nose. But then all those kids, they're so well in freestyle, they almost ride twin tips, so they can just ride switch and land switch whenever they want to.
That's true, so they kind of have to find a good compromise between a super long freeride snowboard, which might be very stiff and directional and not so easy to ride switch, and a freestyle snowboard. I think he's actually more coming from the slopestyle world, so used to parks in Quebec. Looks like he maybe hit a little rock in the takeoff there.
Yeah, he definitely was off axis right after takeoff, so that's unfortunate. A problem at this first jump.
Yeah, but anyways, I mean, he switched from slopestyle to freeride for fun, and actually had 3 podiums last year in the Freeride Junior World qualifiers, and he just loves freeride vibes, so that's why he's here for mainly as well. And I feel that that's definitely going to be accomplished, to make new friends from all over the world. Seems like that's a very good way to start to be part of the Freeride World Junior Championships. Curious what's his score going to be now.
Jeremy Allaire, the only Canadian in the male snowboarding field. Yeah, with a great approach as well to riding down the Quellspitze. 29.33, yeah, obviously there was a couple of hiccups, a couple of ducks, but I'm sure he'll still be stoked.
Still
and cheer
loving
up for
it.
his mates. Exactly. Yesterday, when the opening ceremony on, we heard some riders say the most amazing thing in the Freeride Junior World Championships is that the riders are being treated like pros. And I said, yeah, well, you are pros, right? You might be 14, 15, 16, 17, or 18 years old, but you are pros already. Otherwise, you would not be here.
That's true. And now our first pro rider from New Zealand, which is always a very special, very loved crew of people, have him over here in Europe. Rolling in, Kiani Wilson, also regular. And in New Zealand, good thing is they love snow and snowboarding and skiing, but very often they do not have the best snow. So those riders are technically super skilled, have very good coaches as well. Are over here for training in Europe, off his first drop.
Nice,
beautifully
keeping his
executed.
hands out of the snow. Yeah, we see a lot of times that when the snow conditions are good at the Freeride Junior World Championships, that the Kiwi boys are going just too crazy because they think when it's powder you can just double up every single jump. But so far, very tactical and smart riding by Kiani, who has already 3 podiums in his pocket this year. The Down Under season New Zealand starts in August, and he won the 3-star and podiumed on 2 other competitions. So it's already been a fairly long and good season for him as he approaches the jump into the pipe, floating in there. I love those drone shots, man. It's like we're up on the mountain with the rider.
Yeah, it's beautiful, the pictures we're getting. And yeah, those drone shots from behind the rider also give us an idea how it might feel for the rider being on that venue.
Just an hour view with the drone makes it a lot easier because we are higher up in the air. With your eyes being just 1.5 meters above the snow line, it's hard sometimes for the riders to see what's behind the next rollover. And it was probably hard to see for Kiani how deep the snow in that landing was. It's the 3rd rider with troubles on that landing. Therefore, I was just going to say, working his way out with a double at the bottom of the shelf.
Wow.
That was spectacular.
Spectacular, beautiful double to end things up for his run here. What a run, actually, with some bubbles here and there. But yeah, creative line, we haven't seen that double in the bottom. I hope it was intentional.
Hiding from the camera for a little bit there. Maybe we get a replay from the drone, because it looked like it was an amazing double, and then it disappeared in the cloud, but it seemed it was all clean. Can't wait for the replay on the bottom part of Kiani Wilson, showing some mad Kiwi action. We like that. Congratulations, Kiani.
Yeah, and you can also, watching the replay,
that's a bit too much.
fun.
Here we have the double. Whoa.
Wow.
Really good.
Nice double.
Amazing way how he rode out of there, just putting his hand in the snow but keeping it fairly clean.
Yeah, and I think you love that information about Kiani. He was actually the first guy who jumped off the AC Hackett News bungee in New Zealand with a snowboard on. So airborne as well, knows how it feels to be higher up in the air for sure, and a guy who loves every kind of movement. Yeah, Kiani here waiting for his score. He's in good spirit. That's what we like to see also, yeah. New Zealand Junior Tour. It's always cool because I feel that the gang from New Zealand is coming over to Europe as an actual crew. They know each other very well. They are very well organized. They spent their seasons over here just for the conditions they actually have at home and for the infrastructure available in New Zealand. Is like an amazing amount of great riders coming out.
The passion these riders have is really amazing, and you can't thank Dion Newport enough, former Freeride World Tour judge, who's doing a lot for the development of the sport. He's here as a coach, and the team is, as you say, one of the tight-knit teams here in the mountain. But you have to say that to some extent for all nations. When you were here in Kappl the last days and you see all those groups of riders hitting jumps and doing lines, the Canadians here, the Americans there, the Kiwis there, everyone's cheering for everyone. It is truly amazing. Not just during these couple of hours of the competition, but the whole event week is probably one of the best weeks for them in the winter, if not in their life yet.
Yeah, and that's how it's supposed to be. I mean, competing should be fun. It shouldn't be just about the run, but also about everything around. It should be around getting to know each other and just evolving as a person as well, and just getting part of a bit of a freeride world and bubble, which is has connections all over the world. And judges really doing a great job and taking it very, very serious.
yeah, I think they have been spot on with the points they gave so far. That's a tricky one right now with Keanu because he had a great one, but then he also had a full cartwheel at the landing of his second to last jump. So that's the hardest decisions for the judges. Like, how much do we have to deduct for that to make it fair compared to the others? That's what the toughest decisions come up for the judges.
Which is why they just need a couple of seconds to make a proper decision.
Yeah.
Yeah, Keanu looks nice.
61 for Keanu for the first kiwi on the face.
Putting himself into the 5th position right now with the snowboard men category. Let's see what the next rider is gonna.
The next rider's got a very interesting one. Tyler Thompson from Reno in the US. He moved, he's 18 by now, but he was a surfer boy from Southern California and moved up to the mountains when he was 13 years old and just immediately fell in love with snowboarding. And now all he wants to do is run a snowboard career. He wants to make a Freeride World Tour, he wants to win the title in Freeride, and he wants to win the first gold medal for the USA in Freeride at the Winter Olympics in 2030. So very ambitious words. Wow, Tyler.
That's ambitions. We like to hear that.
Yeah.
You can also find him on Instagram and the name Tyler Thompson with an underscore in between. Might be interesting to follow this guy. Look, sounds like a very exciting life, actually.
I mean, and he comes from the Lake Tahoe area, and I think some of the world's best freeriders, or many of the world's best freeriders, have emerged from there. Yeah, Tanner Hall, a legend by himself, one of them. See, Johnson was one of them, and many, many more. Yeah, and some snowboard as well, like who else from up there? Ralph Buckstrom, Kevin Jones, you know. Jeremy Jones. Kevin Jones, I'm not sure where he's from. Jeremy, for sure, from that area. Just one of the most amazing breeding grounds for freeriders in the world. Babe number 9, Tyler Thompson, and he's waiting for this countdown. You know, the 3, 2, 1, go.
Yeah. Strapped in.
It's
Got
really,
the last pats on the
it's
back.
a really a new vibe up on the top of Bergspitze. I remember in the past years there were up to 20 riders up there. It was really tight and maybe even dangerous. So it's a bit more quiet. Maybe it's good for the riders who can get a bit more, you know, peacefulness and can focus on those last seconds before they drop in.
Also a regular rider, so good for him being able to tackle that first traverse on his front edge. Taking a slightly different approach here, the first little jump, but taking a lot of speed along, while he just basically goes vertically down that face in a full line.
Here comes the air into the pipe, nice floaty air, put into his feet. Oh, and then got stuck and puts in a cartwheel. A lot of those front rolls today by the snowboarders because of this deep snow, I suppose.
Yeah, and also he had a bit of a different direction, jumping more riders right into the opposing angle of the slope, which made it a bit more difficult to land. But now finding his entry onto the second shelf with a little jump and
whoa. With 3 and putting it into his feet.
Wow!
That was an amazing action
Tyler,
jump.
oh my
Congratulations, Tyler Thompson. What a sick air. One of the moments of the day so far for sure in the main snowboarding field.
I'm not sure if that was in the judging line, what he did there. Was it white rooming himself on purpose, or was that a little caught? Did his nose get caught? But wow!
Oh, now he's going to be really angry at himself for putting that cartwheel in the middle part, because that bottom air was amazing.
Yeah, solid up there.
Everything fully under control until right here.
Yeah, look.
But then let's look at this important part. Chilled entry, no hesitation, and then fronts at 3 to his feet, finds the pocket and it rides out.
Just into the perfect landing as well. Like he just had like perfect speed, perfect execution. Like what a skilled rider. Really nice. He can be super proud of that action because wow, really shows what he has.
Yeah.
Gonna see some bright. I forecast a bright future for him for sure. It's so hard to approach something with a blind takeoff and then just making perfectly into the landing with a rotation is amazing.
Yeah, I wonder if the judges would have radioed him up there to change the angle and to speed a little bit compared to the other 2 or 3 riders who were hitting the same bottom air, because he went a little bit further skiers left and a little slower, and it
So
paid off.
placing himself second with 78 points, so he can be proud, because that was just like, yeah, this last action just like really seems that he seemed a tiny bit disappointed at first, but now I think he's happy with that. I mean, just perfect scoping, just really good prepared for that last action. Next one up is Bradley Lamoureux from the United States.
Coming from Pagosa and riding at Continental Divide mostly.
Yeah, just coming back from an injury apparently. So we'll see if he's like fully back yet.
Dreaming of becoming a rope worker. Wonder if that's the same as an industrial worker in Europe.
Beautiful first air off that shelf.
Really aggressive, putting a lot of turns at full speed into the top part. I'm sure the judge is going to give some extra reward. He's looking very comfortable. Sort of a little pop over the avalanche chunks. Seems very, very confident in his riding. Let's see what he has for us. And he enters here. Whoa! Beautiful floaty front to 3, but also
Little under rotated.
In the front roll. But I really liked the approach of him. Showed so much confidence.
Yeah, and very, very good technique actually.
Yeah.
Like, wow, what a rider. Fully centered on the border as well. Nice one, yeah, taking like all the core training to stomp that one.
Bottom air, going straight with a little back slap and then coming out of the white cloud. Strong run also for Bradley Lamoureux from the United States, the 4th out of 4 US riders in the men's snowboarding field today.
Yeah, seeing these beautiful pics. He's now enjoying the last powder turns of his run before, now he's already in the tracked part.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the 2025 YETI Freeride Junior World Championships by Dynastar. We are in the first category, the snowboard man. Almost went all through field, 3 snowboarders left, and we have amazing conditions here in Kappl on the beautiful Quellspitze.
Looking at the replay now.
And we're looking at some more great action. Yeah, tiny bit of an under rotation.
But recovered quite quickly and just continued his line like without any other hesitation.
Wow, that's such a big jump.
It's a huge jump. He actually had pretty much the right speed, I feel. It was just a little missing for the landing.
It is really a subtle game today. If you're centered on your board at the landings, you're really close to front punching, because we've seen a lot of front punches.
Yeah.
And if you're a little bit too far back, your tail will sink in and you'll get a back slap. So it's really a very subtle balance. I think it's really the day for riding along a board for snowboarders.
Yeah, and also the landings are tilted in one direction very often, so it's so hard to be like on the perfect spot, especially with all these blind takeoffs. So I mean, big respect and shout out to all the riders sending it that big, because I mean they know precisely what they're getting themselves into and still going for it. And we've seen some beautiful action from the men's snowboard field up to now. Like, what a level. Coaches can be proud as well, just to say that. And you know what? Bradley actually has his grandma as his own personal hero. So I love that.
I love that. 58.67 for Bradley Lamoureux, the 4th out of 4 US riders today. And we're looking back up to the top of Beljet, and we see the first Englishman up there, Louis-Jacques Hodges, just Louis. He could be Austrian because he's been training in Austria most of the seasons in the mountains around Innsbruck and Zillertal, with Germany's number 3 of the World Freeride World Tour rider from last year, Timmy Schröder, as a coach.
Yeah, he actually was training here with like the Freeride Academy coach, Timmy Schröder.
Yeah, and he wants to give a big shout out to Timmy, and he's super excited to ride here today.
Yeah, I saw some Instagram stories. They really found some pretty cool hits and doubles and combinations.
And he says he always loves to be in the mountains because home in Bristol there's just the sea and a lot of rain. So I can totally understand his passion for the mountains. Approaching his first air. Nice one, Louis. Bit of a butt check there in the landing. Seems Yeah, the snow is definitely trickier on that Lucas left side. Coming back all the way over to the Lucas right, entering the beautiful bottom part of the Querspitz face.
Oh, finding one powder pocket there, beautiful. Nice to look at. What beautiful drone footage. Yeah. From the bird's view, following his turns.
Yeah, how's
perfect
that view?
light.
Right from the top down. Amazing.
Just so, yeah. I'm just sometimes just awed by the beauty of the pictures we are seeing here. So, and finding his entry to the second part of the shelf. Beautiful air.
Nice air, Luis. Last hit, sticking that one also.
Wow.
Nice and fluid run by Luis Hodges.
Like there was not really any mistake, and that was actually a very smart move to take that wind lip into the kind of traverse jump more or less in the bottom part and not taking anything straight, because then he had a much better landing than most of the others.
Very well analyzed by Manu. Well, after how many years have you been snowboarding, Manu?
I don't know.
A lot.
Like over 20.
Over 20 years.
And watching the replay.
So that was the only mistake, really. Getting a little backseat at the landing of the top air. But the last two airs were very clean, going over the rocks in this landing, and then also the last one right to the shadow at full speed.
Yeah, and that top air, I think he just found the same little shark on the takeoff as one of the riders before, you remember? I think there must be like not really any snow on the takeoff, unfortunately.
Yeah, it also seems like he was surprised and got off axis the moment he actually left the snow and got airborne.
Yes, but as we already mentioned before, we unfortunately have a bit of a low tide here in Austria, less snowfall than usual, which kind of leaves some of these takeoffs a bit bare, especially if there's like more people hitting it. So, but I mean, the riders knew that, and that's always the risk you have free riding. Like sometimes you can just be unlucky as well, despite being a great rider. But anyway, the run was very well executed in the bottom part. And curious for the score now.
Yeah, it's the moment for the riders when they're in the finish line. You know you had a great run, but you had a mistake. You're not sure what's going to happen. You're still amped up. Your pulse is still up at 180, and you're waiting for the score. So many special moments in the riders here in the kids' life from top to bottom.
And also, I mean, you never really know what the riders before you did. So you kind of, you're just not sure. So 53.33 for Luis.
Well, I mean, there is a live stream. I don't know if the riders do watch it. I know that at the Freeride World Tour, the big boys, many of them sit at the top and watch the live stream, and because they want to know exactly what the riders do ahead of them, how they hit their jumps, in what angle, how they land it, and then potentially adapt their lines accordingly. But I don't think it's always a good idea. Sometimes you just want to focus on your thing, and I hope that's what Theodor Zalen is doing. From Fana, Norway, only Norwegian athlete in the men's snowboarding field, and he's stoked to be here because last year he almost made it to the Freeride Junior World Championships here in Kappl in 2024 and missed it by just a few points.
Oh no.
But this year it all worked out, and he's here, and it's his chance now to show what he's got.
Also regular rider.
Doesn't have a particular snowboard team, but he goes to Force Sports Gymnasium where he trains a lot with riders from with sportsmen from other disciplines.
And you could just see that because that upper jump was really well done, like just the right speed. Great speed check after. Yeah, now found the takeoff without hitting the shark. Looked like the little pre-ollie.
Nice little air. Giving up for Elna Zoviknes and Brimog Tinda, two of his heroes from back home who helped him to get where he is today. I really liked it when the riders, give us the names of their heroes, and we happily, give them the props which they deserve.
And Theodore also going to the very Lucas right steep part of the venue onto the mushroom.
Gets a nice indie grab in, slowing down. That's such a classic move on this fade, right? For the snowboarders, off the mushroom with an indie grab and then slowing down on your frontside edge.
Yeah. But it's not that easy to execute. I mean, he just did it very beautifully. Now again, out of view for us.
Working his way onto the shell for a very last air. Going big and a little bit too far. Over, I think I was shooting the train a little bit, sending me into one of those carters which you've seen so many of, but continuing his pace and going for another jump. Wow, putting that one to his feet clean. Nice
Without
one.
any speed, just landing it anyways. It's commitment now. He unfortunately caught the edge and he's still inside the judging.
That definitely hurts.
Line, yeah. It's always very, as a rider, like at the end of the run, it's so hard to still stay focused because you're kind of somehow done, but then you tend to lose some like strength in a way, and when you then do a mistake, it costs you a lot because if you have no action to actually like gain your bonus points, the mistake is just deducted from your points. So it's can be very painful.
It can be very painful. Let's check out the highlights of Theodor's run. Really beautiful entry air. The second one we didn't see the mushroom. Everything was still perfectly fine to that point. And then this is where trouble kind of starts. Gets big back-seated and then the car flip, but makes up for it on this landing. Strong legs
strong
by
legs.
Theodor on the very first air.
And again, beautiful drone pictures there, actually showing us what was going on. Yeah, giving it up for Norway. Also long drive here. I think I met his mom yesterday, and she said it's so beautiful to see her son like really charging, but it was a long drive coming here, so I hope she made her way up to today.
In the background you can hear the voice of Kai Unterreiner. Has been commentator of the Austrian freeride competitions for, I don't know how long, 15 years, probably more. That's why they call him the voice of freeriding in Austria. Thank you, Kai, for so many years of passion. And spending so many hours in the cold, keeping the vibe and the finish in public areas up.
And Theodor now waiting for the score for the judges. It gets harder and harder because there have been a lot of great runs with like some mistakes in though. And so you're like, now how you're going to place them, you have to like really weigh up like what was counting more, what was counting less. It's always easier if you have like super clean runs or runs where there's not really anything happening to take the field apart. But now we have seen a lot of very good runs with like some small mistakes, which makes it hard to put them in the right order. And we want to be accurate because it's a super important event. Also for the future of those riders. So we're waiting for the score before we're coming to our last snowboard man.
Wasn't on the start list, but he's an invited rider. Just something went wrong with his payment. I don't know. I'm not able to check right now because I'm on the mountain. Just if you can check what the situation is, and then I told him if it's a waiting payment.
Theodor Stalland from Norway, our second to last rider. Yeah. Like next rider, number 13 will be our last snowboard man on the mountain. 73.67 for Theodor, puts him in third place on the podium. Wow, he's going to be anxiously looking now up the mountain to Marcelo Urusula because that will be the only one who can push him off the podium. That'll be some of the most nerve-wracking moments now in the life of Theodor Stalland coming up.
Wow, I think he was really happy with his score. Actually made up for his mistakes during his run, so that was really cool to see. And now Marcelo.
Bienvenido a toda la gente de España. Un rider más a la montaña de Quellspitze hoy en esta división der Snowboard Niños. Marcelo Urusula from Viella in Spain, training with the YETI Freestyle team, and he's also a border cross rider and even went to the Youth Olympic Games in Gangwon in 2024. So a very versatile rider, has the freestyle skill, has the border cross skills. He reminds me a bit of Xavier Delarue, who was similar. He would jump 720s and still be a border cross world champion.
Yeah, border cross definitely good way to start because you're getting a very good technique and super strong turns, which are the base for everything else. And we can see he's not actually having any problem navigating that a bit tracked out upper section. Good turns there.
No, took it a little easier than some other riders at the very top. but therefore without a single mistake. And we see the score. Kea Chrétien, 2 times world champion winner here, is in the lead with 91 points. And to make the podium, it's 73-6-7. That's Theodor Solin. So far, he's on a good way. Marcelo, no mistakes in his run, keeping it very fluid and entering a new zone now. Going into the shelf, this little channel. Beautiful. You can tell he has a game plan and sticking to it. I'm super excited to see what he's planned. As he's playing for us at the bottom. Going for one of the most narrow channels in the face. Look at it.
Has to make a decision there now soon.
Yeah, a lot of slough. It's not easy, so he's not seeing any rocks or anything in front of him now. He's starting to point it and riding out of it.
Riding out of it, also not making any mistakes. Beautiful powder turn at the bottom.
Amazing line choice by Marcelo Ursuela. This very tight channel. We've not seen a lot of people riding this over the years. That was really spectacular. He had to slow down a little bit, but I still really liked it, like true freeride spirit.
Yeah, crazy that he dares to actually go into that much of a tight channel, knowing that there's such a rather small base of snow available right now, which is easily also being pushed out away from those
and
rocks.
It looked like his snowboard did just fit in there. I think my snowboard would for sure have gotten stuck. Let's check that replay. So top part, he decides to play it a little smaller, but therefore puts it to his feet, keeps it super fluid in the middle part, nice float the air with a bit of shifty. And then look at this, super gnarly, all the slough coming down, stealing his visibility, but he keeps it fluid, he never stops, and actually stomps his exit there. Wow,
actually,
that's gonna be a tough
execution,
one.
Very, very smart execution, because I mean that takes a lot of discipline to be in a channel like that and not point your board straight, which maybe would have led to him bombing into that very flat landing. So, yeah, interesting.
Great analysis, Manu, and I'm sure the judges are thinking kind of the same.
Yeah, because it's hard to judge something like that, because you could also say, well, it's a bit too much hesitation, but maybe with that landing.
You know, the line choice and speed choice is always according to where you are. If you're in the steepest part of the face or in a couloir like this, obviously you cannot ride as fast as on the open face. So it's really hard for the judges to compare what counts more today.
Actually, his home resort is Baqueira, where we'll see the Freeride World Tour going down during the next week, I believe.
Yeah, they made the riders go a little bit earlier to Baqueira, so I think we'll have an early start for the Freeride World Tour. Might already happen in the next few days.
And they had some great snow conditions down there this year, and some really amazing terrain to train on. Actually, like super alpine and quite pointy takeoffs and everything.
I really like the design of Marcelo's board there. Those blue stars, really beautiful. So we have 3 riders on the podium now, but we had a great bump by Marcelo Ursuela, who's definitely pushing for the podium. We're super interested to see. Oh, actually, it's 12th place for Marcelo, not challenging the podium, and it means we do have a winner. And we do not just have a winner, we do have a triple world Freeride Junior World Champion.
So
Kea Chrétien does it again. This is bit number 13. It can't be pushed from the top of the podium anymore. And this is really amazing. The first time the world sees a triple junior Freeride World Champion. Congratulations, Kea Chrétien. How amazing was that? Tyler Thompson taking it for the US, second place with 78 points. And Theodor Solin for Scandinavia, for Norway on the third place. Really just a couple of points ahead, Kasper Caldermo. And then another American, Cass Jones, on 5th place. Wow, what an event.
Yeah, and overall, really amazing riding. I'm a bit exhausted because it was so exciting to watch, because the riders were pushing it hard, but then it was always very often a little mistake. But what a great podium. I'm so happy for those guys. Yeah, and Kea, shout out to you, man. Very much looking forward to what you're going to present the next years.
Big round of applause from us here in the commentators booth. It was awesome to watch, and wow, really great performance by the snowboarding boys here today. We realized the conditions are not as easy as they look, with a really punchy snow, deeper than thought in some parts. Not make it easy for the snowboarders, but these 3 boys made it look easy and put up an amazing show.
It's definitely beautiful pictures we're gonna see. They're all so happy for them. Well earned, guys. Very much looking forward to see more. And I think it was definitely tough decisions to judge, but the board did a good job there. And we're moving on slowly to our next category. After cheering for the snowboard men, we're going to move on to snowboard women, snowboard girls, having also a very international category with some very experienced riders and some ones are really, really fresh in the game.
So once again, ladies and gentlemen, if you're tuning in just now, this is the 2025 YETI Freeride Junior World Championships by Dynastar. We are here in the beautiful freeride resort of Kappl, and the start gate is on the famous Quellspitze, 2,700 meters above sea level. It's a bluebird day. We have powder snow, and we have the best under 19 riders in the world up here. One category is done and dusted. Snowboard man did a great show with Kia Chrétien making the impossible possible and being now a triple freeride junior world champion. That's really amazing. I'm pretty sure we're going to see him on the freeride world tour very, very soon. And now it's time for the next category. The snowboard girls are up next, and Emma Hyan is going to open up that field, coming from Breckenridge, USA, and we're waiting for judges and organization to be ready for the first snowboard girl of the day to drop in.
Yeah, field consisting of 9 riders from 3 different continents. Also having 1 rider from the Netherlands in the snowboard female category. Kind of most riders from the US, 2 Frenchies, New Zealand and Japan represented at the snowboard women. And let's see what the girls gonna make out of the beautiful Quellspitze venue. We can now see that the sun is getting stronger, super bright.
Yeah, Manu, what do you think? Is that snow going to change? I mean, it's a very cold day. Even in the sun, it's about still minus 10 degrees. But is that sun going to affect the snow? Are we going to have a slushy midday snow, or is it going to stay powderish?
I think it's gonna stay powderish in most. I think it's gonna stay powderish in most places, and I hope that the riders don't have like any troubles with the sun, which is normally actually a big issue in that phase. Like I was riding it about 10 days ago, which is just at the turn from December to January, and we already could see a huge amount of sun affection on certain parts of the face. So I hope that the very low temperatures conserve the snow really well today. And yeah, so looking at the start list of the snowboard women, we can see Eleonore Ancenet from France, who was second here last year, I believe.
Yeah, and Tegan Ryler-Turner was bid number 3, is last year's winner. So some of the top girls came back still hungry for more, but we've opened it up with a triple American package led by Emma Hyan. Also see from Palisades, Tahoe, Freeride breeding grounds.
Drop in.
And she wants to say hello to Rebecca, Jean-Rudy, her coach Ali, and her dad who taught her snowboarding and paved the way for her to make it all the way to the Freeride Junior World Championships in Kappl. There she is coming in on her fronted edge. It's really icy traverse up there. Setting up for her first jump. It's not getting easier with the higher bib. Quite a few riders have come through here. Nice one negotiating around this cliff band and now on her way to some powder turns mid-face.
Yeah, you can see that there's some tracks in the venue already, and you can also see that there's a bit of a harder layer below the pow. She is now on her backside edge trying to make beautiful turns, but it's not such an easy job.
Now you really have to play it smarter. You have to look ahead as a snowboarder and put your turns where there's not a little tracks, because for skier it does not matter as much. These key boots take a lot of those little pushes to your feet, but the snowboard boots are soft, so you kind of want to stay away from the old tracks.
So she now had a little issue with her speed, and there's a lot of fresh snow at the entry of the couloir. So now it's about the rider's flexibility. Will she change her line or stick to the originals? She can't actually take off her board because then she would be getting a no score. Well, yeah, what we'll see here is now she's trying to make the best out of a situation which is definitely very overwhelming and uncomfortable, but still go in for it.
Yeah, Emma Hyen definitely not able to continue her line the way she wanted to. She arrived at this little wind lip and just did not have enough speed to go over it. Of course, she can turn around and choose a different path down the mountain, but since she's obviously looked at that other part, this might be dangerous. So she kind of looks like she wants to continue where she planned to, but she has to hop up a meter or two. If she does take off her board, like you said, she will be disqualified, so that's the last thing she wants. So right now she is being approached by one of her ski dudes, who hopefully helps her over the little hump. It will not help her score, but it will definitely help her to be able to continue her run the way she wanted and in a safe way.
Yeah, she was now losing 1 point per second for stopping, so basically she really messed up her score with that action. But that was also really, really unfortunate, and you can see that all the fresh snow is in that little bit of wind lip, and it's super soft.
But I really like her decision, because she could have just turned around and said, well, I'm going down the other side of the mountain. But if you have not looked at that other side, there are some rock shelves that, you know, can be really dangerous. So I think it was a good decision by her, deciding to stick to her initial plan.
Yeah, a very professional and very profound decision, which she took to just stick to her line despite that little technical problem there. So Emma, now at least go down to and show us what you got. Some more beautiful turns in the beautiful snow. Still very nice conditions in that main shelf couloir. And Emma finding some of the last untouched powder here. Definitely some beautiful turns for her.
Yeah, and she's also sending a shout out to Lila Yeoman, who's been competing here many times. I'm sure you remember Lila as well, Manu.
Yeah, I remember Lila for sure, and she was right rooming herself now. He's taking some of those like beautiful, beautiful turns for approaching the traverse tracks. And now I believe she's over the judging line already, or pretty close to go over the judging line. And now can relax to move to the finish line. And yeah. Wow, having those, I mean, when you're in a run and you're so full of adrenaline and then you're actually lined up to do something, but then it doesn't work out. It takes a lot of strength to like stay focused and still go for it. Find your line, like don't lose it fully, especially when the riders are that young age still. But she showed beautiful technique up there in the traverse. Going over the rocks with a little hesitation. And then some very beautiful turns at the bottom. Probably not how she imagined her run. But anyways, whatever you do is practice and gonna lead to better results in future. And most of it important is that she has a very good time here, enjoying herself. And I think that's what she did.
Yeah, that is true.
So we see the super low score affected by the second she was actually stopping, which was a lot of seconds. And so, yeah. So next rider up.
Giulia Bolini. Always hard to find the right pronunciation with so many young up-and-coming riders.
And Giulia is out of the USA on her snowboard, just dropping into her run. Now it's time to just focus and release and forget about everything else, except the only thing is counting is your line and your snowboard. Giulia in the traverse to the main field.
It saves a lot of energy if you're a regular footer, because then you can kind of cruise in there on your toe edge.
Yeah, it saves a lot of energy when you're regular footer, because then you can cruise into your toe edge. And on a heel edge, that traverse is scary. Also, Julia making her...
She goes pretty far over to look at left side, passing our safety team. That's where our doctor, 2 mountain rescue, and some mountain guides are there in case there's any safety issues.
She decided to do not take the drop. She might have seen some of the sharks on the takeoff.
That's very interesting for the judges, because it's not a problem if you do a big traverse during your run, if it is for a reason, if you have a nice jump or a special feature coming up. But obviously, if you do a long traverse and then just turn and traverse back, and it was not really for anything special, then the judges might really do deduct some points.
And it's her first time at the Freeride World Junior Championships, and now getting herself into the very steep zone. Riders left, lookers right.
It's such a change. You're in the sun up there, like in a 15-20 degrees slope, and then all of a sudden it drops down to 40 plus. The snow changes, it gets a lot darker, all the shadow on the side. Big change in the ride during the run.
She makes some smart choices there, just sticking to what she feels comfortable with. Finding this very nice couloir down, actually, with beautiful snow. And now in between the sharks over some rock exposure.
Looks like she's not 100% sure which exit she should take, if she should go over the rock or out through the open field.
Figuring out things on the run. It looks like she made it out.
Julia Bolini from the United States of America, Palisades, Tahoe. Out of the NAR and on the way to the end of the judging line. How many times have you competed on this venue, Manu? I'm sure you've done a couple of events there.
Nah, I've never competed on this venue. No. And that's why I really, really would love to compete there once, but I've been riding the venue more often.
Okay.
But never competed up here now. So, but because of riding the venue, I know that it's one of these venues which there's two kinds of venues. Some venues look very, very complicated, but are easy. And then there's venues which look very, very easy and are very, 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 very complicated. And then as a rider, you're like at the bottom, oh, this is all easy, and then you're up there and you can't see anything. And where Quellspitze is one of the kind of the second. It's like harder than you think it is. And we see that quite often, that also experienced riders being here the first time, they're like, oh, didn't think it would be that complicated.
Yeah, it's the kind of mountain that if you
so
go down
watching
for
the replay.
If you go down for fun, you will definitely have a lot of fun. But if you want to put together a competition run, it's very challenging because it's just changing all the time. The steepness, the exposure, and the snow conditions.
So Julia on her way to the finish. Yeah, and I mean, she's just looking forward to get to snowboard on a mountain outside of the United States. So that's a very good aim to have, because definitely she has done that on a very steep mountain even.
Yeah.
Yay, made it to finish line, perfect. She's relieved and she can be proud of her because she found her way down like she imagined.
55-33 the score for Julia Bellini, the second of 3 Americans in the girls snowboarding field. And the third American is already up in the start gate, and that's a special one, Manu.
Yeah, it's Tegan Riley Turner, and she's the winner of last year's YETI Freeride World Junior Championships, a reigning junior world champion, age 17. And gonna show us her skills here. She's getting ready. We can see that there is still quite a bit of wind up at the start, so not a very comfortable place to spend a lot of time for the riders, but goofy rider.
So we saw one champion today defend his title from last year, and here is someone who has the same chance, Tegan Riley Turner. 17 years of age, and look at her traversing now. We said that before, it's a lot harder as a goofy footer on your snowboard because you're on your backside edge, and that really costs a lot of energy to keep that edge holding to the ground. So she'll be very relieved now doing her first couple of frontal turns, so she can release those muscles and just do some chill turns.
Yeah, we see that on the upper part of the venue, the powder is kind of being pushed away, and there's this hard layer below to ride on. She's making good work there though, just linking turns, making it look actually rather easy. And enjoying some deeper power pockets when she finds them.
Yeah, I like the style of hers when she goes for those backside turns. She puts a lot of weight on the back foot, you know, sinking in, putting sprayer, putting her hands in the air. Looks really surf. Actually looks a lot like when Kia Chrétien is riding that surf style on your backside turns. Dodging the difficulties that Emma Hyen had, making it over the ridge into the half pipe. A really crucial part of the run to make it over that wind lip.
And also in the half pipe, like trying to stay focused, link turns, have a good speed control, like don't get too fast in there because and now she is finding her exit to a lower shelf.
Wow, deciding to leave the half pipe, dropping into the steeps with a double. Not sticking completely, but keeping fluidity up by getting back to her feet right away.
Yeah, and doing an actually huge jump into a deep powder pocket.
Wow, that was really brave. It was a big jump.
That was a big jump. Now opting for a technical exit from the lower part of the face. Not done yet, nah. Clean there, some more beautiful turns.
Tegan Riley Turner, last year's Freeride Junior World Champion, with a strong run. Big jump in the middle, leaving the half pipe. Not a super clean landing, but keeping fluidity up. And that will definitely be a battle for the first place so far.
For sure, Tegan is for sure a strong contender for the two riders we just saw before. Gonna be interesting. Yeah, because I mean, she intentionally took that very big drop into that powder pocket. A lot of bravery for sure.
Yeah, look at it. That was solid 4 or 5 meter jump. Unfortunately, it looks like she landed right in the track of one of the boys from early on. That's making it really hard to ride out of the clean.
So, Tegan on the cat track, approaching the finish line. How do you remember those seconds when you finally through the finish arch or past the judging line, Flo?
Well, you know, it all depends on your run. You have those moments when you know you did a sick run, you have a good score, and you're just super stoked because you know you.
She is stoked.
Yeah, she's stoked. You know, when you plan something which is right on your limit and you pull it off, like Tegan did, 68 points, take a lead so far. Congratulations, Tegan. And then you're starting to release the pressure, approaching the finish. You're stoked. But there's also those days when you know you did a stupid mistake and you're nothing but grumpy.
Tegan definitely can be proud of herself because she picked something which was right on her edge of capabilities and pulled it through. Next one is Amélie Martin, out of France, 16 years old. And
alors bonjour à France, bonjour à tous les papas, les mamas, les coaches qui sont avec nous, qui regardent les Freeride Junior World Championships sur les écrans maintenant. Et bonne chance à Amélie Martin.
Out of La Clusaz from the club sports de La Clusaz. La Clusaz, crazy good resort.
Oh yeah, Seb Mijaud, one of the greatest backflip riders of all times, is there, trains the Freeride team. Big up for Seb and the crew there. You do a great job training all those kids. And you trained Amélie how to go fast. Jeez.
Yeah.
Blasting out that upper part, yeah.
Definitely the fastest run of the snowboard women we've seen so far. She is just making short work of that upper part of the venue.
Shows some strong legs and a lot of speed, just dodging those tracks. Looked like a skier plowing just right through them.
She's also writing that she's doing a lot of physical training, kite surfing.
Oh, that definitely paid off. You can tell it's in her turns.
And jumping on airbags.
Nice. Also jumping right into the halfpipe now. be very interesting to see if she stays in the half pipe or if she decides to move into the Nor, just like Tegan before. And looks like she goes for a little gully. Fluid entrance. Oh, beautiful. That looks like Alaska.
Floating over those rocks like it would be nothing, eh?
Wow, spectacular
Great
runs by
speed.
Amélie Martin from La Clisard.
Now a little cartwheel unfortunately
Oh,
got
what
stuck
happened
somewhere.
there? Right in the middle of a turn.
Yeah. Finding that nice exit though. Taking
Exit
another
air
small
again
jump.
with full speed. Wow, that was an almost perfect run except for that middle hiccup, but strong performance. Very strong performance by Amélie Martin.
Super strong riding, like great speed. You can tell that she's a really good rider and well trained as well. She also picked a very beautiful line, like linking a couple of different features.
And what I really like about her, not only that she says that Maren Harty, multiple world champion, is one of her heroes, but also her dad. That makes me proud as dad. If a daughter says that in the Freeride Junior World Championships.
Yeah, Marion Harty is a hero.
So
Is
this
a good
looked
choice.
amazing. She comes in here full speed at the frontside turn, and then we didn't see the little hiccup there. But she showed some super confident riding with a lot of speed and strong legs. Looks like she had another hiccup there in the outrun, but this might have been after the judging line.
It's definitely after the judging, yeah. So, well, we saw some really good sections and some very technical takes. Technical action she showed. And really cool to see. Man, those turns, lady. Amazing. Yeah, Amélie, we're cheering for you for sure. And yeah, she can be proud of herself because also finding that line is not so super easy. Like she really had to memorize quite a lot of different things.
Yeah, and I was really impressed by by her power, the strength of her legs, like the speed she showed in those turns and how she defied the tracks and the difficult snow conditions in the upper part was really spectacular.
And she's only 16 years old, so a lot more time to learn some more. And with those pace technique she already has, her coaches will be quite happy about her.
Oh, I'm sure, yeah. There's no winning competitions anymore these days without spending a lot of time in the gym and training those muscles to have them when you need them.
Yeah, also she is not a super experienced rider yet. She's only competed on 8 events, so for that, and you also have to see like the potential of progression, and which is definitely there for Amélie to really like get one of the big names of freeriding.
Yeah, but I mean, last year she competed in 7 events and won 6 out of those, including 3 of the junior 3-stars. So she is really a very strong rider, and we can't wait to get the score. She's also looking at the scoreboard. We see the smoke going up over the judge's head right next to us here.
Yeah, but so she's only competing since last year and managed to actually navigate such a complex line in those conditions, which is really amazing. I'm stoked to see what's coming next with the snowboard ladies.
So all you boys and girls out there, if you like freeride snowboarding and you ever think about doing competition, well then, go right for it, and we might see you in a year or 2 here at the Freeride Junior World Championships, battling for the title.
Love to see you here battling for the title, and also love to see you at all the other junior events which are spread all over the world, all with very dedicated crews on beautiful venues, and it's also good times to find friends sharing the same passion. Yeah, Amélie, cheering for you. Wow, 73 points, well earned. We're proud of that. So, but next one coming up is a strong contender because it's Eleanor Asane, which won second place here last year.
So there's one thing we know, we will have a new Freeride Junior World Champion in the women's snowboarding category, with Amélie Martin from France being in the lead right now. And Eleanor Asane, Alex on course right now. And did you know that Amélie Martin is actually the youngest rider in the whole snowboard women field?
And she's in the lead right now.
And she's in the lead. That's pretty amazing.
So Eleanor is experienced compared to Amélie. I've seen her riding a couple of times already, also judged her at some juniors a couple of years back. Super nice human. Very dedicated to learn and improve as well. Like training a lot, trying to make like finding those details, fine-tuning her technique over the last years. And you can see that now. It's like very good riding up top.
And she's been here before. It's her third time at the World Championships here in Kappl, and she was second in 2023, 2 years ago. So she'd obviously love to top that up with a first place.
And also she's training with the snowboard cross team. I think what you can see in her turns.
Oh yeah, like we said before, training border cross is a great base for free riding, because you need to be quick on your legs, you need to be strong, have to take a lot of quick decisions. Quite similar demands in many ways.
Finding her way into the couloir here. Let's see what she has planned for us. And nice clean turns, just making sure to not have any butt check or any technical mistake, which is a very intelligent choice.
Whoa, also approaching a ramp, thinking about an entry onto the right shelf. Big jump by Eleanor Ansonay Alex.
Also jumping into that powder pocket, actually clearing that other rock, or is it a shadow? Hard to see on the pictures, but we'll see in the replay.
I think it is really hard to stick the landings on those rocks because it's so deep. I mean, it looks like they're sinking into a meter of fresh powder snow. And that's probably the reason why many of the riders do have troubles riding out of those landings clean.
Yeah, but also for her, I mean, she went bold into what she chose, which is a very, very good thing to do.
Yeah.
And which is definitely like the thing you want to achieve. It's a big achievement to actually execute what you were planning for. And I think Eleonore did that, and so I'm proud now seeing her ride, because yeah, it's not easy. It's not easy to commit to a drop like that and having that blind takeoff and still going for it. So it's really cool to see that the ladies are pushing hard to get that air into the runs. More air time, yeah, it can be sometimes very hard. Now I think Eleonore is past the judging line. Let's watch the replay. Beautiful turns up there, and then on that shelf.
No stopping, right into the wall. It's a gnarly entrance. Whew. Just
cleared it. Actually,
she might have clipped the rock with her tail, just sending her into this forward movement.
Just
so a tiny bit more speed would have probably solved the problem, but yeah, it's easy to say from here, hard to execute when you're up there, right?
Easy to say, hard to do when you're actually approaching a super blind takeoff. Yeah.
Totally wrong. Totally right.
It's always very easy to comment from the bottom compared to being in the middle of the Nar up on a face like that. So, yeah, we're having great respect here for all the riders just pushing themselves to just ride and compete.
Big determination by Eleanor Ansonay Alex, bib number 5 in the women's snowboarding field here at the YETI Freeride Junior World Championships by Dynastar in 2025. It was an amazing jump. Unfortunately, not super clean, therefore she's in 4th place right now with 48 points, not challenging Amélie Martin, who's still in lead with 78 points, as we have 4 more girls to go in the women's snowboard category today.
But she seems happy, yeah. It's a good feeling when you push yourself every now and then. So next one is Jacqueline Theodora. Jacqueline DeLong. Well, I'm sorry for that, Jacqueline. Owe you a hot chocolate here for pronouncing your name wrong. Jacqueline de Jong. And guess where she's from?
So she is from the Netherlands. She's from Saint Martin. I'm not sure if it's Saint Martin in the Netherlands or if it's actual island, because her profile picture is a skydiving picture where there's over some islands in the Caribbean. So it might be the Caribbean Saint Martin, but we do know that she likes to ride in Gstaad on Glacier 3000.
And she looks up to Terje Haakensen, which is a good choice to have as a hero as well.
And you know what her dream is? She wants to do a skydive run with a snowboard and then land and keep on snowboarding.
Wow. And there we see in the live stream Kai, the commentator, on site with Max, one of the organizers. Am I right? Or is it?
Yeah. These guys have been organizing free competitions in Austria for a decade and a half.
and putting up that beautiful Finnish choral with all the sponsors, but also everyone up here is able to walk there and watch and cheer for the riders, and they cheer each other as well a lot.
Yeah, as we look up to the famous Quellspitze, once again, 2,700 meters. It looks like unrideable from here, right? It looks like you need a base jumping equipment to come down the mountain, but then obviously you can hike up to the top from the right and ski down on the left to the competition phase. And you know what? The backside is actually really nice to ride as well. It's very steep, very prone to avalanches, but later in the season, as the snow settles down, there's some amazing runs to be had, and you end up on the other side, actually near St. Anton. So it's adds up to the freeride paradise that Kappl is.
Or you can split board back up into Kappl. That's the stuff we're doing after the
You know it
comp.
because you're a split boarding maniac. Like, I think you do more vertical meters up than many do vertical meters down in a whole snowboarding season.
Well, that's a bit overestimated, but no, I'm doing definitely more meters down. I'm also walking up for going down only. So yeah, still a freerider at heart, although a lot of splitboarding is part of the game nowadays, because we have so many people freeriding, which is amazing, but for fresh tracks you then maybe need a splitboard.
And you have a film project going where you do a lot of splitboarding as well, right? Together with POW, Protect Our Winters.
Yeah, I'm with Protect Our Winters. I'm an athlete there, but also helping with the coordination of some of the alliances, like Athletes and Creatives of Protect Our Winters Austria. And we are a climate NGO for outdoor sports people trying to protect what we love. So it would be cool to see some of you hitting the webpage of Protect Our Winters. Is an international organization founded by Jeremy Jones. Yeah, we're trying to just have a good impact or minimize our negative impact and talk about the good things you can do. And Jacqueline de Jong,
she is trying exactly the same to leave a very strong and positive impact with the judges right now, because she's in the start gate of the Junior World Championships, and I'm sure she's going to rip it up. And I really like her approach of dream, that she says she wants to skydive with snowboard and then keep riding. I think it'd be a great idea.
also goofy rider.
Meaning you have to defy the gruesome traverse on your backside, but seems not a problem for her at all.
Yeah, looks super confident. I'm just saying, I mean, like with the goofy riders, at least after like 10 meters, we can already see if they have a good technique or not. And she has a great technique.
You can really tell if a snowboarder does have a good technique if his arms are waving a lot in a traverse like this, and her upper body and her arms were super stable, just her legs doing all the work. So that shows how strong those legs are. Nice first jump. Right into the second one.
Nice one, linking them up. Experienced coach talking here. That's what we try and teach our kids at the Freeride Academy Innsbruck as well. Train hard, stay stable, know where your arms are, be central on the board, and she's definitely doing all of that.
Exactly. And she knows exactly where she's going, no hesitation. And she just goes into the Nar over a huge rock. Wow. Definitely having some control issues at the landing, but the determination there at another level for Jacqueline de Jong. Well, she's used to skydiving. She's obviously not afraid of heights at all. There's no problem for her to jump those big cliffs.
Wow, I was not expecting that. Like, no hesitation whatsoever. Just go in for it.
She was flashing at face even too fast for a drone who couldn't even catch up, and she was going over the ledge and into the Nar without hesitating. That was amazing. I hope we get another angle of that top jump. Congratulations, Jacqueline de Jong.
Yeah, congrats for pulling that off with that much determination. Really cool to see that all of that most of the snowboard girls actually going for some big air today. Yeah. Really pushing the limits at this event, and it's just great to see.
Let's see if we get a replay, because you can't worship that enough. How she approached, but that was already very nice, double at the top. But then the way she approaches this without hesitation, jumps right to the face. Unfortunately, a little control issue from Kappl, but the overall speed and fluidity on that run was really outstanding.
Yeah, and she just found an entry we haven't seen at all, and she just found the perfect nose for the takeoff. So actually, it was very well planned out.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that would have put her in the lead had she landed that one air like this. It's going to be a big challenge for the judges. Well, we'll see what they come up with in a minute. As Jacqueline de Jong enters the finish, I'm sure she's stoked because she did what she wanted.
She is happy.
Very brave effort. Wow.
And relieved as well. Yeah. So cool. Yeah, I mean, she's gonna show more of that I mean, she is like obviously used to big jumps. Otherwise, she would not have chosen that. So I'm pretty sure we'll see more of her in future doing some crazy air action.
Oh yeah, she is the oldest one in the field here of the snowboard girls. It'll be her last chance to compete there at the Free Junior World Championships. But if she keeps riding like that, we'll see her with the big girls soon on the Free World Tour, I'm sure. 61.67, putting her in third place. But there's another 3 riders up there. We still have Brooke Hansen from New Zealand, Kizuna Takahashi from Hokkaido, and Maya Wetzel from the United States. And they're all eager to land on the podium as well. First of those 3 contenders, Brooke Hansen from Queenstown in New Zealand, riding for the Peak One Surf Team and the Cadrona Park Squad. So obviously she is a surfer and a park rider and a free rider all in one. Well, not untypical for a Kiwi girl, right?
Yeah, that island of New Zealand just offers great possibilities for all kinds of different sports. And also her hero, Zoe Zadowski-Senna, is like one of the most amazing snowboarders out there these days.
Well, she's been here before. It's her second time on the Junior Worlds, and she won the overall title on the IFSC circuit in 2024. So she is a hard contender for a title today. A very strong contender.
And also here in the upper field, maybe taking it a bit slower than some of the others did, but just did the traverse and now gaining a bit more speed again. Making up her mind where to go next. And finding another little powder pocket. Yeah, Brooke, come on, get it.
She entered 3 comps in New Zealand this European summer, New Zealand winter in the Mark Robinson Travel Cone and Mount Olympus, and guess what? She won all 3 of them.
Wow, so she has a lot of self-esteem and self-confidence.
Yeah, let's see if that confidence makes her go into the Nar, leaving the half pipe. It looks like she's going and taking a line into Nar right at this particular point.
Just trying to find the right entry.
Yeah, pretty
smart move, eh?
Yeah.
Super smart move. Like, did a jump turn there to take out the speed.
Very
that
controlled, sticking to her speed.
Amazing riding, definitely control plus. Super good technique there.
Similar line that to that Amélie Martin did, a little slower, but therefore no mistake yet. Amélie had that hiccup right where Brooke is now. And Brooke looking for an exit air. Doesn't like the first option, looking for another one. I think now she is exactly where she wanted to be. And there's 2 more turns, and then she's out of the little area, back into the sun. Wow, probably one of the few, if not the first run of the day in the women's snowboarding field without a single mistake, really.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's been the first run without any mistake, and now you can see how relieved she is now, taking those turns a lot more chill and with more power and just more beautiful because all the pressure.
So a bit of a different approach than Amélie and Jacqueline, for example, who rode like I'd say with 120% almost. She took it a little slower, but therefore not a single mistake.
Yeah, let's watch the replay, because this was ridden really, really well. That steep section.
Yeah, very controlled. Right through her slough line 2 times, but staying on the board. Just stabilize you a little bit with the hands, and also the bottom part. Very controlled and very thought out. Really well planned line.
Yeah, and good slough management as well. Like, yeah, that entry was really ridden very, very well. I'm curious where the judges will put her, hey?
Yeah, well, you and me, we've both done a lot of judging, but it is really a hard job, right? Especially when you have very different lines or approaches on the mountain to compare. It is really tough, and you are so focused for hours and hours, but big props for our judges out there in the cold tour, really giving it all they have to come up with the correct ranking in the end, which they always do.
Brooke also happy to be down the mountain. And it's really cool to see those girls evolving and getting better and better, and also sending. What a small snowboard.
This is amazing. Look at the snowboard. It doesn't even go up to her chest strap. That is really small. So she actually, but she says she rides for the Cadrona Freestyle Squad, so she obviously loves freestyle. And then you can handle that board in powder as well.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, she's probably having a freestyle background and therefore just brought this board along, which is definitely maybe making it a bit harder to stick something in those conditions.
I remember riding the Verbier Extreme with a 182 board. It's only like 5 cm or 2 inches shorter than my overall body size. So I love those long boards, but that is a very short board. Well, she knows how to handle it. She showed how it's supposed to be handled, and the judges are gonna tell us.
Or maybe we are just doing a
score.
total mistake because we just see maybe she's just holding it in an angle, and that's why it seems rather short. You never know.
We'll ask her.
We'll ask her after, yeah. We are as excited for the score as Brooke.
Oh yeah, touch is taking a long time there. It means they're having a little discussion probably.
She's already competing since 2020. So, but not that many events. She's only been...
Yeah, but it's only the last 2 years that she's really pushed her riding, and 70 points for Brooke Hansen, pushing her on second place.
Nice one. Not sure if she has seen it because she still looks a little lost there, but yeah, congrats.
I don't think she has. You would be stoked knowing that you're in second place.
Now she got it. But now you see her board is actually bigger.
Sorry, Brooke, for misjudging the length of your board.
Yeah.
It's very hard to see the screen here in the commentator booth. We have the sun in here and the screen. They don't go so well together in all this glimmery powder snow around us.
And our second Japanese rider, Kisuna Takahashi, is in the starting gate, 17 years old, already competing since 2019.
She was here 2 years ago, has come back and still hungry for more. And if you meet her, please go and talk to her, because one of the things she looks forward to the most being here in Europe is learning and practicing her English.
Great place to do that, for sure, with all the international riders. Good speed, very quick, approaching that first little jump, opting to just take it to the side, maybe avoiding that little shark in the takeoff.
Yeah, but I like her speed in the upper part, despite
absolutely
a lot of tracks crossing a line there.
Wow, that was a good save, just riding over the rocks like it is nothing. And now entering into the main couloir as well. It's interesting because now, I mean, she knew that she's going to have a later number, so maybe have more tracks. And so she's also opting for
the same couloir that Amélie Martin and Brooke Hansen took right before her.
Had maybe a little bit of a trouble there, a bit back-seated, but
therefore went through it super fluid.
Yes, and quite quick.
Well, if you ever have the chance to go to Japan for snowboarding or skiing, you must do so. It's a unique experience, not just because of the culture, the food, just the snow. It's just totally amazing. The amount of snow they get it is actually the most snow in the world. The Western Japanese mountains is the mountain ridge that gets up to 12 meters of snow per year, which is almost sounds ridiculous by European standards. But the cold air coming from Siberia and the fairly warm sea there make for a unique combination and enormous amounts of snowfall.
And also Japan is one of those countries just honesting a great snowboard culture. It's like Japanese snowboarders, they just bring in a certain amount of style, always inventing kind of new little piece tricks and just being so playful on their snowboards.
And also boards like the famous Gentum stick. And I think it's a unique style. Like they use their back arm a lot in the Japanese when they ride in powder, like almost steering their board, like a sailor would steer his boat with a rudder. Snowboarding culture in Japan is something that has to be seen to believed, I would say. Very special.
And just a very, very fascinating and welcoming culture as well. So let's watch the replay of Kisuna.
Very fast upper part by Kisuna, not taking the jump that we thought she would. Also entering that far right fast, hitting a rock here, just having to put the hand in the back stop, but only for a slight second. The rest was really fluid actually. I think that's a stick out for the girls today. The speed many of the girls are showing today, especially or even in the difficult parts of the face, is really outstanding.
Yeah, and it's definitely like the level has improved a lot in recent years. We also saw some big airs from the snowboard women today, like many great ideas and approaches. Sometimes the execution was maybe not perfect, but anyways, great to see that there is such an improvement happening in that category.
That category which is almost done. We're waiting for the score of Kitsune Takahashi before the last women's snowboard girl, women's last girl in the women's snowboard category is up in the start gate. 60.33 for Kitsune Takahashi, putting her in 5th place.
Nice one. She definitely can be proud of her. I think that little back seat in that couloir probably cost her some points because others cleared that without any issues. And now next one is Maya Wetzel from the United States of America. And it's her first time here at the Free Junior World Championships and out of Seattle.
Training with the Alpental freeride team in Alpental.
And it's also her first time in Europe, so very warm welcome to you.
Oh man,
Glad to have you here.
Yeah, I remember my first time as on a student exchange program in the United States at the age of 16, half a century ago, almost. It's just amazing. The culture flash, as we call it, if you translate it from German, is just incredible, right? All those million details that are different in the United States of America and Europe, they're just amazing.
Yeah, and it's just cool to see the world when you're at such a young age and also experience all the other styles in riding and in free riding you find here.
And what's more beautiful than your passion enabling you to travel the world and meeting new friends?
She's going for an totally new approach, a line we haven't seen so far. There's not a single track over in the Lucas left of the venue yet.
The ridge zone divides the Quellspitz venue into 2 parts, Lucas left and Lucas right. We typically see the most traffic in the Lucas right because it seems a bit more spectacular, easier to collect big points, but we have seen winning runs on the left side as well. And she rode that dividing ridge a while and is now coming back to the middle part. But she's not going to go into the half pipe and into the lower right part, which you saw before. She will definitely stick to the left side, which I think is a smart decision because look at it, hardly any tracks, big wide open powder fields, and she can just enjoy her turns and get face shots.
Yeah, beautiful pictures from the drone we see here. Very nice. Now it's going to get interesting because there's some cool stuff still in the exit.
Not easy to navigate that area because where she's now, there's a big rollover coming up, and she wants to be sure to enter that rollover at the right spot because there's not an exit for every single part of the face there.
Well, she's at least standing in the right spot, I think, already spotting her way through that little chute there. So that was very good navigation.
Oh, how often do you see a freeride competition where someone rides a totally untracked part of the mountain?
Yeah, now she got herself into some NAR, lining up a mandatory.
Yeah, there's a mandatory air right below her.
All right size though, she should be able to do that.
Sliding down to the takeoff.
Yeah. Wanting to do a double there, but caught her nose in between the rocks.
Yeah.
But well, she's down well, didn't hurt herself, so that's good. And we saw a very unique line and also got a feeling for the snow on the left side of the face, which the quality of the snow quality seems to be really good still, so that's quite cool to see.
I'm very sure some of the skier girls, skier boys who are aiming for the left side will watch very closely right now. But I think what they saw must make them happy because, like you said, the snow looks really good also on that south-southwest aspect.
And Maya making it safe out of the judging line. That's not really counting anymore because that's the traverse track, which is more or less the judging line. Well, interesting line choice. What do you think, Flo? Do you think we're going to have more riders going over to the left? Lucas left, riders right hand side. Replay now, beautiful pictures.
Wow, it's spectacular. Huh? It's always spectacular for a rider. It's above mandatory air. And there was
She caught her nose in the takeoff. Looks like it.
It was a sketchy spot she got herself into with the mandatory area and those rocks below. But luckily in that area there's not many rocks sticking out. Yeah, it is black rock, but you can roll right over it. And she might have 1 or 2 blue bruises, but I'm sure she'll be fine other than that. Well, we have seen, I don't think we've seen podium finishes on the Luca's left side, but we've seen 4th, 5th and 6th places in past events. So I could well think that some riders, you know, say, well, I'd rather go for untracked powder fields with a bit smaller jumps on the Luca's left side than for the crazy stuff on the right side, which is going to be pretty bumpy later on. And I totally believe that the whole potential of the Luca's left side on Querspitze has not even been unlocked yet.
No, absolutely not, because it's also so hard to scope the left part because you can't get that close. And so people have like this, Luca's right is very present. And now we have a score for Maya placing herself 8th.
Exactly, 25.33 for Maya. So we can't wait to see the final ranking. 2025 YETI Freeride Junior World Championships by Dynastar and Kappl. This is Women's Snowboard final ranking. And your new world champion comes from France. It is called Amélie Martin.
Congratulations.
Second from New Zealand, Brooke Hansen keeping the Kiwi flag up. And United States have someone on the podium just like in the men's snowboarding field with Tegan Riley Turner, former champ this year on 3rd place. Wow, a great competition. Thank you, girl, for great runs, fluid runs, a lot of determination with some really big and blind jumps. Obviously, like with snowboard, it's hard to stay on the feet because some of those landings are just so deep. But we really like the show.
Yeah, and I'm really, really happy and proud to see those girls really taking some risks and also being rewarded for it. Because, yeah, good to see. Very happy that you girls are just jumping a couple of meteor cliffs.
Wow, yeah, I saw you, Manny. You were really stoked, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's so cool. Yeah, I think it's cool to see. I mean, there's a long way to go still. Don't get me wrong, but you know, we're getting there, and it's very often looking a lot easier from the bottom than it is while you're riding it. And yeah, having that determination to actually send something, blind takeoff, full on.
And for
so
many
cool.
years we have seen super strong snowboard girls riding, but it seems like because they're training so much with the boys, they're following the boys a lot, and when it comes to big venues like this, they had troubles riding those big lines, but these times are over, and the girls are really pushing it also on big mountains like the Querspitze.
Absolutely pushing it, well earned, really good navigation and great determination.
And what I really like is with Amélie Martin, the youngest of the girls, won the snowboard division today.
It's really cool. Yeah, she's a really strong rider. Yeah.
Wow, we now know how strong the wind is at the top because the start gate just got blown over. Actually, good timing because we're having a 2 or 3 minutes break between the snowboard women category and the next category, which is the ski women. We take the chance for a 1 minute break and we'll be back with you in a second.
Maybe you can come up here.
Yeah, yeah,
we need to reset the start gate. Remember, we have the same one, snowboard men, ski women.
You got 15 ski women. 15 ski women. I said 12 before, but I did a mistake. Yeah. I think we have a small issue with the start gate, so you might have 2 more minutes.
Because of the wind or due to wind?
I don't know, I just don't see it anymore, so otherwise it's flew away. Otherwise they put it down for a reason.
Okay.
Our next test crew is waiting for the judges to get ready, waiting for the ice cream to get ready. 16 ladies at the top. Representing Canada, United States of America, the women's world champion from Austria, Jana Heusel, Norway, New Zealand, France, Switzerland, Australia. And those girls will...
We are back with you. ready to take on the ski ladies with some real highlights in the field. First of all, to mention Jana Heusel from Austria, reigning freeride junior world champion, gonna be in the middle of the field. All together we have
15 skier girls from how many nations, Manu? A lot.
a lot, yeah. Definitely another 3-continent field.
Canada, United States, Austria, Norway, New Zealand, France, Switzerland, Australia and España. Wow.
Yeah, really, really cool international field. 13 competitors. And looking forward to see where they're gonna put their lines in the
Here's
beautiful
our start
Feldspitze.
list. We kick things off with Kaya Constantini, followed by 3 Americans, bib number 27, defending champion Jana Heusel. Wow, actually it's 15 girls in total on my list. Well, the more the better. The more action we see, the more we like it. I'm getting my binoculars out, trying to find out if the start gate has been put up. Doesn't really look like it. Wind's obviously very strong at the top of Feldspitze. And I'm switching on the radio as well to find out when we will proceed with the competition with the ski women division in the 2025 YETI Freeride Junior World Championships by Dynastar.
Amazing pictures. Now seeing all the mountain guides up top trying to fix that starting gate, or at least secure all the parts flying around up there so that nobody gets hurt. Yeah, I mean, I'm quite happy that we're in our truck here. It's beautiful, nice, thanks. Open faces for having that. Because the riders up top and also the starting boys and girls are definitely freezing a lot right now. Still super cold and windy. And we can see the ski girls getting ready.
All right, while we're waiting for the start gate to be set up, maybe we can have a little clip about the history of competitive freeriding. What do you think, Manu? I think we should have one for moments like this.
Yeah, we're now like, what is competitive freeriding actually made of? And how did it all get to go where we are now?
At the very top? Yeah, now you see his head. You see him? The drag from upside down, and where the drag ends, you see his head. At this rock. Yeah.
What is competitive freeriding? Well, after years of having fun, people began to wonder who was best. And so it began. A crew of skiers held a competition in Alaska. Next was Switzerland with the extreme Verbier. Gradually, these contests spread across the world and joined together as a single tour, and so it went global. The big show. But in the end, it comes down to one rider atop a mountain. And while safety equipment is abundant, the rules remain remarkably simple. There's a start on a peak and a finish at the bottom. There are no gates, no piste, no clock, and there's no practice run. Riders rely on a visual inspection and their imagination to create a line. Runs are judged using 5 subjective criteria, which means any approach or style has the potential to win. For riders, the pressure is immense and the margin between success and failure narrow. Over the years, competition has driven the sport to new heights, and now the only certainty is progression. This is competitive freeriding.
And so we are here at the Freeride World Junior Championships in Kappl, YETI Freeride World Junior Championships in Kappl, and we're just witnessing that.
Yeah, that was a very nice excursion to the history of freeriding, of competitive freeriding. Yeah, the development has been amazing over the last 20-25 years, from a couple of mad hats buying helicopters to Alaska to a very big extreme to what we have here, championships with a live stream, broadcasting all the action right to your living room. And as we can see, the mountain crew, the guys have been working really hard to put the start gate back up. And we should get going within a minute with the first bib in the snowboard ski women category, which is Kyla Constantini from Whistler in Canada.
Yeah, we're witnessing progression actually here at the World Junior Champs. It's really amazing what the 2 categories we've already seen have shown so far. Snowboard men in the beginning had like amazing runs with crazy actions, showing all the powder in the face, having some trouble landing tricks, but nevertheless saw some amazing single actions. And snowboard women, we also saw some super high jumps and some beautiful turns. Actually also saw a line to the very left of the face so that all the possibilities of that face get used properly. And now we're going to look forward, we are looking forward to the ski ladies in an international field of 15 riders, and well, very curious what lines they chose.
Oh yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see the difference, especially between skiing and snowboarding. We know that the skiers, no matter if boys or girls, have a bit of an easier time to deal with more tracked out venues, because we are on 2 feet, those ski boots are harder, they swallow those hits and bumps you get from the bottom up, so you're a bit more open to like what line you're going to choose, even if you're in there with a higher bib.
But it's also going to be interesting how those deep landings actually affect the skiers, because on skis it's sometimes handier to have a bit more of a tracked out, more solid landing, because it can also very easily catch your tips. So we'll see how the ladies are dealing with the now variable conditions in that phase.
1 to 2 minutes.
So in 1 or 2 minutes, Kyla should be on course. It's always so interesting to watch all the preparations up close. Hey, there's the last checks up on the top, and everyone, sometimes it's interesting, sometimes it's very loud around the starting gate, sometimes super focused and quiet, sometimes riders cheer each other on. I always used to be the one I needed to shout before I could actually let go of that starting gate, which I would grip very, very tightly, and I would just kind of start shouting and then go, and then it would be all right. But without shouting, it was not real for me.
Yeah, a lot of riders use music, have their favorite songs to calm them down. The tricky part about a freeride competition is and will always be that you don't know what to expect. When you're a ski racer and you slide through the course beforehand, you know exactly, okay, red gate, blue gate, steep, steeper, not as steep, etc. But in freeriding, you never really know. Like, you go through a start gate and you don't know if that landing is going to be fine. You don't know if the plan you worked out is going to work out. You're not sure if that takeoff is going to work for the 360.
Yeah.
So all these unanswered questions, they give you a lot of insecurity, and you need to be a very strong character to stay calm in the start gate and still be fired up at the same time.
Yeah, because you want to be very focused and on point, but not overexcited, because it's not really cool if your knees start shaking. So having that, being on point, is like one of the biggest challenges, I think. And now we're off. Kayla on course.
The 3rd out of 4 categories has just started here at the 2025 YETI Freeride Junior World Championships by Dynastar.
First female skier with bib number 23. Quick entry there. First jump, super clean and solid. Nice done.
Kyla Constantini from the Whistler Freeride Club. She was here last year, finished 9th, and I'm sure she wants to perform even better this year.
And going for the central couloir with a big jump in. Wow, that was huge. I didn't expect that. Wow, super nice.
Super fluid and very controlled with some big jumps so far. Pretty much everything she wanted to do seems to have worked out so far. But now as she's slowing down, she's looking for her entrance into that right part of the face. Yeah, we've seen 2 or 3 snowboarders hitting this cliff as well. Sticking it. Wow,
Beautiful.
keeping fluidity up. Last takeoff for her. Speed check.
Ah! Oh no.
And then she crashes at the landing of her very last jump.
Oh no.
She looked so strong and so in
such
control.
a great rider. Maybe she clipped something here at the takeoff. She's moving and seems to be rather all right for now. Or maybe not. Like, riders are instructed to wave their arms if they are cool and stay still if they need help. But she's actually getting up. She's probably just very, very disappointed because this actually could have been a podium run for sure if she would have like executed that last
Yeah,
drop well.
I totally agree with you, Manu. She was so fluid. She knew where she was. She had a great game plan. But we have seen this in many years here in Kappl that it comes down to the landing of that very last jump. It is like the dot on the E, right? Even if you had a great run, to pull off that landing, and we have seen dreams, you know, getting trashed right there, but we have also seen dreams come true.
Kyla can anyway be super proud of herself because that was an amazing line up to that point. And so that's something for her to take away for future. Well, you can do this and you will do that in future. And thanks for showing that determination and that cool action to watch.
Yeah, a true pity because I very much like that run.
Yeah.
All of it, you know. It's exactly what a freeride run should look like. Let's look at it again. Wow, a big blind roll, and that first day was nice. And gee, she just hardly shuts down her speed. She does one turn only, points it, and it seems like she's fine the landing. It looks like she landed on like a little shelf that popped her into the air again, and then one ski just came off and sent her into a tumble.
So sad, but really, really sick run up to that point. She's getting a no score. No scores are also ranked according to the points she had up to the action, which led to losing the mini ski.
Exactly.
So she's gonna be able to see where she was at before that mistake happened, which is really cool. So next one up is Ingrid Gertz, sorry, out of USA, 17 years old. She seems ready and determined. Last breath to focus.
Training with the ski and snowboard club in Vail.
There's one pole missing, no?
Oh, and she's apparently also a competitive skater. So let's see how she puts that into place. Definitely strong legs there.
Judges are ready for bib number 2, ski woman.
Geht wieder.
And 3, 2, 1, go! Yeah! Enjoy your run, Ingrid.
Sorry, guys.
Wow! That's an interesting, we haven't seen that before. Opting for a little shoot into the shelf, right over huge exposure with pretty good speed. Wow.
True big mountain style by Ingrid Gertz. If you were asking how she was going to put her skateboarding into play, well, So far, it looks like more like a true big mountain rider. That was an exceptional entrance. And also here, she's taking a completely different line, sticking to the left of the halfpipe. She has to decide now to make a sharp right or a sharp left, because she's riding right towards the only closed area of the mountain. Nice entry. Looks like she's going to go right, and that's one of the steepest parts of the face, right back into the halfpipe.
Wow. And also taking a super technical entrance. Wow, that was beautiful riding.
Blasting out, going right over the bomb. No, going over the bomb hole and hitting the other wall, losing his key, and that would have been above the judging line still.
Oh
Mano, this is heartbreaking.
Yeah. Oh, that's so sad. Oh, such a great run, and also so much speed and so much like determination and really, 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 really cool wayfinding and orientation skills.
Ingrid, my heart's breaking. That was such an outstanding run from top to bottom. Full speed, perfect orientation, nice jumps. And then I have to have a word with Markus Kogler, head of security. Why would they bump at the outrun of the half pipe there, where it's only like 25 degrees deep? But well, the bomber was there before, and she would have seen it during her face check. Unfortunately, not grabbing enough air to jump over it, but hitting the opposing wall, losing his key, and there was still like 5 seconds before she would have hit the judging line.
Yeah, so sad. But because also that was a super unique line in like not only one new feature, but we've seen 3 totally new features and ways how to actually work that face, which is very amazing to see.
And she
so
was
congrats Ingrid anyways.
And she was right on number 31 on the mountain and still could find all this fresh powder. So truly amazing.
Starting with that.
Super determined, going straight through the chute, right above this huge exposure, finding a new line, no hesitation at that entry. Super steep down here, defying the compression, and then just lining up her exit and hitting the bomb hole. Oh. Whew. Ingrid, what are you doing?
Yeah, she definitely gave her best, but that was really, 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 really sad. I mean, we're happy that she's not hurt at all. That's the most important thing. But yeah, it would have been really cool to see see her finish that run.
Kyla Constantini from Canada and Ingrid Gertz from the United States of America, Pips number 1 and 2 in the girls skiing field, both with amazing actions, big jumps and lots of determination. Unfortunately, also both with no scores since they both lost a ski. And especially Ingrid is going to be super bummed because she basically had, it was all done as she arrived at the bottom part. But she's smiling.
Yeah.
It's the Junior World Championships. It's also about the culture experience, meeting friends and riding powder, right, Manu?
Yes. And then, she actually gets a point.
Yeah, she didn't lose the ski team. She just got...
Yeah, she just...
got pulled off balance there.
Yeah, she got... And I mean, it's really cool that she's smiling because, I mean, the cool thing is, it's like a one-event thing, and you can give it your all here. So that's cool, and that's what the girls are definitely doing. Lindsay Nagle up next.
Lindsay Nagle, 12th place finisher here last year in Kappl at the World Championships. Also from the United States of America, Mad River Glen is her freeride team. And she's off. The wind blows. Hopefully not the start get over again, but the snow over the ridge. Wow, pretty aggressive riding up there. I'm pretty amazed by the ski girls, how they push it in those more than challenging conditions in the upper part of the face. Keeping the skis nicely parallel, but with a wider stance for a better platform to stand on. A really good skiing technique.
Really good techniques through the tracks up there.
Yeah, really well centered over his skis, not in the backseat at all. Floating into the half pipe. Look how stable that upper body of hers is.
Yeah. Yeah, really good skiing and good decisions up to now.
Into the ramp. That's not easy on skis. It's more of a snowboarding line, but she just goes straight right through it. High speed over the little ramp. Takes you 100 meters to even slow down. And now it's all about that bottom air. We've seen Kyla Constantini go down, but she actually chooses another way back into the half pipe. Maybe a smart idea. A bit of a smaller jump. And just going around the bomb hole that took Lindsay Nagle down, but then going down as well and losing his key in the tracks of the traversing skiers of the last couple of days. I can't believe it. Lindsay Nagle, 3rd girl down the mountain, 3rd girl taken out by the Quellspitze.
Yeah,
she's
she's
grumpy
mad.
at the drone. I would be as well.
Another really great run, which just ended at the traverse tracks down there, or the more bumpier snow. Super sad to see that.
But you can't give those girls enough props for riding at full speed and determination. Look how she enters the ramp and just goes, puts a straight line right through it and uses the whole ramp to slow down again. So impressive riding. And then she just rides around the bump hole that took Inge Gerthaus and then just loses a ski hitting the traverse tracks. Not sure she's super fine. I mean, she was really grumpy when the drone was overhead, but since she's still sitting, she's either, hopefully she's just waiting for her ski to bring her ski down. Let's put it like that.
Yeah, hopefully she didn't injure herself with that ski getting caught up in that traverse tracks, because maybe could be that her knee is twisted or something.
Well, we have a ski approaching. A ski will be with her within a couple of seconds.
And she actually gave that little waving of relief for the security guides, but now she seems maybe it was just the first shock and she was fine, and now she's a bit.
Yeah, head of competition Benjamin Kamel and head of safety Markus Kogler are obviously both watching with their binoculars every move of the girls, and if they have the slightest hint of an injury or anything, they send not just a ski-doo but mountain rescue or ski patrol or the doctor immediately. We even have a helicopter on standby in the finish area that can be within a few minutes with any rider who is in major trouble. So I think safety-wise the setup here is really amazing. Everything that can potentially be done is being done. And I think also beforehand there's a lot happening, right? We have the forerunners already 2 days before, so the riders get an idea of the snow and can prepare accordingly.
And then all the riders had a mandatory mammoth safety workshop with former freeride world champion Nadine Wallner, so they learned a lot from her for sure as well about safety and rescue and avalanche safety all together. Every rider was attending that yesterday, so they're also well prepared for their training.
Nadine Wallner, multiple freeride world tour champion and meanwhile a mountain guide as well, living around St. Anton, skiing still 150 days a year I think. And she was there to share all her knowledge yesterday. I think the kids really liked it. Those workshops they're really great.
Yeah, those workshops were really great and super helpful as well. And also Nadine is such an experienced guide, but also she's coordinating movie operations and filming herself and guiding as well, giving workshops. So whenever you're at Alberg, make sure to pass by. And now Lindsay seems fine. Thank God, we're happy about that, with a no score.
She's definitely well, she's up and riding, blasting down to the finish line. And we look up to bib number 4 in the women's skiing field, Hannah Baldwin from the United States, and we really wish her all the best and hope her skis stay on all the way to the finish line. We have seen 3 amazing runs, but we've also seen 3 girls going down. Bib number 4, Hannah Baldwin against Quellspitzer.
From the Altabird Freeride SBSEF Snowboard Utah team. She's also a climber, so obviously not scared of the rocks up there at Quellspitze. Hannah going for the more classical entry we've seen already. Taking the first jump like it's nothing.
Sticking to the ridge, collecting some points over there. It really looks like nice when riders go over there from rock to rock. It's really
and she just
a great part of the mountain.
Found 2 features for her to warm up and still able to enter the main couloir without any problem. Taking a lot of speed into there, now doing some turns to control her speed.
Nice and floaty air into the half pipe. And now excited to see which line she chooses at the bottom of the pipe.
Definitely in full control, very cool technique as well.
That was super nice, right off the turn into the air, almost going over the handlebars. Super nice combo at the bottom. Wow!
Wow!
Hannah Baldwin was a sick bottom section. She was riding nice, but a bit conservative in the upper half, but then she really went full throttle for the lower part.
Yeah, and if I remember right, I know where she got those cojones from, because I think she is the one who is coached by Jacqueline Pollard also former freeride world champion, who's here now on site being the coach, and she told me that Hanna is actually a really, really strong rider. So if I'm linking up correctly, then yeah.
Wow, that's where she started the turbo booster, going full on of it, almost going over the handlebars, keeping it together and not even slowing down, like turning this bottom part into a single double. Amazing bottom part by Hanna Baldwin, amazing run in total. And well, we definitely have a new leader, that's for sure.
That's for sure.
The only one with a clean run down, but that's also a very strong contention for a podium today, I'm very sure.
Super strong, and she was definitely going to her limits, like such strong legs,
Wow.
great composure, really cool to see.
And I really liked the way she set up her line, taking it easy at the top, you know, not wasting too much energy, keeping control, and then saving the best for last. That's how you set up a winning line in the free competition. Congratulations,
absolutely.
Hanna Baldwin. And guess what? She's the oldest competitor girl in the ski field, so she put a lot of experience in that run. Like the way she scoped and rode that bottom part, that was really world tour standard.
90 points for Hanna. You. So the judges definitely value that run as well.
And that we are in an awesome situation here. Hanna Baldwin just set the level with a 90-point run, and we look up to the start gates, and who's up there? Jana Heusel, last year's winner, always capable of doing a 90-point run as well. I'm not sure she wants to know what Hanna put down right in front of her. Probably not.
Probably it's cool because I don't think she's I don't think she was watching the live stream, the run right before her, so that's really cool for her. She is coached by Stefan Heusel, her father, in the Arlberg freeride team. Stefan, multiple years on the freeride world tour, and Jana, just great technique.
And Jana Heusel on course, and guess what? She's 3 years younger than Hanna Baldwin. She still can compete another 3 years on the freeride world championship. So one of the youngest freeride world champs ever. Jana Heusel, Austrian's freeride lady. Yeah, from her dad, Stefan, who I competed with for many years in the freeride world tour. Probably one of the best freeride coaches in the world.
But also now being in boarding school in Stams, which is basically the Alpine used to be the elite Alpine skiers training
and here
school. And wow, a lot of speed taking into this thing. So shout out to Stams.
In the lower part of the pipe is those typical for her strong turns. I'm sure she's gonna take a left turn here sooner or later and air right into the bottom part of the face. Pretty much following Hanna Baldwin there. Oh no, front punching, losing both skis if I saw it the right way, waving right away. Jana's dream of defending her world title being shattered. I think she had the same problem as many of the snowboard men, landing in the super deep snow right after the rocks, and both skis just got stuck and clip off, sending her into a double front flip.
I know, that's sad, but at least she didn't hurt herself, and it was a super strong run up to that point.
Yeah, she's definitely fine. That's the most important, shaking off the snow from around and probably also inside her goggle.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can see the punching tracks right behind her. Her skis probably still buried in the snow right where she landed.
Yeah, still shout out to the Ski Club Arlberg.
Is that a rock she landed on, or is it a ski? The drone just showed us a big black spot in the landing.
Maybe she clipped a rock there, huh? Because she was. Let's see. Nice. Beautiful top part.
Yeah, her trademark turns in that middle part.
Just stomping
Everything was fine up to here. Here comes the landing. Oh, I think her skis must have flipped the rock. It really looks like her skis stopped, and her forward momentum just sent the upper body continuing forward. Yeah,
because that was a super clean jump, and it looked like a really, really, really clean landing. So it was maybe just bad luck here. Sorry for you, Jana, but I mean, you know, you got this. You got another 3 years to prove it. We definitely have seen some 3 times junior world champion. Can still do that as well, and we know you got a bright future ahead. Yeah, shout out to the Arlberg team and Ski Club Arlberg and Karsten and Bernd and all that team there for helping Jana to achieve her dreams.
Yeah, and what I really like is said about progression. She decided for a freeride career. She was also amongst the best girls in her age in ski racing. but last year she said, no, I just want to fully focus on freeriding, and that's what she did. And I think it pays off because she's really on a great path.
Yeah, and she is just progressing with the minute. Like whenever you follow her on Instagram and see what she's doing, she's throwing threes, learning backflips, also doing backflips. It's just really cool to watch her skiing. Her technique is great. So we'll just wait till Jana exits the phase.
And then continue. Well, big shout out by Jana to her team in Stams in the ski gymnasium, especially Karsten and Bernd and all her ski club Alberg mates. That was really important to say that before we look back up to Emma Opsan.
Yes, that's perfect where you are.
I don't have a lot of info on Emma, but she has been here before, right?
Emma, yeah, she already competed 18 events and has been at the 24 Freeride World Junior Championships by Dynastar and actually won here last year. No, that can't be true.
No, she won the 3-star in Fieberbrunn last year.
Yeah, I have
and the
3-star
in
in
Roldal.
Fieberbrunn. Yes.
And I think she was 7th 2 years ago here in Kappl.
Sorry, getting confused with all the names. That's on me. Another hot chocolate I need to spare for the rider. Really looking forward to see what Emma will show us. And Norway is always such a great training ground as well. They have all these super gnarly, steep faces, but also big jumps and a great community in freeriding. Very determined.
And they have a great crew behind them. As I don't think there's any other European country with as many 3-star junior competitions as in Norway. So giving the juniors the platform they need to perform and to progress. And comp has started for Emma Opsan.
You can still see all the wind up there blowing up the snow behind Emma. And she is also working her way through Lucas left of the venue. Yeah, it's very intelligent to just like take those couple of points of these jumps up there to bump up your
and
score.
especially if you jump quite far over those like Emma did right now, you're going to take quite a few points with you approaching the middle part of the phase. So we have 4 girls at the finish, but only one proper result, with the Quellspitze taking out 4 out of 5 girls. So it'll be very exciting to see how Emma Opsan will deal with those obviously not so easy conditions in the bottom part of the phase. Entering the half pipe right now.
Just making technical quick turns, dealing with the tracks and the snow there. And now probably making up her mind to where she's supposed to go, while still trying to keep that fluidity, because that's a crucial thing while you're in your competition run. Your head has to be at the same time at your planned future action, but also at where you are right now. And she just found her exit. Huge jump. Unfortunately, front punch in the landing.
Front punching, but keeping both of her skis on her feet. So she will get some deductions in the console section for just landing, but she can't keep on riding, which is crucial. Oh, as she goes back into the half pipe, the light changes from sun to shadow quickly, and she clips another track and goes down one more time.
Yeah, it can be very, very like, you're a bit shaken after one of those crashes normally, and then it can be very hard to find back to composure. But she now kind of found her composure again, making it over the judging line.
It can actually be dangerous, especially if you have a mistake higher up and then keep riding, trying to push and make up for that. It's just not in the same focusness anymore if you're having a clean run. Emma Opsan, bib number 6 in the girls field. Another not perfect run, so that means we have seen so far only one proper run brought down out 6 girls. But that doesn't show that the girls don't ride well. No, it shows how determined they are and how much they push it right to the limit, right?
Absolutely. It's the girl, like ladies are just pushing hard. That's why we also see some mistakes. Mistakes can happen. I feel they are still in control of what they're doing. It's not headless or, they're thinking.
No, not at all.
Yeah. Nice there, yeah.
Maybe a bit too fast, right? The transition, the training is really short at that rock. You always want to like drop off with 0 speed.
Yeah, and very hard to judge in that phase how much speed you're actually supposed to take to hit that tranny perfectly, so that you're having a smooth landing.
Emma Opsen from Norway. Woo, there's a lot of snow.
Yeah, it's a lot of
that
snow.
helmet after multiple cartwheels.
Still sitting in third place despite the crash, and she is smiling, so that's cool. We're happy to see that. Definitely gave her best, and that's cool to see.
All right, almost halfway through the girls' field in the ski women category at the 2025 YETI Freeride Junior World Championships by Dynastar here in Kappl. We're going back up to the start to watch our next rider, which is Amy Benson from Wanaka, New Zealand. So give it up for the Kiwi crowd. Always going crazy when someone's in the start gate. 17 years old.
Actually, home resort is Treble Cone. Beautiful place to train, beautiful place to ride. Still dreaming of the Matapuki chutes, I think they're called, in the back of the resort. I think it's my favorite slope. You can like link so many features there. Amazing.
Yeah, and it's a really good scene, a really good big freeride and freestyle crew that skis every day.
Yeah, very supportive crew down there, yeah. And Amy, solid on her skis, quick, making it quick, going over to the Lucas left of the venue. Also aiming for those first little hits.
Nice way to hit it there without any hesitation.
Yeah, makes it look super easy.
I think it's actually really smart to go all the way over there and maybe actually hit 2 rocks there. Then you can come back over in more of a traverse and spend less energy doing the turns in the tracked out part of the face.
Yeah, and also you have like better control of your speed getting into the main couloir.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's everything. Like, yeah, Flo, I mean, we used to call you line doctor and everyone was consulting you. Where should I ride? Like, is this a good idea? Still every now and then you get phone calls from all the kids from the Freeride Academy if that's a good idea or not if they're at comps. So, yeah, for a reason, very well.
Yeah, I'll be on the phone later this week with Timmy Schröder. We could talk sometimes for a couple of hours about his line. My problem sometimes was that I knew what was the winning line would be. I was maybe just not strong enough to ride it. All right, Amy Benson approaching the entry to the ramp, as we call it. Take it a bit more conservative, but staying on her feet. I think it was a smart decision, and she can now focus on an exit air. I'm not 100% sure if she's right where she wanted to be.
Nah, it looks like...
Yeah, I mean, it is a hard area for orientation. Or she is, and she just wants to go into the pocket.
She just wants to make sure she's on the right spot, I think. But also, she seems like she maybe lost a little bit the orientation, but found her little chute now where she actually wanted to go, so that's cool. And doing a clean run. Also cool to not have too much speed coming into those traverse tracks just before the judging line. We've seen these painful crashes right there.
Yeah, I think it was a very smart run by Amy. Just making sure she was riding within her limits and staying on her feet. I'm sure her coaches played a bit of a role in that as well. And one of few riders in the ski women category who makes it down to the finish line without losing his ski or a major crash, which is something that really counts today.
Yes. So her first little jump. That was actually super nicely done, getting to that ramp, and then we now have the full bird view of her beautiful turns and her last action, that little roller jump into the wide open
so
below the face.
So it seems she actually ended up where she wanted to in that gully. It was just really difficult to find it, obviously.
Yeah, I think it was exactly what she planned, and she stick that and executed that well. It just a little time took her a little time to get. Yeah. She is now relieved, rolling into the finish area, and we're curious about the score. At the ski women, everything's up for grabs actually still.
Yeah.
Because we had so many crashes, so many lost skis, so everything's super open. I mean, there's one super strong score, but there's a lot of space for people making smart decisions right now. So let's see what the others up top will do. Yeah, and Amy Benson sitting in second place with 48.33 points. Coming up next is Luna Rambaud from Annecy in France. And she is training with Evolution 2. Very good team as well to train together with.
Obviously looking up to her elder brother Lolo Rambaud, whom we've seen compete here in years before. A true freeride family.
And she was also here competing here 2 years ago already. Out of La Clusaz. Some very steep mountains in La Clusaz. And quick turns to top part, opting to not actually take those little jumps to the left.
Yeah, what do you think would be the reason for a rider to skip the top feature at the upper left?
Because she's planning something super big at the bottom and she needs to focus.
Yeah, that is a really good explanation.
Like that's at least what I mean. It's not really good doing that for your line score, but it happens that you just plan something super big and then you kind of forget about the rest of your line and you're so focused on a one feature. It's normally not good for the score, but sometimes very good for the soul, to be honest. Because sometimes there's something you just need to do anyways.
Exactly. Sometimes you just feel the urge to do that particular jump or that mission, and then that's just what you focus on during your whole competition run.
And let's see if she found her entry.
Yeah, I was wondering, she was going onto that ramp jump very high, but then decided to come back and go in a little lower.
And taking it a bit too far, like a lot of determination and a big pop actually. But jumping too far into the flat, and
no.
the ski
and
is
one of
off.
his skis is on its way down to the finish line, unfortunately, without Luna.
And the cool thing is now the race drone was on it in a second, like going behind that ski, making sure the ski dudes know where that ski is, because we had these problems in the past that skis would just disappear somewhere and then it takes quite long for them to recover.
Really nice ski with that big swallowtail. I still ask myself a question. We have seen now so many people, snowboarders, boys and girls and skier girls, being taken out by the landing at this particular drop, going onto the ramp from the halfpipe. I wonder the judges are not calling or radioing up to the riders to be careful, to maybe take that takeoff with even less speed to make sure to hit the transition.
Yeah, I mean,
Because
normally
it is, look at it, it is really flat.
I mean, normally the agreement is that you have organization telling you what to do, and now we're going to look into the safety of such a competition. So what is actually safety requirements of a competition while we wait till the ski is recovered.
Since the beginning of the Freeride World Tour, we haven't seen much difference in terms of safety. Always been working with mountain guides to avoid any sort of avalanche dangers and sorts of thing. But where it really improves, it was with the materials, from back protection, beacon, shovel, probe, and every rider has to wear an avalanche airbag backpack. And we also provide those RECO devices, which will help the riders in case of an avalanche being found like a lot quicker than without. We also provide all the riders with a mandatory safety workshop. Everyone involved into the Freeride World Tour is doing the clinic. It's really important that all the crew and the riders could be involved into the research.
It's not only safety for the riders, it's also safety for the staff, to make sure when they set up everything that staff are well equipped. So we decide for which zones it's mandatory to have a beacon, shovel, probe, and then following that I make sure the staff that is in the zone where we need a beacon, that they do have one.
as a team, we plan where it would be best to position our safety staff throughout the venue. So we have ski patrollers at the top of the venue, we have ski patrollers at the bottom of the venue, and we also have some placed throughout the venue where they're able to respond quickly in the event of an accident.
Well, safety is an issue for every skier and snowboarder around the world leaving the marked and secured slopes. And most important thing to learn is to deal with an emergency situation, an avalanche, and also with the rescue gear. You might have a slide and the camera being taken down. You might only be buried 10 centimeters or 4 inches below the snow, but if a person is not visible and you have no avalanche transceiver, that person is probably not being found in time before he dies from suffocation.
So super important to have your buddies well trained, the buddies you're riding with, and to know what you're up to and what you need to prepare for while you're out there. So that's why we're doing all this training regularly, actually updating our training, like repeating all the things we need to know with the best crews around, and like Nadine Wallner did with the kids yesterday.
And obviously the best thing you can do is avoid being caught by an avalanche, learn about it, do courses, go with guides, but as you progress as a freerider and you go with your friends, the equipment really plays a crucial role, because accidents do happen, but if you can rescue your comrades, I mean, that's when it counts.
That's when it counts, and it needs to be done quickly, so it needs to be trained often.
Yeah, so never leave the marked slopes unless you have the knowledge to do so, and then bring your gear. It's a transceiver, it's a shovel with a backpack and a probe. It's always good to have a helmet and a pack protection, and ideally you bring in avalanche airbag as well, and then you set off for your next backcountry adventure.
Yeah, talking about it's such an important part of our sport, and you see the result here of all the training, but you hardly ever talk about what it takes to actually get there.
I mean, it's a process. I mean, you don't just decide, okay, I'm a freerider. No, even you're a good skier, right? There's so much to learn about the backcountry, about the wind, about the temperature changes, about aspects of the slope, even to like properly read and understand an avalanche forecast. It just takes quite a bit of experience.
Yeah, it takes a lot of experience, and also you just have to slowly ease into things. And snow layer buildup is super complicated, and even after many years of learning about it and digging profiles and everything, sometimes you're just also wrong or unsure, and then it's the time to just draw back and not do something.
Yeah, exactly. I've been a guide, not myself, now for 25 years, but I feel like I'm still learning every single day. Even I'm out there by myself or coaching kids or guiding clients, you learn with every single situation, and it adds up to all that knowledge, and then helps you when you have to take a decision again. There's some patterns you realize which you have not realized before. It's important just always be on your feet and have take those feedbacks that you get from yourself, from others, serious all the time.
Yeah, and it's also a lot about group dynamics, very important too. So we're trying, in all the coachings and also all the different academies and all the freeride coaches, is not just about techniques and doing the great jumps, but it's also about how do you behave correctly, how do you do the sports of freeriding in a safe and intelligent way so that you can enjoy it for your whole life. And she's at least happy with her one ski now in the middle of the face over rock exposure. But not hurt, just the ski kind of took his own way down.
Maybe you should, take this to the next level and have the drones pick up the lost skis and transport them to the riders. That would potentially save some time and bring the skis back up to them.
Pretty sure that's not too far away. I mean, if you think back some years ago, we only had a helicopter for bird view at all, and that was not always working, and then we had to be refilled, and it took a lot of energy and a lot of fossil fuels. And now we're with drones, super small, super quick. Now first it was normal drones, now it's the FPV drones. People here are with their smart glasses.
Yeah, I really liked it when you watch the freeride movies the last couple of years. The importance of helicopters really goes down a lot. It's about, back to nature. It's about earn your turns, bring that split board, put those skins on your skis, and work your way up. And if it's far, then sleep for a night or two. Yeah, if it takes that time, and then ride all those meters down that you earned yourself.
Yeah, and I feel that earning your turns is also a much more profound experience for your personality. Because going up with a helicopter can be very quick, it's very hard to follow up, and it's also you feel maybe less of the snow and everything, and when you earned it, You know, it's about the whole thing, not about only the way down. So our riders actually earned that run pretty much because they had to hike up that really, really exciting bridge and could also see some of the possibilities in the other valleys. Definitely a full-on day for all of the competitors up top, being in the cold for such a long time, having that rather long hike, doing the face check in the morning, getting up early, seeing the forerunner.
Yeah,
going through a lot of emotions.
We have almost 70 riders up there, so it means bib number 70 counts on 3 to 4 minutes per rider. So you know you're up there about 3 to 4 hours in the start gate after bib number 1, but every little delay like now obviously stretches the time. So it can mean that you have your time, but you're an hour off. So, and then you have to hang out in the cold. You have to bring a lot of extra clothes, which you then have to store again. It's a challenge. It's a big challenge.
Yeah, it's also a logistical challenge for every rider personally, because I remember these questions, you know, emptying all the water bottles before going down to just have less weight in your backpack, and then, you know, but then, I mean, you can't really bring a puffy jacket and just leave it up there. You have to bring your gear down again, but you want to have as little weight in your backpack as possible because it's easier to land with less weight. So all these things add up, and it's a lot of thinking. A lot of planning to be done as well. We see the snow is still in amazing condition, at least. There doesn't seem to be any crust, because skiing down on one ski is a really hard thing to do in the deep pow at the bottom and exit of the main couloir.
Oh, it's super hard. It almost looks like it'd be easier to walk down, because it's always a bit dangerous always to ride in powder with one ski on your feet only. It's so easy to twist that knee.
But then it's actually nice of her to try and ski it down, because if she does walking tracks in there, it might be harder for the next people.
That is true. And as we see on the venue, I'm taking my binoculars, one of the ski routes has actually picked up her ski and traverses over, and he's only about 10 to 50 meters below Luna. So she'll be up and running, up and skiing again in a very short time. Tough one for Elfie Rouillet from Martigny. Our only Swiss girl in the competitors field. She's next one up there, and she obviously had her timing to drop out through the start gate for about 15 minutes ago, so she'll be up there. And if she had a puffy jacket, she probably already took it off and was stored in the backpack, so it's not easy to stay warm and focused right now.
Yeah, and she's probably there standing in the start gate, wondering what happened, not really knowing what happened either, because that's also a bad feeling. Maybe she sees though Elfie then rolling out with the ski dude being all right.
I remember standing in the start gate at the Verbier Extreme at the finals of the Freeride World Tour, going there as a leader into the finals, and then having to wait about 35 minutes in the start gate, being called to start 3 times and then call off again because it was an injury before me, and then the helicopter had no more fuel, etc. And by the time I got to ride, my brain was burned. I was just not focused enough anymore, and then did a big mistake. Took off at the wrong angle, and that title was gone. So I really know how hard it is to be up there for such a long time. But Elfie Rouillet, our next rider, she was second here 2 years ago, so I'm sure she's a very strong-minded girl, able to focus on keep that competition mode up for an extended amount of time, which she will need today. But it looks like Luna will be ready to put the skis back on in a couple of seconds. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the 2025 Freeride Junior World Championship presented to you by YETI and Dynastar. We are in Kappl, Austria. It's a beautiful day out. We have awesome conditions, bluebird, powder, and more than 60 of the world's best junior riders here. We've completed 2 categories. Snowboard girls are down, snowboard men are down. We've seen some amazing action, and right now we have the skier girls. And what they showed us so far was outstanding. I think 6 girls took the most amazing runs, big jumps, but 5 of them got taken out by sharks or by really big cliff jumps. So the title is still up for grabs, and we're just waiting for Luna Rambeau to get her ski back and have the next rider drop in.
Just 1/3 of the category still needs to go. All the others are down already, but yeah. Elfie Rouillet, 17 years old. just getting ready. Competing since 2020. And out of Switzerland, from the Freeride Academy, Verbier as well, is a really, really good background too, with some of the strongest coaches and skiing buddies around.
First skier to hit, let's call it the snowboarder's cliff, right below the start gate. Not easy to shut down the speed there, and very creative flying, crosses right over to another cliff. Wow. So, amazing game plan. Only halfway down the mountain and 2 major airs already in her pocket. So, she really shows some experience.
Yeah, and she also knows
by
how
the
it
choice
is,
of her line.
how it is to be in a podium here in Kappl, because she was the second in the Freeride Junior World Championship in 20 straight. In the main couloir now, let's see what she's up to. Flo is already taking out his binoculars to get a more precise view in the main couloir. She's also trying to find her entry.
So take a bit of an alternative entry onto the ramp, which I think is smart. It's not as high, and the landing is not as flat. I'm sure we're going to see one major exit air as she approaches the bottom part of the ramp. Disappearing out of our view for a second. Manu, could you see her on the screen?
She was, yeah, it was all fine. She was just behind that thing, behind the rock, going down super quick with straight lines through the technical section. And now I believe she's approaching. We can see the flag where the judging line is. First, cool that we see that. So she's now below the judging line. And replay, beautiful first cliff.
That upper part was so strong, and I believe that she, put the handbrake on a little bit in the lower part, knowing that so many other girls went down in the part.
Smart riding.
Yeah, and just rode it out smart.
Yeah, nice. She just took the wind lip, also kind of traversing the landing, which is super intelligent, because then you don't have to deal with the compression at the bottom that much. And now on her way into the finish line.
Elfie Rouillet showing all her experience there in line choice and in tactics. I remember Stefan Heusel having an amazing run here, Jana Heusel's dad, during the World Tour, and then he approached the lower part, had a big jump, landed it, and then decided to just quickly cancel the very last one and to take that result down to the finish line, which sometimes is a very smart thing to do, just not risk it all until the very end and still go home with a good score.
Yeah, and it's very smart. I mean, I believe that the girls up there know what's kind of roughly at least going on with the riders before, so that's super intelligent to do that. And she seems happy with her runs, and we are quite happy too. Elfie
already has a victory under her belt from this year at the Peak Performance Junior.
And the judges taking their time.
Well, they gotta find the rhythm back after the long break.
Yeah, Elfie placing second with 80 points here, which is a really, really good score. Congrats. We're proud of you here. That was really cool to watch. And I think, I'm not really sure if she was able to see the result. but anyways, up to the next rider, which is Anya Morgan-Smith out of Canada. I'm from Canmore, Alberta. And she is independently coached by her parents. Only 16 years old.
Grew up in the Rocky Mountains, Alberta. Started skiing when she was 2 years old. Competed in her first freeride competition when she was 7. How's that? I did my first when I was 24.
I did my first competition when I was 22. We still somehow made it to learn it at some point. So those ladies gonna be develop amazing skills.
On course, Anja Morgan-Smith from Canmore in Canada. One of 2 Canadian girls in the ski girls field today.
We are with her. We are precisely halfway through the whole competition in the field. She is bib number 32.
Wow.
And quick rider.
Yeah, had to lift one ski up the landing center right onto the next little rock. But I like the way she rides up there. Really quick, it'll be a couple of smaller jumps on the way. Just looks like pure free riding, not too much in competition mode, just really loose and chilled. Sometimes that's the best you can do.
Yeah, style looks like
That's
she just.
the 5th time her skis, are up in the air, so really loose, really.
I was just saying,
nice.
like her skiing looks a bit like Ari Trikomi's skiing, like laid back, super chill, very precise at the same time.
Yep.
And I mean, we knew what Ari is capable of. Already winning the Freeride World Tour multiple times.
And I like that entry, no hesitation, checking out her takeoff while she was still skiing. Same here, no hesitation. Ooh, that goes down far. Managing to stay in the field. What a stomp by Anja Morgan.
Anja,
Smith. Wow. That is a new contender for the podium, if not for the lead in the girls skiing field. What a strong run, top to bottom, super loose, confident. Looked like she's had fun all the time.
And passing the judging line on both of her skis, and really what a highlight at the bottom. Crazy cool.
Outstanding. Look how from here on she rides so well. No hesitation going over the ramp, checking out her takeoff on the last turns before. And then pretty much putting a straight line right onto the last year. Look at this,
Nearly
just a little speed check
a double,
and flying all the way down into the throat of that gully. Wow.
And clearing all those rocks. That's why she had to take those speed. But that's one of the good landings regarding the angle. So it's very smart line choice and very, very good riding. Yeah. So quite happy that I didn't lean myself too far out of the window when I said she's reminding me about Ari, her style of riding, because that's really cool line. And you could see that she was grooving into it up top.
She knows she just achieved something extraordinary by putting this run round. Big props, big respect for Anja Morgan-Smith for this run. Ooh. Super professional, one ski away, maximum of sponsor presentation.
Yes, it's part of the game.
Part of the game.
That's one thing. Free riding is might be not a resource. You need some resources for free riding for sure, especially for traveling. So we couldn't do without support of the industry. So that's why you see all the lovely brands supporting us in the backdrop here, seeing YETI, seeing Scott, seeing Dynastar and Lange. And also Open Faces Freeride Series, who is the back office of the organization here, more or less, to say, of the Freeride World Junior Championships, providing a lot of their infrastructure.
Anja Morgan-Smith, her Instagram, if you want to follow her, very focused girl, really hoping to be on the Freeride World Tour as soon as she's old enough to do so. Well, Anja, you still have a year or two to come back here to compete. And you showed already this year at your young age what you're capable of. Very, very strong riding today.
Very strong riding. Yeah, wow, impressive. That bottom action, that linking of the two features.
And she'll only be 17 in a month from today. So I'm sure judges are comparing this run to Hannah Baldwin's run, right?
I'm pretty sure about that, yeah. Judges are now trying to figure out whom to place where.
So the judges don't have they can't rewind the video, as the video judge to rewind to a run from the past to compare runs, but they take their notes of every run. They write down exactly in short abbreviation where the rider went, what he did, why the score is where it is regarding line choice, fluidity, control, air and style and technique. So they can compare the riders' runs very well. And the more riders come down the face, the more important. It's not the absolute the score they get in points. It's more relative to the other riders. That's the important part. Is that rider before, after that?
Yeah.
83.67. Second place for
Anja Morgan-Smith up to now. And
all right, well, the podium slowly starting to fill up with outstanding runs. Hannah Baldwin, I think it was 91 her score, and Anja with 83. And as we have 5 more girls up in the start gate. And our next one comes from down under. Lou Laird from Australia. there's a surprising amount of Australian pushing into the freeriding world, Manu. More and more every year.
Yeah, and about Lou, I know that because I've been talking to some fellow Australian riders yesterday, and she's actually full-on freestyle background and just starting to get into the world of freeride, also getting some support with Team Hot Time and Turn and Burn, and it's her first time here. And she's really looking up to Andrew Pollard and Chess Hotter, so that's cool to learn about her. And also Australia, I mean, for me it's unimaginable how you can become a freerider out of Australia, but we did have some Australian riders on the Freeride World Tour, also have some competing in the challenges. Shout out to Prioni, now on her way is in a snowboard field, fellow Australian. So it's really cool to see that they somehow make it work. Obviously with a lot of seasons abroad as well, but also at home there's some training possibilities.
Yeah, man, we just had an Australian family staying near Innsbruck for a couple of weeks, and we were coaching their 3 kids in freeriding, and they said they'll come back each year to do that. So it's a bit of an effort, obviously, coming from Australia, but if you take that, you're in the game.
Now, Australian Lucinda up on the top of beautiful Quellspitze, starting her run with a lot of speed and determination. Just quickly doing the traverse. Wow, and taking his three. Yeah, but talking about the freestyle background, that was beautiful. And she even's going to manage to, oh, nah. Now she really wanted to like traverse as high as she could to find her entry and got a little, but well, that three was amazing. Back
Lou
on
Ladd
track
from Australia, putting the freestyle onto the Quellspitze with a beautiful 3. We haven't seen one today at all yet in the girls skiing field, and it was not an easy takeoff. Unfortunately, then getting stuck in the traverse, but no hesitation as he races onto the ramp with a lot of speed, maybe a tiny bit too much as he puts to the backseat, but she keeps on riding again. Nothing is putting Lou down from what she wants to do, obviously. Racing at the bottom at full speed.
Definitely a lot of courage and determination in her skiing. I mean, that three up top was beautifully executed. And also the jumps lower down definitely showed her skill and that she's totally up for it. Yeah, replay. Wow.
So nice.
Really cool how she scoped that. And then, yeah. Just somehow her ski got stuck there in the traverse. Is she now above the judging line or beyond the judging line? Not really sure.
Hard to say because we're in so close. No, definitely below.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so that wouldn't have affected air judging anymore. But obviously those 2 other control issues further up would have. But once again, so much determination. That 3 at the top was beautiful. And no hesitation entering onto the lower ramp as well. Really strong approach by Lou Ladd from Australia.
Here, the ski girls, they're definitely coming in hot, eh? They're not really, there is no hesitation, there is no whatever, they're all charging super hard, great show, that's what we love to see. Lucinda placing 5th with 42.33 points.
So, and what I really like about her as well is that she calls Andrew Pollard one of her heroes. And if you know Paul, a legend on the Freeride World Tour for many, many years there with outstanding lines and freestyle skills.
And next
really
one
putting
up.
a stamp on that event.
The youngest competitor of that field, aged only 14, Eva Small.
Second youngest kid on the mountain today.
Out of Wanaka, New Zealand, another Kiwi taking the long travels.
And if we ask her what she's looking forward to for this event, and she said no broken bones. Good luck, Eva. Eva Small looking for a big score on the Quellspitze. Look at that, catching some air In the traverse, where we've seen others carefully moving over, she just flies out of there. Well, you said it before, the Kiwis are always used to less than perfect snow. So in conditions like this, they'll just enjoy it.
Definitely super solid skiing and smart line choice up to now.
Wow,
Yeah,
that is already
taking that
air number
straight.
3.
And working her way around into the...
Watch out if here's the avalanche debris. Yeah, take it a little easy.
Beautiful skiing as well.
3 comps in New Zealand, in the New Zealand winter this year, and 3 victories. 2 2-stars and a 3-stars. So she's been on the top of the podium a couple of times already in those last couple of months.
And opting for a more technical entrance into the main couloir. Now
going for the chute, which is not an easy line for a skier. We talked about this before.
And there has been a lot of people going through there already, so there's very little snow to work with left, actually. But she made that look easy. Just the aiming for the bottom part for another chute.
Whoa. We've seen one snowboarder going through this. That is a crazy shoot for a skier. This is so tight, but she decides to point it, comes out the bottom and stays on her feet.
Eva! What the heck?
That was the way to ride that
straight
shoot.
line.
Oh.
Way to go. Oh my God, I'm so surprised. Most technical line we have seen so far, eh? Beautiful. And she's making it beyond the judging line on both of her skis with that super clean technical run.
Wow, let's watch it replay. Going through 2 of the smallest chutes on the mountain. That's the bottom one. Look how fast it is out the bottom. And then she has to make that turn and defy the tracks. Really great skiing technique.
Yeah, and also some well-sized air up top because she took that into the rider's right, Lucas left direction, the second one up top, and so that's really cool.
I'm pretty sure Coach Dion Newport is just now jumping around like a midget, being super stoked about Eva putting down such a great run. Great action by the Kiwi girls and boys today.
And so young still. I mean, you can also see that how young she still is compared to some of the other girls and how she's pushing it. So cool to see. Yeah, and she has all the reasons to be happy here.
14 years old, I can't believe it. And she goes for the biggest challenges on the mountain.
Yeah, she just took on Quellspitze, full blast.
70 points for Eva, that's 4th place. Wow, congratulations, Eva.
Congrats.
Yeah.
Really, really damn cool. Wow, that was cool to watch.
Thank you.
So, yeah, thank you, Eva, for delivering that run. So next one up is Victoria Truba.
Victoria from Freeski Les Arcs. Well, she was injured last year and is back stronger than ever. The daughter of Xavier Trouba, who created actually the Freeski Academy. It's an interesting story. It's one of the oldest freeski academies in Europe. Started 10 years ago already, and now in Val d'Isère they have a spin-off, and in Brussels. And yeah, they invite our resorts to join as well, join forces, join the know-how, go to competitions together, and build a platform that the kids need to stand on the way to a big freeride career.
Yeah, it takes a lot of determination as a coach as well to pull that through for many decades, basically.
Oh yeah, it does.
And yeah, you know that very well, Flo. And yeah, it's cool to see the outcome though, because they're sending the freeride. The club is sending 3 riders, or has 2 to 3 riders here today from different divisions. Yeah. So obviously the concept works.
Vic_Truba is her Insta if you want to check her out. She was so sad last year, you know, injuring herself just a few weeks before the event. Had pushed a lot to qualify again for this year, and now she's here and on course on the Quellspitze.
Also from her, super solid skiing, despite having more and more tracks up top. Sending that one deep.
Supersizing the first air. That was twice as far as any other competitor including the boys, has hit the jump. And now taking the jump that only Kia Chrétien has hit so far. That's 2 major cliffs, and she's not even halfway down the face. Wow. If she can continue with that pace and these kind of challenges, everything is possible for her today.
Absolutely. Seeing her on
Approaching the mushroom air. Very smart. Looks really casual, right?
Yeah,
it just doesn't look like a competition run. She's just like, yeah, let's just go for another rock. Just do another cliff jump.
Oh.
A little bit backseated, but right out of it. Wow, full speed, and she's not done yet. She wants to go up on the ridge again. So cool. We have to drone. One of the
catches
skis
the edge
gets hung up.
somehow.
Yeah. Looks like she was leaning on, trying to get up to that wall again.
Yeah,
that was a
trying
shame.
so hard. Oh, that was
Just
a shame.
without trying to hit one more feature, she would have been a podium contender in this run. But she wanted it all, and with that mistake, ooh, it'll be a tough one.
Yeah.
But she really showed what she can do. That run was beautiful. 4 cliff jumps in a row, supersizing. 2 at the very top already. What a strong performance by Victoria Trouba.
Super strong performance, and yeah, very good line choice as well.
Yeah, super far the first one. And then one of only 2 riders of the day to hit that one. Bit unstable in the air, but then landing it really nicely. Also the mushroom air. See, let's take it, her exit air. And then I thought she was done. I was going to say, hey, pack it up, take it home. Yeah.
She took that super deep.
Just racing out to the finish line from there would have been fine.
But yeah, then she got stuck
a little
in that
control
traffic.
issue, unfortunately.
Unfortunately, yeah.
Oh, but still a great performance. Really, really great.
Great performance and very cool to see. Oh yeah, but I'm actually also starting to be very, very excited and sweaty because it's going to be very interesting with the ski women because we've seen so much good action as well, and it seems that they be all on a very, very high level.
At the moment, Hannah Baldwin in first with 90 points, with Anja Morgan-Swift 83.67 in second place, and Elvie Rouillet on third with 80 points. Victoria with a control issue being pushed back from a potential podium run. Yeah, you can't see the disappointment. She had it in her pocket already, but she wanted to go for first place, risk it all, and lost a couple of points. But Victoria, come back another time. You did fight back from last year to this year, and you'll do it again. Wow, so much excitement here, Manu, as we are down to the 2 last riders of the day in the women's skiing field. One is from Spain and one is from the United States of America. Oh, we see big tears in Victoria's eyes, and they're almost
oh yeah,
tears as well. That is so hard if you have done it all and you're ready for the finish line, and then you have an issue like this. Yeah. But the most important is that she knows what she's capable of. And if she keeps riding like that, you know, victories will fall into place.
Yes, and she's going to have a really bright future if she's just continuing doing her thing and enjoying it and just loving to ride, which she does. And I think she has a super strong support network as well, super important too.
Oh yeah.
And so, yeah, we're
big
looking forward to
Xavier Trouba and the Free Ski Academy. Yeah, you guys doing a great job, and keep doing it, and good luck for Victoria's next run. All right,
okay.
Se dice Viva España, otra vez. Abril Cuevas de Baró. She rides for the YETI Freeride team and is looking forward to a lot of good people and good vibes here. Baqueira, Beret, her home mountain. Baqueira, Beret holds the Freeride World Tour Stop #1 this year in a couple of days already.
And has the most committed freeride crowd ever. It's like such cool vibes at the competition. There's a couple of thousand people at the bottom cheering, going crazy. It's like, I think there's only few more places in the world who have such a committed crowd. One of them is definitely Verbier, and then there's Roldal.
True, maybe it's the most committed crowd, but not a surprise with guys like Abel Moga and help me, Aymar Navarro. They showman on their skis. They give the crowd a lot to cheer for as well.
And also Spanish rider Nuria Castan-Baron in the snowboard women is also training there, not solemnly, but also definitely also Spanish. Nice. Also always a good Spanish, like strong Spanish contenders.
Yeah, for sure. I think Abel Boga got a wild card for the event in Baqueira Beret, so we're looking for some amazing action by him.
And Abril
Okay.
is on
Buena
course.
suerte, Abril Cuevas. Oh, how she does a turn the other way, deciding for the gully as well. Wow.
Fresh tracks
So
for
if you
her.
look at that exposure, it really takes a big heart to go there. And
But she did that really nicely, like controlling her speed, not risking too much anymore, just taking the entry, safe.
following Victoria Chubas and Gekretia's track to the far Lucas right side, but eventually deciding to keep the fluidity high rather than going for another jump there.
Entering into the main couloir with a little air. And changing back and forth between the shadow side and the sunny side inside the couloir. Now it makes it a bit harder for the riders to navigate in there because now slowly the shadow is creeping in as the sun moves through the day. And Abril in the main couloir, making her turns down and searching for the right. And she found it. And
Nice fluid entry. Wow, she's going to go pretty far. She's going to take all the speed into her last air. Getting
got
back
caught
seated
up on
and
the
caught
rock.
up. Yep, but luckily managing to stop before going over the first rock, the second rock. Position herself in an okay situation to move on, and she's waving her arms, telling us she is fine and she can continue run. Both keys are still on. That means she will also get a score, obviously with some deductions for control and stopping.
yeah, definitely. That's like when the heart of the judge stops beating for a second because you're like, oh, please don't. Also, ours, we were falling quiet because it's not cool if people fall over rocks. But she managed to actually really stop herself right at the takeoff. And I think she found actually the line she wanted to ride, but just had a bit of an issue with the speed check before the takeoff. And now we watch her be after the line of judging to making her way to the finish. And the replay.
Let's check one more time what happened here. She was still ready and good for the jump. Not sure she was doing exactly what she had planned. It was that takeoff angle into the steep part of the bottom face was a little awkward.
Yeah, I think she just took a bit too much speed from the landing of the jump before, and then didn't really was not able to shut it down in time
And
anymore.
if she had kept going, she would have gone way too far on that jump then. Yeah.
So actually, it was
decision.
a smart move to kind of stop that action rather than crashing into a huge rock. So.
Abril Cuevas Muñoz, gracias para la participación. And yeah, big props to all the Spanish freeride crew. And keep it coming. We're stoked to have you and your enthusiasm on all these freeride events. Ladies and gentlemen, 2025 Freeride Junior World Championships by YETI and Dynastar. It's the last girl of the ski girl category today. It's Indy Boya from Truckee in the United States. Who's going to be dropping in a second. Here she is.
Quick skiing along the traverse.
Well, her story is she was here last year.
Wow.
And listen to this. She was here last year and she had a crazy run involving a few cracked teeth and a split open chin. And what?
We don't want her to repeat that, but
No.
she did a beautiful drop up top, then got hung up a tiny bit in those rocks over there. Did a little cartwheel, but back on track.
Well, she's super strong in her head, and she had top part was probably the biggest up there we've seen of the day. Let's just please, Indy, keep it together. We know you probably have been distracted about that mistake in the middle part. To just stay in competition mode, stay focused, and just do what you planned.
Strong skiing from her for sure.
A new approach, not a single skier has entered the ramp at this particular spot with the double. Controlling her
Nice.
speed. Wow, now she totally made up for her control issue at the very top, and she is on her way to a great score, but she's going huge! Biggest air award of the day in the women's skiing field definitely goes to Indy Boyer from the United States.
I think she just wanted to go for it. What? Like, launching off that thing. Oh my God. It was so big.
When you can
really cool.
When you can count till 3 when a skier is in the air and they're still not on the ground, then you know it's a big one.
It's a super big jump.
Oh, what a crazy girl, Indy Boyer from Truckee, United States.
Well, making use of all the powder in the landing for sure to cushion her landing there. Good that there's a bit of deep snow and pockets for crazy actions like this. I mean, if she really planned that, that's bold. Oh my God.
Well, she was the under-19 title holder in the United States of America for 2 years in a row, and you can tell why. Look at this, orientation-wise, line choice,
that was
cliff
great,
jumps, everything. But I mean, the idea to jump this with that takeoff speed was ballsy. Maybe not the smartest, because to stick that, I know you need to be a Terminator, I believe.
Yeah, maybe she was also, because now in the drone you could see that there was a bit of rock sticking out on her takeoff, so she maybe had to like turn in straight for the takeoff earlier than she imagined to. Because maybe slow she could have landed it, but that way it was just a bit too fast going out too far into the flat. Sad though, because this one also could have been definitely a podium run.
Wow. Well, check out her action and her art on indy._.boyer. Yeah, not only just an amazing free ski girl that skis year round because she spends the summers in New Zealand, also an artist. Indy, thanks for an amazing show. That was really outstanding, and it adds up to the amazing show of the ski girls today. So many great runs, many of them incomplete, but it shows that all the girls went right at the limits, or even a little bit above.
Yeah, many of them really did great in specific ways today, and were actually showing what they got. I think it was more of a show-off of specific action and skills.
Well, maybe she knew after that control issue at the top that she was not in for the winning run, and that she decided to go really big. And
yeah, the girls love it, the other ones.
They can be very proud, because there was some air. Indy, we're still amazed. You were flying. Obviously riding with a tooth protection this year after losing time years in the Qualifier last year. Proudly presenting her sponsors. Indy, congratulations. That was the whipped cream on the woman's, determination part of performance today, for sure. The last rider with the biggest jumps of the day would have also deserved a victory, which it is not, but really, all the props for the girls today.
Yeah, and seems to be a really loving, great crew they are having all together.
Yeah, well, we get the ranking here in a second. I have here ready.
And Hannah,
the first American today to be crowned as a world champion, this case in the women's skiing category, is Hannah Baldwin with the amazing score of 90 points. Second place goes to Canada, Andrea Morgan-Smith, and Switzerland putting itself on the podium with Evie Royer, 80 points. And look at it, all the no scores doesn't mean no skiing. It means we went big and lost the ski because of that.
Yeah, absolutely. That's like, it was definitely all of them going big, really enjoying their runs. And it's so good to see that the ski girls just love it and they're charging. So congrats to all of you. Looking forward to the party. Yeah, happy faces here at the freeride, at the YETI Freeride Junior World Championship in Kappl. Ladies dancing, being a bit shy in front of the camera still, but yeah. Again, what a category! Like the female skiers just charging so hard, also losing some skis, but in general, great action. Definitely making it super hard for the judges, because a lot of great runs with some mistakes though. So yeah, lovely category. Our next category coming up after a little break is then the final one, is ski men, where we have 26 contenders for the YETI Freeride World Junior title this year, and some really big names. First, a small break.
Good work, team.
And the starting list of the ski men, starting with CBD Schreiber from the USFA, having only Austrian ski men, Julian Unterbrunner in the middle of the field, kind of having. And a lot of nationalities, and also Kiwis. And then also having Mika Rolshofen, the younger brother of Timo, who just won the Invitational in Nonda, the backcountry freestyle Invitational in Nonda this Sunday.
Exactly, we get to that, back to that again.
Congrats.
One more time later on. But before we have bib number 1 dropping in, we want to give a big shout out to Thorens de Brisset from Canada. He was ready to compete here and started to have a big stomach ache and actually had his appendix taken out about 48 hours ago. He was devastated. He was like all the riders looking forward so much and training so hard to participate in this event. So big props to him, and he'll be back in shape soon and skiing in a week or two. And all the best for recovery. That's out to Thorens de Brisset from Canada and everyone at the Whistler Freeride Club.
Yeah, sending healing vibes. Looking forward to have you back competing one or the other week.
Oh, 6 years he's been dreamed to compete here. Now he's focused on that, but yeah, he'll be on the qualifiers very soon, I'm sure, because he's such a determining great rider. But this is it. The men's skiing field has started. CBD Schreiber from the USA kicking off the men's skiing category with a double at the very end. Ladies and gentlemen, things are starting to heat up here in Kappl. 3 turns only for the whole middle part of the venue as he's approaching the half pipe.
Yeah, crazy double to start things off, and crazy floaty 3 into the half pipe.
Huge floaty 3 into a full gear sail knockouts, distributing all my skis over the mountain crash. But what an air was that?
Crazy,
wow.
Like crazy determination, like how the heck? It's like already the start was crazy, and then it's taking so much speed, and you know that they know that the landing actually is solid. It ended that it's steep. So well, he just went for it and was actually really cool to watch. But now we have more work for the ski dude coming up. At the replay we can see that amazing double up top.
Look at this floaty 3. Actually lands it perfectly, but I think it's not too steep at the half pipe, and he was flown with a solid 15-17 meters before putting his skis back in the snow. Just a tiny bit too much impact for CBD Schreiber there.
Yeah, just a bit too much impact, yeah. But props for trying, and props for like making it happen. It was great to watch, and we are impressed with the skiing and the determination at the upper part. So that was really cool.
No points for trying, but bibs props for trying.
Yes, Jakob, go to the finish line. Kirill should be there waiting for you. You wait for the third ski dude. And,
wow, it's heating up here in our commentator cabin in the little cat track in Kappl, and it's heating up on the mountain with the skier boys. Bib number 1 already put up an amazing show. CBD Schreiber with so far the biggest 3 of the day. Unfortunately not able to land it clean. Losing its key, finishing a day with the North Core, but showing what he's capable of big time. So where do you draw the line, Manu, between going too big and too crazy and going too conservative and then finishing on 4th place and being grumpy? Where's the right line?
Yeah, obviously here, I mean, the riders are told that they please should make smart decisions and don't hurt themselves. But obviously it's like a one event thing here. So they want to show what they have, and they are. And so they're rather on the risky side today. All the skiers, I would say, all the ski men for sure. And ski women, we have seen it already as well. Actually, in every category, people are more on the risky side, because other than in the series of the Freeride Junior series, they do not collect points anyways. So it's a one-time thing. So I feel that that's why they are riding with a bit more risk than they maybe would normally do. Which is going to be interesting to experience in future development of freeriding, because we're going to have world championships at the top level as well. And then let's see if people will dial it up for that even more.
You're totally right. This is not the Freeride World Tour. This is a one-event thing. On the tour, you can play some tactics, but here it's hop or drop, as we would say in German. It's either or. So that's why a lot of the riders today obviously decide to go all in. The Quellspitze is delivering well. We haven't had the chance to ride here last year because of high winds and actually too much snow this year. Almost perfect conditions. And so far, an amazing performance and show by all riders. And the next one is from Argentina, Thomas Terzano. The most experienced by age. He's the oldest skier in the skiers field. Yeah, very proud, like all Argentinians are. Viva Argentina! Buena suerte, Terzano. Thomas Terzano.
Yeah, our only South American rider today. Super cool to have him making his trip over to the Euro Winter. And let's see what he got.
Whoa, so aiming for the big cliff at the top.
Stomping that clean. But well, yeah, looking at it, we both have like our... It's a lot of exposure underneath there.
It is, and a lot of speed. You have to shut down right afterwards in that fairly tracked out middle part of the face, defying some avalanche debris and harder parts. And now it's time to refocus, you know, think like, where is my entry? How much speed do I need for it?
He seems very focused and knows precisely where he's going. Just sneaking around the safety crew up on that nose. And in the deep and steep shadow side now, where it's very hard to navigate on skis, honestly, because it's just so much snow.
Yeah, new line, come in above the mushroom and traversing out the ramp, and I'm pretty sure he's looking for a big finishing move. There he goes, finding his takeoff, launching right into the pocket, tiny bit of backseat, but right out clean.
With both skis on, really cool. Well, that was a very interesting line. I somehow had to hold my breath from top to bottom in a way because it was very unexpected. Loves it.
Yeah,
right, roaming himself.
Thomas went full risk at the top. This is a big jump, and if you fall there, you go down a long way. And finding a new way here, almost a drone pilot could follow him. It's very spectacular.
Wow. How he managed to sneak through that like little opening in between the rocks, eh? And then also the last drop was actually very well executed. I mean, he took it deep and had a bit of a
very well executed, but you could realize that all his airs, he kind of checked them out as he was riding, coming a bit from the side and then knowing exactly where he was going to land. So really well laid out plan and well executed line.
Yeah, he has to show us something, rolling along with the flags of Argentina and...
Yeah, that's a good question.
Chile, nice one.
Argentina and Chile, yeah, South America represents.
South America represents, yeah, they're also having their own freeride competitions and own South American tour, where you can travel to in the North American and European winter. No, summer. That's how it is. So you can do 2 winters in a row there. Have you ever been there, Flo?
Pardon?
Have you ever been in South America?
I've been to Peru to surf, but I've never skied in South America. Still on my list.
Me neither, and still on my list. And Thomas Terzano, 57 points. And grabbing first place for now. Yeah, man, really cool show and really, really, really smart riding.
Yep, exactly. So we're moving on to Canada, Cohen Takilauskas. And whom else would he look up to if not Marcus Gauguin, who went right through from winning a Junior Worlds not long ago into the top 2 of the Freeride World Tour. Obviously, that's what Cohen wants to do as well.
Yeah, Marcus Gauguin, yeah, earning his wild card as well at some point, right? And then just going through. And that's where we see the potential of the Junior and the Junior Worlds. It's crazy. They're just filling up the Freeride World Tour in no time. So young, so committed, so well-skilled riders.
The middle age of the riders, the age of the riders of the World Tour is going down every year because of riders like Marcus and like Cohen, who actually missed 2 competition seasons, which is sometimes good for a rider at that age. You know, you focus on your body, you do a lot of dry training, and then you come back stronger than before, mentally and physically. Cohen, good luck for your competition run today.
Going riders left, dropping in 5, 3, 2, 1, dropping in.
Yeah.
Dropping in.
I like, see
Feeling
that?
the snow,
out at the
yeah.
start, getting right a little sliding shifty.
Yeah.
That's a good sign when the rider goes like, yeah, you know, I'm not too focused, I just go a little shifty here. Bam! Did you see those legs? He didn't even get compressed at the landing of this cliff. Oh, super
Stomping
strong.
it.
That's 2 years of dry training by Cohen. Wow, supersizing that one as well.
Yeah, finding a good soft landing there.
Promising top part.
Very
so
promising.
we're gonna see a bit of freestyle, bit of a flying
No,
skrill.
decides for a straight floater into the chute and
into the little upper gully. Wow, no hesitation. We've seen people since sliding through, but he just must right through. He's going for the big air, same as our crazy girl just before. Oh, there was a little bit of a forward landing.
Still on his skis, but sadly didn't manage to pull off a clean landing there.
Falling in the Boyer's tracks, but also having a hard time landing that shift. It's a big jump.
It's a huge
He was slower
jump.
than Indy, but it's still flat, not steep enough to just stick it, even for legs of steel, like Cohen Taslauskas has for sure. I look at it, love that top part, so confident.
Beautiful, and then just finding a super fresh landing there, floating into the main couloir, and then just taking us over that.
And there was no hesitation, pretty much a straight line into the gully, aiming for the takeoff, and let's see that landing one more time. Super controlled in the air. Looks like he simply got stuck and then.
Yeah, but I mean, there's also
Got
a
up again.
traverse track, and then there were some little rocks as well, right? So he couldn't really take in a. Yeah, the fans are really going for it. So cool having all the families and coaches in the finish area. He definitely can be proud of his run. And waiting for the scores. And let's see. I mean, we haven't seen that many. Yeah, he's placing second with 49.67 points because just ski men were charging so hard that even with a bigger mistake, you're now basically a podium contender because, if you didn't lose your ski.
But you can also tell that the judge is leaving a lot of room towards the top scores because they know if one of those riders does everything according to plan, top to bottom, we are up in the 90s. Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah.
Townsend Reed, bib number 41, 18 years of age, coming from Whitefish in the United States, riding for the Flathead Freeride Club as his first participation as the 2025 YETI Freeride Junior World Championships by Dynastar. He went to Chile this summer to prepare.
Nice.
Let's see how that did help his skiing. Oh! Flawless left-hand 3 at the very top cliff, setting a new standard. That was absolutely incredible. It looks like we have a bit of a standard line for the skiers now, but he topped it up with a 3 and landed it perfectly.
Over all those exposure.
And another huge 3. Hopefully that is not too big.
Woo.
How did he land that? Take your time, buddy. Take your time. You are on the way to the winning run of the day if you just ski home now. That was absolutely incredible.
He's not stopping.
No! Reed Townsend with one of the most amazing runs I have seen in my whole life down the Quellspitze.
Yeah, same.
That was unreal. 2 big 360s, 2 airs, not hardly any turns in between, but it was kind of afraid there would be a tiny bit too much speed for the last
Yeah.
year. Oh, Reed, what a run.
What a beautiful run, but wow, I'm breathless after that run because wow, that was like, there was no time in between anything.
Had he landed that, I would have given him a 95 right away.
Yeah.
That was absolutely incredible.
Just a tiny bit too far because, I mean, he seems like he's absolutely capable of landing
Let's look at
huge
his whole
airs.
time.
Wow.
The
That's so
3,
beautiful.
perfect landing. Bam. Nice shifty. And then look at this 3. Look how far he flies. You think he would crash, but no, lands it perfectly. Hardly even shuts down. Does a double onto the shelf, and now he has the time to shut down, but he decides, no, I go fast. I go fast. It goes. He was looking for the trend. He did exactly what he wanted to, but it was just a tiny bit off balance at that landing.
A tiny bit too far because actually
He didn't even overshoot it. No, I think he went exactly where he wanted to because there is a perfect tranny right next to the rock.
Yeah, he could have just taken it a tiny bit slower and then he would have had, but very, very cool line scoping because he found that tranny for that rock, basically.
Ladies and gentlemen, a name to look out for in the future. Reed Townsend from Whitefish, riding for the Flathead Freeride Club, representing the United States of America. That was one of the best riding probably ever to be seen on the Quellspitze, and I include the Freeride World Tour in that.
Absolutely. Amazing runs from the juniors today.
And this was only bib number 4. We have another, let me count, 22 to come. Whew. I'm not sure my nerves can take that.
Yeah, I'm like, I keep holding my breath during the run, but they are so quick that it's not actually a problem. But also I'm like, oh my God, please. It's beautiful to watch at the same time. You want them to hold it together because it would be just so cool if they land that last bit. But sometimes you need that extra speed check, even though you're totally hyped.
Yeah, but he had the time for the speed check. He just
didn't want
decided
it to.
No, he didn't want to.
Which is a cool thing to do. I mean, it's bold and it's great.
But landing that big 360, that was ridiculous. He
Yeah.
was flying for 70 feet or more and putting it to his feet like it was nothing. And then he knew he could, if you, yeah. I repeat myself.
Yeah, we're
Thanks
running
for
out
the
of
show, Reed. We're running out of words to describe
Yeah.
what we see. That's where our English gets to the limit, right?
Yeah, we're
Arrives at
sorry.
a certain limit.
No native English speakers here, but we're in Austria and hopefully entertain you with our horrible German English accent. But we're doing our best. The next one up is Louis Ott out of Switzerland.
From Bellevue, also riding for the Verbier Freeride Club. You know what it's like when we have a rider from Verbier in the start gate, then typically it goes on.
And he was looking forward to schnitzels and huge drops. Definitely got schnitzels already in Austria.
And his main hero is Ronaldo. Sue.
And there we are. Huge drop done too.
Nice.
Super quick.
Nice edge work.
Finding that transfer, which we haven't seen that way before.
No, a new air really.
And now off into...
Wow, that is so difficult. That is so blind to pull off a 3 there that way. Really, really amazing. Wow, you can tell by these boys, they do really exactly what they want to do. They ride like almost to the inch the line that they're planning. That's something that makes me those, going for the big one. Take away that bit of speed. Lower takeoff. And he can't stick it.
Yay! Just a little back seat. Wow, what
and
a
another
line.
squirrel air. Make it over the judging line.
No, not really. Mate.
Manu,
I don't think he is over the judging line.
It. No, I think the judge is definitely going to have a discussion right now. But wasn't there a flag somewhere? Yeah, the flag is 10 meters below to his right
No.
side. Yep.
Oh, what a run.
Louis Ott from Bellevue in Switzerland with a beautiful 3 into the Nar, coming up right after this new transfer, what he spotted as the sole rider so far. Look at these 3, so well executed. And he has all the time in the world to prepare for that last jump. And he does find the 20. How smart was that? Take off a little bit, skiers right, like a meter, the jump is a little smaller, finds the 20, rides out. And then what makes us goes for the squirrel air, gets a little front loaded, and
Damn
did you see his body language after the first cartwheel? He knew he was Oh, he was going down before the judging line.
Damn
Well,
it.
Once again, no points, but big props for trying. Luis, there was an outstanding run. Really smart. Yeah, really smart, especially that bottom air, new takeoff, and finding a 20.
Really smart scoping. Yeah, absolutely great future for that guy as well.
Victory
in free riding.
and disaster are within seconds and inches here.
Our nerves are wrecked. Even I'm gonna have gray hair after that day commenting here. But he's in good
smiles.
spirit.
Yeah, look at him. He smiles and he's grumpy at the same time. But yeah, he will get a lot of props for his run because that was really a really amazing line he did. Doesn't help for the score. Oh.
But yeah.
So Manu.
Well, we are only like not even a quarter through the field, or about a quarter through the field, right? We have already wrecked nerves.
Five riders down, and with Thomas Terstano from Argentina, only one rider who had a clean run down. And so this is like an 80% dropout rate. Whew.
Whew.
Yeah.
So
but
yeah.
They're not going to give us a break. We go to a very special rider. But first, let's wait for this score for Luis with the classic Verbier Quatre neck warmer.
Such a great crew coming from over there.
Yeah.
Like committed riders, great coaches.
Yeah, a lot of gorillas coming out of Verbier as well.
Yeah, a lot of gorillas.
Yeah, give it up for the gorilla crew.
Yeah, gorilla. They keep having their jokes like rah, 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 making the gorilla movements and gorilla shouts all over. Great each other.
See, you can be on third place with a no score on the for Junior World Championships because everyone's going 120%.
I think I've actually never seen that, like third place no score after 6 riders or something. Or 5 riders here. Next one is Luca Trandafir out of Romania, only Romanian rider, super cool. Been there for competitions and also for some projects, and the Carpathian Mountains are not to underestimate. Very complicated snow conditions and not that much infrastructure, but beautiful country and beautiful nature and some really steep, gnarly lines. So let's see where Luca trained.
Yeah, well, we know that he does train with his dad and his brother. That's what he calls his freeride team. So I really like that family business day.
And you can also
for training.
find
Manu, sorry to interrupt you, but I believe we have Luca on course already. There's a helicopter starting right next to us, just for everyone was a little distracted. Wow, and you can totally tell that in Romania there is a lot of great freeride mountains because he hits that top rock shelf like a pro.
And also his skiing technique is amazing. Wait, little backseat there because just jumping precisely into that bomb
maybe
hole.
just a stage 1 or even just a compression. Entering into the Nar, potentially aiming for the mushroom rock. Actually deciding to go a little bit over skier's right. Really hard for us to see him there in the shadow. Riding exactly towards us. Again, it's a new line. Nice. Unfortunately, getting hung up with one of his skis, sending him into a bit of a sliding 360, but his skis are still on, and he's aiming for the big one.
Not stomping it, but we're not sure. Maybe the skis are still on. But well, that was also commitment and actually really, really good skiing up top. Yeah, Luca, that was a good show.
If I was his coach, I'm not sure I would have recommended him. I'd recommend him to jump that bottom nose, because even if you hit it with with not too much speed, it's so easy to go right into the flats.
Yeah, he's also not waving his arms right now, so we hope he's all right. Yeah, but I'm not 100% sure. Maybe the guys just hyped each other up during fish check and then decided that they're all gonna take the biggest cliff they can find. I think he put his ski back on. So it's another
Luca
no score.
Trandafir proudly representing Romania, and he can be proud of this run and for the determination and dedication to try one of the biggest cliffs possible on this phase. unfortunately not being able to land it clean, having a major control issue, and therefore not a top score. But man, Manu, the level is just incredible.
The level is incredible, and we're actually running a bit out of words to describe what's going on, because it's all really good. And now looking at the run of Luca more precisely, first cliff super nice, then there this little backseat at the second, and then third cliff just huge. And what we missed actually is like that
is so big.
Technical line of him in between the third and the fourth cliff.
Yeah.
Which was really nicely executed, I feel like. And yeah, Luca, that was a run to be proud of, actually.
For sure.
Yeah, but that bottom cliff from the upper nose is just too big for the snow conditions we have to stomp, I think. I mean, we might be proven differently in
You know what
no
I
time,
think? There's one thing I can
proven
think
wrong.
of. In years with more snow, the wind kind of whirls around there and it fills up the landing pocket a lot more. So I believe that the cliff itself is easily 2 to 3 meters higher than in other years. And maybe the riders are not that much aware of the sheer size of it this year, and thus overestimating a bit their capability of being able to stop it.
Yeah.
Like we said at the beginning, it's a low tide snow year. It all looks nice. We have good snow, but it's not the same amount as before.
So Luca is now waiting for his score while organization tries to get organized, because they have to bring back up all the ski dudes, because we're using a lot of ski dudes right now. That's why you maybe also hear the heli in the background, because there is no time for them to, or they see the heli in the face, because there is no time for them to actually walk back up, as the rate of skis getting lost is just too quick.
Yeah, the organizers are typically using the helicopter as little as possible, but we can also not have 10 or 20 ski dudes at the start on standby. So all the ones who help the riders to get a ski were flown back up to the top now, and we'll be ready to help other riders retrieving their skis.
Yes, or ski dudes or ski ninjas, because gender doesn't matter there, are mostly very experienced riders from 3 or 4 star Freeride World qualifiers, locals who know the face really well and can just be directed perfectly in between the rocks to retrieve skis, to speed up the whole competition a bit. Luca's still waiting for his score. I think the judges are trying to really make a fair ranking of all the people losing their skis as well, because it is actually valuable with that many people losing their skis where you're ranked in the end.
So a little explanation of the judging here. If a rider loses a ski during his run, he will rank behind all the other riders who did not lose a ski. But to make a difference between all the riders who lost a ski, he will still get a score. And the score is defined by the score he got up to the point where he lost the ski. So let's say a rider arrives at the bottom with a score theoretically already of 90, but then he crashes, he will finally get a score of 0.9 points. And on a day like this, where there's a lot of crashes, the judges really have to make sure that they all get the right score. Luca, without losing a ski, but with a lot of deductions for control, obviously, is on a 5-point score. And we look back up to our next rider, and we're moving to Norway. In the start gate up on the Quellspitze is Gabriel Engen, riding for Hemming Adrenaline, with his home being Hanfoss.
Competing since 2022, so just like 2-3 years into the competition mode. Already 15 events under his belt.
As we're getting some nice impressions from the finish area. Good vibes, cold but sunshine. A lot of emotion always down in the finish. It's such a difference. You're up at the start, everyone is focused and it's quiet and everyone's in comp mode, and at the bottom it's all just released emotions, tears and smiling faces and parents and coaches and media. It's like 2 different worlds, and it's only 2 gates.
Yeah, and for parents, I mean, it's super exciting to watch their kids. It's also scary, I imagine, as well, because, I mean, at least my mom always said, well, she trusts me that I'm not doing any super crazy, stupid stuff, but then it's hard time for her to actually watch So she was never actually watching live, only on screens. And Gabriel Engen is ready to not scare his parents, but to prove us with a beautiful run, hopefully without any mistakes and intelligent decisions.
Well, big props to all the parents, mothers and fathers who are here watching. And I also have a hard time watching my own daughter riding. It's just something special in the freeride competition. So, Gabriel Engen, what else do we have in him? He's looking forward to the experience here and wants to become a millionaire. That's his main wish. Typical Norwegian, not a lot of words. Probably letting his performance speak for him rather than words.
Yeah, we had most of the riders fill in interview questions before and also tried to talk to as many of the riders as possible. So we have something to tell. And now Gabriel, just out of the gate with good amount of speed, working his way over to the main part of the face. And let's see if he...
So after many riders hitting the cliff right after start gate, this is something new, with Gabriel riding far over to skier's right, collecting points for doing 2 nice cliff jumps in a row. Now coming back over the avalanche debris to the bottom half of the face.
And also at the first jump, he took off a little earlier to avoid the rocks in the takeoff. You could see that. And then he is now into the shade. Let's see. He's at the right entry. That's where we just saw the 3 before. Just controlling his speed. Making a smart move, going down, taking off a bit lower.
We can see how rocky it is in this area from the rocks that were exposed by skiers before him. That's, I think, why he chooses to go full speed.
Wow.
Whoa, not sure that was all in the way he planned, but it looked really spectacular. Nevertheless, Gabriel Engen with amazing action in the throat of the face. Wow.
Still having his skis on, though.
Yeah, that was a major control issue, but he keeps on skiing.
There was but felt like he was just determined to stay on his feet as long as possible.
Well, you know, Vikings will always fight till the very end, and being from Norway, that's definitely true for him as well.
Yeah, and I mean, the Norwegians do have a great passion for skiing, because I mean, we sometimes complain about short days and dark winters, but in Norway, in winter, they're riding really in darkish conditions all the times with much colder temps than we normally have in the Alps. So I feel the Norwegian skiers are just very determined sports persons as well.
True. Can't wait to see that part after his turn to the right once more.
Yeah.
Coming over the hit, straight lining, staying on his feet there.
Wow, actually, cool ninja move, like nearly making it, nearly nailing it.
I like the word ninja move. Oh, it reminds me, we're not supposed to ski dudes anymore.
Yeah, it was.
Ski ninjas, because I'm sure we have girls up there as well.
Yeah, I was explaining that
just before. Yeah. Well, some things are good to be said a couple of times, right?
Yeah, and without the ski ninjas...
It looks like he broke a pole.
Oh.
See? That's probably what put him off balance, that he, as he did that right turn and went down.
So he broke a pole, and like super cool gesture, bringing all his parts and all the metal into the finish line so that no other person actually gets hurt. Really nice of him, taking care of his fellow competitors. And he's looking happy. I mean, what an experience. Being on such a beautiful mountain on a bluebird day with some of the best riders your age from all over the world is just a great experience. And he's still placing third, and can't believe it, with a score of 10.67. Austin Pickett, another one of another continent.
Austin Pickett from the US of A, Was here last year, finished 10th. Spent some great time with him and his family afterwards in the Engadin area for invitational comp. He was actually forerunning at a Freeride World to Junior Comp 2 decades ago in Innsbruck, Austria. Took that as a warm-up and he's stoked to be here. And with a banger, 3 off the top rock. This is to me one of the big moves of the day. If you're capable of that, you wake up the judges, you show what you can do. It's a big drop. You have to land it like perfectly in the right angle, otherwise you're not going to stick it at all. So pretty much maxing out on points all the way to here for difficulty, speed, and airtime. And this is incredible, going for the 7 into the half pipe. Austin Baker with the first 7 of the day. Unfortunately, not being able to hold together. Wow.
That was like, I think it was also surprising for the drone guy where he came out and looks like.
Big props for Austin.
Wow.
Obviously, that is not a move you pull off easily. It's a lot of risk involved. Just, you know, to get this rotation all the way around and your skis under your body again for the landing. You almost got a little inverted there.
Yeah.
Not sure what the judges would have said. But can't watch to see it again. He's such a strong kid. Look at the stomp up there. 1, 2, maxing up the points up there. And no hesitation as he goes at the enters. And
knows he
1,
needs
2. He pretty much had it. It looked really close, yeah. Not sure what happened.
Yeah, he was a tiny bit off axis. Yeah, maybe had a bit too much weight on the back.
I'm super happy though that it doesn't come to the point that the judges had to review his 7 if it was too inverted or not. You know, the bindings may never be higher than the head, and this was really close. It was so corked.
Super corked, yeah.
Oh, wow.
Oh.
Bib number 8, and we have one single rider down without a mistake. That's amazing. That is amazing. Shows how hard they go. 8 riders down, 4 riders with a nose core losing his key, and 3 riders with major issues. With Thomas Terzano from Argentina playing it smart and still sitting strong in the first place.
I think he can't believe that himself, that after basically 1/3 of the field, he's still in first position. But really cool. I mean, sometimes it just plays in your hands.
That's true. Well, Austin Pickett not able to push Thomas off the front so far. Austin training in Olympic Valley Freeride.
Just 1 meter to be really.
And what I really like about Austin, he says his hero is Tyler Blocker, his close friend who was 2nd place last year. He says Taylor always sees the mountain different and creates a lot more inspiring runs than you could imagine. Do you know where Austin grew up?
No.
On the Virgin Islands in the Caribbean.
Wow. And he still became such a great skier.
Yeah. That is amazing.
That is pretty damn cool.
So probably the only Caribbean skier on the mountain today. Austin, big props for a great move.
Yeah, big props for a great move. So let's see what the judges decide on his run. And then we'll have actually the only...
We actually have a little break in the chocolate bar because all the action makes me very hungry.
Yeah. And also the next rider coming up is actually one of the only other Austrian competing today. But first we'll give the space to Austin. And yeah, he was here last year already too and just loved meeting all the riders. They're definitely all having good vibes down there.
So we see Thomas Terzano from Argentina still in first place with a score of 57. The only rider in this key man category so far putting down a run without a mistake or without losing his key. But this might change now because we have the first and only Austrian rider in this category, Julian Unterbrunner, training, coached by Stefan Heusel, and guess who he's looking up to? Nothing left. No one less than Candide Toué, probably the greatest skier in freestyle and freeride of all time. Well, that's a hero to look up to.
Julian, just 17 years old. And he's here the first time ever. So let's hope he put together a good... I'm really sure that Stefan actually really coached him well into a very, very exciting line. So
I'm sure. Well, Stefan has more than one athlete here today in the mountain. Julian Unterbrunner on course. Deciding for a straight air, very smart. You see how he chose that extra pocket at the top?
Yes.
Yeah, that's how Stefan teaches his kids. If there's a clean landing, we'll still powder, then go for that clean landing.
Super
nice and fluid, connecting those two airs.
Also smart move, taking that one drop over to the other side where there have been less riders and there's a better landing.
Yeah, exactly.
And now here's like good speed, but not rushing things, also important, always in control. Taking it small and straight. Let's see what he has planned here.
Definitely planning on a controlled run. If you look at his body language, he's not intending to do anything crazy. He wants to get this thing done clean.
Yeah, nice one.
Nice entry. Almost turning into a small double.
Yeah.
And now preparing for the last jump. A new takeoff, going a bit crosswards, finding a nice trainee. Smart last air by Julian Unterbrunner.
Very smart. Now, please hold it together. Okay. Be aware, we're waiting before we say anything till he's past that judge's flag. Now, here we see
3, 2, 1. Yeah, and that's a valid score, and that's now a real threat for the leader right now, Thomas Dersano. Super well laid out run. Not going crazy whisk-wise, not supersizing anything, super tactically, just making sure all those jumps would be landed clean. And I like that part particularly. You know? Slides in there without stopping, immediately into turn, turning it almost into double, and then super smart takeoff-wise for that bottom part. Still a big jump, but with a lot better transition than many other landings.
Yeah, I think he actually found the best takeoff and landing for that lower part with a proper slope at the landing, because that's the problem. If you land flat, you're just gonna have front punch on one way or the other. And
yeah, big props in the finish line. He's stoked. Yeah,
we're stoked as well.
And I'm pretty sure we'll see a new leader ahead. We do 70 points for you, Unterbrunner, setting a new standard for what's possible with a clean run down the mountain of the famous Qualspitze. Super stoked.
He is happy, and he can be. Well, that was very well executed. You could really see his plan. He was never getting in front of himself. Exactly. He was super focused, to the point. Very well done.
It is amazing how you can read this body language of the riders, because they're all different. Some are playful, some are surfy, some are focused. Let's see what Jack Dolan has for us in terms of performance and body language. One of the oldest ones here today, from Truckee in the USA, training with the Western Colorado University Freeride team. They have a University Freeride team. Manu, we have to start a University Freeride team in Innsbruck.
Yeah, I guess we should.
We have about 30 students. They're all in Innsbruck, only to freeride. So
yeah, that was wow.
Nice combo at the top.
He took a bit of a risk there, and like sometimes had a bit of only one ski action in between.
Very playful though, in his first participation here. Yeah, I thought someone would have to do a left 3 here sooner or later.
Nice one. Yeah. That looked super smooth. Yeah, perfect location.
Switching to the drone angle for the dark part. Wow, skiing into the Nar rather than jumping into it.
Passing by.
It's right where our Norwegian friend went.
Yeah.
But it looks a bit more controlled with Jack Dolan.
Now you jinxed it. But nah, he just had a little hip check, but other than that, made it out fine.
Going for the nose, it seems. Take away that speed. He's going for nose with the 3. And just flying down into oblivion almost now. Skis are on.
Skis are on. That's a good thing. So still gonna have a solid score if he makes it to the finish, to the judging line with both the skis on.
Wow, amazing move, Jack Dolan with the 360 off the biggest cliff of the day, which we call, let's just call it a nose so we know what to refer to. Making it over the judges line safely. It's just a question of how much the judges are going to deduct for having him land here with a full backstab, which is pretty much the equivalent of a crash judging-wise, because the judging is there to protect the riders as well. So if you land on your back to a stop, that's pretty much counts like a crash. You will see it, he's slow, looks for his landing.
Yeah, he just hip checked the landing, basically just keep the skis on, which is a smart move because he's gonna get his score. But it's hard to judge that, so the video judge definitely will have some work to do.
Yeah, that's the great thing about the video judge. It has really been a big step in judging, that the judges can ask the video judge to watch the replay 1, 2, 3 times and make sure he finds out exactly what happened at landing. If the rider landed clean and just caused a big cloud of snow to be up in the air, or if he actually landed on his back or sideways.
Yeah, and Jill Frey is actually the video judge during this category, with Daryl Haggard from the IFSA changing over to the regular judges during the ski categories. So Jill is now probably going back and forth and telling the judges what she's seeing. And Jack Doling placing third with a score of 53. I think he can be proud of him.
Yeah, so you can kind of think it was a 73 score, but if more or less judges a full crash his landing of the big 3, so that's 73 minus 20, 53. That's kind of how it explains.
Yeah,
the
pretty
score,
much.
how the score is explained. So we move on to New Zealand. Joe Cookson from Canterbury, riding for the Mount Olympus Freeride team.
Mount Olympus, another hub of creative, amazing skiers. Super small resort actually, but wow, great terrain. And Joey shows us what's possible, like just charging hard, taking that first drop like nothing, and now in the big open field.
With GS turn, he used to take 2 turns from the landing of his up air until that middle part of the face.
Oh, and
preparing for takeoff into the half pipe.
With a nice controlled little shifty.
Yeah, we've seen a little less freestyle action at this jump this year as in other years, probably because takeoffs are very tricky.
Yeah, and because the jump is a lot bigger and has a shorter landing than it used to have with more snow, I think.
Nice
wow.
entry, very fluid. And you can tell by his body language he's getting ready for something here. Left and 3 over the second nose. Also on to his back a little bit, but riding out of it. Very similar bottom part to our rider just before.
To Jack Dolan, yeah. Joey Cookson, yeah, great. Really cool run. But let's see how the judges will see that. At least he has both of his skis on. It was, it was like a solid run up top. Let's look at the replay again. First drop, super clean, like actually going further than most of the other riders did. Just taking here a little grab into the couloir and then working his way very smart through this rocky section. And then going straight for the nose. Just a bit too far, but it's very hard. I mean, you don't want to jump into rocks either. So it's most of the time it's better to take it too far because then you're at least in the snow crashing.
I'm still amazed that we see so many similar lines. I mean, the Quellspitze is such a big mountain with so many features. At the top part, it's kind of not a huge selection of takeoffs and rocks, but the lower part, you can go all the way to Lucas left. You can stay all the way to skiers right. So I'm actually amazed that so many skiers are choosing those lines that have obviously proved to be winning lines in the past, but there's so many other options.
Yeah, it's interesting, the dynamics. If you have a lot of footage from a certain line or from a certain feature, then it's more likely that it's going to be hit more often, which is definitely something which changed over the years because we just have more material and more reviews and more precise drone footage and everything. So, yeah. But anyways, Joey Cookson seems quite happy with his run, so that's a good thing. And we are very exciting. We're very excited, waiting for the score in here, slowly messing the words up. But we're not done yet. There is a strong, strong, strong field. Like half of the field, more or less, is still up top. of all the male youngsters in freeride skiing.
Yeah, a run like this, especially difficult once again for the judges to compare to very similar runs, both outstanding for performance, but also both with a big mistake. So it comes down to the deduction they give for those mistakes, and they really look twice, think twice, or even have a small discussion on it to make sure they come up with the right score and the right ranking.
Yeah, especially it's such an important event like this. So he's placing second with 60.33 points.
Well, the Austrians' hearts are laughing. Julian Unterbrunner with 70 points in the lead, with Joe Cookson on second and Thomas Terstana, Argentina, on third place. And we're almost halfway through the field, which we will be after Finn Jacobsen, representing Australia. Always love to have Kiwis and Australians in the face. Wow, full speed takeoff and full speed GS turns in that middle part. Racing towards cliff number 2. Finding the tranny with a little sliding 360 at the exit, but managed really well. Nice way to stash a mistake. Just keep rotating till you can move on forward. And entry we've seen a couple of times now. Going onto
Very
ramp.
technical.
Yeah. And also a lot of fun, I think.
Yeah, it must feel super nice, like being on a wave.
It looks like another one aiming for the big nose, taking away a lot of speed, but it's still such a huge jump. And sticking it a lot nicer than most of the other riders. Probably the best landing we've seen so far on the nose. It was definitely a compressed landing, but not a
But not a
backslap.
full-on crash and not
No.
a full-on backslap either. He was making a smart move, like not going too fast. He's still above the judging line.
Oh, you're right. Definitely have to watch out for today.
Yeah, we gotta be careful. Yeah, he was the one who asked what's happening if you...
A little 3 down there.
Yeah, nice one. So now he's beyond the judging line because he was the one asking at the riders meeting what's happening if you jump that rock and then crash after that rock, because that's precisely where the judging line is. So
The
you
judging-
still need to stick it
you
clean.
need to stick it. So he was putting it all at
And
stake,
now
doing
looking
that last
at the
jump.
replay, amazing pictures from that rocky traverse in the shade.
And we'll look especially well onto the landing of this jump. Yeah, I will call it a stage 1. What do you think? And he was putting everything at risk at the
Smoothly, yeah.
360, because he was still part. So he collected the points for the 3, but also risking to lose it all.
Yes.
Wow, very strong in the head. Finn Jacobsen from Australia. Definitely a threat for the podium now, with Julian Unterbrunner from Austria being in the lead right now with 70 points. Joe Cookson, New Zealand, second with 63.3, and Thomas Terzana from Argentina still on the podium. No, I'm sorry, I got that wrong. Finn Jacobsen second now, 64.33, and Joe Cookson. Yeah, that's it. Excuse me, Fox, a little confusement here. Julian Unterbrunner still in first, and we're waiting for the official score for Finn Jacobsen.
And lovely to see how patiently he waits down there, fully understanding the whole process of judging already. All the riders also got a judging workshop yesterday night, explaining more precisely how complex it is and what, I mean, they all know how the judging works, but just as a refresher. And will then also be able, after the competition, to see the judges and get more personal and precise feedback than just the score, which is why the judges keep this super precise notation pads where all the details are written down. So, and yeah, he places second, slides in second place with 64.33 points. So still Julian Unterbrunner in the lead, right? And next coming up is bib number 50, Arthur Roland, sorry.
Arthur Roland from
Arthur
France. One of the older riders on the tour, coming from La Clusaz. He says his hero is Nono Labrut. Whoever Nono Labrut is, you probably have to grow up in France to know that. Nice top air, looking super strong in perfect position. Bam.
And aiming for the second drop.
It's a left and three. Nice. Keeping his speed up. Looks like we're going to see one of the bigger airs into the pipe if he keeps that speed up. And we do. Big three, putting it to his feet. Wow, that was a strong landing. That really skyrocketed his score and also his confidence. So he's on his way to a really solid score. And he looks like he is not easily being taken off his feet.
Yeah, looks like ninja
super
moves,
strong,
yes.
low center of gravity. Another left and three into the guts of the face. Almost had it to get a little bit backseated, sending him into a slide 360. He's knocking on his head. Can't believe it. Whoa. When his skis are on, he'll get a score. Another tough one for the judges. Such a great one. And how much do you deduct for those mistakes?
And especially the three up top, like jumping from the bright sun into the shade is basically totally blind. Like you could not.
But what I almost liked the most about his skiing, except for the big three in the middle, was like how he rides. Such a low center of gravity.
Yeah, I mean.
And this three was.
This three was amazing. And in the air, I mean, you can try and scope the landing, but you probably won't see anything because it's just too dark. And this is, I mean, cartwheels.
Yeah, he already landed it and then had those traverse tracks coming, which put him a little bit off balance. Wow. But a super strong rider as well. Roland, one to remember for sure.
Yeah. La Clusard, like really having some strong riders here in the field. Just trying to catch his breath again for the score. Yeah, I mean, obviously after a run like down from Quellspitze, you're exhausted and you're getting down there with a heart rate, which is super high heart rate and really pumping, catching, trying to figure like get enough oxygen to get working again because it's hard workout.
Yeah, Arthur Roland, a super consistent rider. Yeah. Finishing 4 or 5 times in the top 3 in last year's junior competitions, no matter if it's 1, 2 or 3 stars. Just super consistent.
I still can't get this like super nice 3 out of my head.
Yeah, this is a really interesting, really interesting. It will be really interesting to see this score right now because it was an outstanding run and he didn't lose his ski. No matter crash in 75, we got a new leader, Arthur Roland from France, kicking Julian Unterbrunner from the first spot. Wow!
Congratulations, despite a little thing in the landing, but man, that 3 in the middle was just amazing, and there was so much action in the whole run from top to bottom, so he could make this up.
But no time to rest, neither for us nor for you, ladies and gentlemen. What an exciting event. Sam Auguslo from Canada, skiing for the Lake Louise Ski Club, is our next rider.
Yeah, Sam Auguslo, super strong, starting it off with some speed. Look at that. Wow, there was quick as well getting into that main section of the upper face, and now finding a new air which we haven't seen at all, jumping into a super small little pocket in between those rock ribs.
Sam Auguslo with a nice entry air into the Nar. Different action we've seen from the last riders. Going onto the nose. Wow, that's a new air as well, and that's a big one.
And yeah, that's a stage 4 backslap because we clearly could see a very orange ski up in the air, but skis are still on. And I think this run is going to score really well regarding line because it was now 2 things we haven't seen before.
Sure.
Very well linked, very fluid. You can see that he's having heaps of fun.
Yeah, well, his coach Liam Gear is going to be stoked. Big props to Liam and the whole crew. And the Lake Louise Ski Club in Canada is obviously a great bunch of guys to hang out with as well.
Yeah, and in Lake Louise, I mean, they have all the champagne power, but it's also very sharky, so they're really good dealing with rocks underneath their skis.
That is true.
Nice, yeah.
So that was the new air. I really like that.
Yeah. Actually, his tails were touching the rocks there in the air. Oof, oof. It's just a flat landing. I mean, he had it. There's Sam waiting for his score. Yeah, you can hear it in the live stream. There's music in the finish area and chattering and happy humans. And some drinks and food and snacks as well.
Sam Orgusla from Calgary, Canada. Well, Calgary is an amazing place to live as well. You have a huge half-pipe right in the middle of town pretty much, right next to the big ski jump ramps, which were built for Olympics, and you jump in your car for an hour or two and you're in the most amazing mountains. A really good place to be based.
Yeah, that's true. I agree. And amazing nature, eh? Amazing, untouched, vast nature. Very different to Europe.
Well, we have similar nature, just a couple more people living in the valleys.
Yeah, we have just many more people living in the valleys.
That's why we love to go up the mountain in summer or winter, enjoy the solitude and enjoy the nature. Let's have a look at our score. We have Arthur Roland from France in the lead with 75 points. Julian Unterbrunner from Austria, second place with 70 points. And Finn Jacobsen was 64-33, sitting at third right now. So it's and Sam telling his friends what he did and how he did it and what went well and what went wrong. Well, there wasn't much going wrong, right? Except for the landing of the last big jump.
Yeah, but I mean,
Everything
he
looked pretty
kept
solid.
his skis on, and I don't think that there's any other good way to land that size of a drop in that slope with that amount of snow.
And with a 72.33, he pushes himself into
Yeah.
second place, right behind Arthur Roland.
And Sam O'Grislow on this second podium.
But we have another
Sitting in second place.
12 guys up there, so
Wow,
anything
yeah.
can happen. He might end up in 12th place.
Yeah, anything can happen.
Anything can happen today, as we have seen and keep on seeing on the famous Quellspitze today.
And Finn Slater, only 15 years old, from Switzerland.
Living in Le Jable at the bottom of Verbier, looking up to Finn Billers and his coaches, and he's already making ski movies at this age with his friend at Sling Productions. He's flying down, pretty much like Kai Sakrisson used to do. Whoa, that was a great recovery. I always argued when I worked as a coach in earlier times that recoveries should be awarded extra points because it's just so awesome if someone almost crashes and then gets it together. Just
Another
like him
left
now.
three there,
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it is amazing to watch, but we can't, I mean, we would love.
You can't award extra
Yes.
points now, obviously. Oh, hand drag left into the main face, and again rides out of it on one ski. An expert for riding on one ski. Finn Slater looking a little sketchy on this run, but nevertheless super entertaining and showing great technique top to bottom. He's probably going to go up one more time for a last hit. No, decides not to, decides to call it a day.
It was fun to watch, eh? Very cool, like loose skiing, but still somehow always gaining back control, even if he was really riding on the edge. But let's see what the judges think about that kind of style. I think there was not, maybe there was one or two riders which were as much on one ski as he did, but it was, I mean, you also need a super strong leg for just riding on one ski.
Exactly.
Yeah. So, let's watch the replay.
Finn Slater, only 15 years old. I mean, you almost can forget about this. You've been watching these riders for so long now. It looks like we are at the Freeride World Tour competition, right? He can come back here another 3 times easily. I love that hand drag 3 and the ride out on the right ski. Nice bottom air, defying the slough. It was a spectacular run.
It was a spectacular run, especially taking into account his age.
Exactly.
Yeah, and there's not much differences anymore.
By no means would you think he's 15-year-old if you just see the video.
Absolutely not.
Congratulations, Finn Slater. We really enjoyed watching you run. And 67 is a 4th place.
Yeah, congratulations
and that
on
is
that.
out of 15 riders until that point.
Yeah,
and as I'm looking at the score, I realized that Austin Pickett, who did the 7, did not get a no score. He did actually get disqualified. The boy who did the 7 with the Caribbean background for having his bindings hide in his head. But I think, you know, it was one of the best show moments of the day. So it was all worth it. Thanks, Austin, for a great action.
So Hayes Livanoy is up next. 17 years old from USA.
And it's his 2nd time here at the Freeride Junior World Championships. He was in 25th last year, so definitely not the result he was hoping for, but capable of big scores for sure. All right, Hayes Livanoy is on course, doing the almost mandatory air at the top. Going for the second jump rope, not going for the 3, just keeping it straight but safe. Yeah, this is the point where the judges probably tell the riders, you know, if you're doing a good run today, you might be at the top. You don't have to do a perfect one. Wow, super nice 3 into the half pipe before she over-rotating in the turn after the 3, but keeping his keys on, so he'll still capable of doing a great score, especially knowing how low the scores are overall today.
Yeah, and he just did kind of only half a cartwheel or something. But actually he seems quite in control and not risking too much during his riding anyways. Well, that was a smart move. That was a very smart move for the bottom one.
Yeah, definitely turn it down a little bit after that mistake following the landing of the beautiful 360 into the half pipe. You kind of tell by body language and speed afterwards that he realized, okay, it's not going to be the top score he was hoping for anymore.
Also taking that last little jump. I mean, now because there's so many runs where something went wrong, actually that last little jump, like this 1 or 1.5 points more, could make the difference.
Totally, you get a point for the jump. You get add another 1 or 2 if you do a 360. So that might be easily 2 or 3 spots further up in the ranking. But it's so hard, you know, when you at the bottom part and you know you're not gonna get the top score you were hoping for, to still keep that motivation up. Wow, the landings are so strong. All those kids' legs are just incredibly strong. Look how he's flying in here. Ooh, lands it. And he was actually not the landing, he was in the turn afterwards. Maybe leaning into the turn a little bit too much.
Yeah, maybe a bit of the ice is now, a bit of the harder snow from beneath the powder is now.
And especially in it's smiling. Especially in changeable snow conditions like today, you want to keep that weight on your outside ski in every single turn.
We keep hearing people having the discussions and the judges having the discussions in the live.
Yeah, I mean, typically judges are not supposed to have discussions while they're judging. They're supposed to work independently and set their scores, like 66 here for Hayes Livanoy right now. But on a day like to this, it's probably impossible not to communicate on the certain scores. Judges are ready for bib number 17 of the men's field at the 2025 YETI Freeride Junior World Championships by Dynastar. And it's another Canadian, Wyatt Atkins, is going to be dropping in next, training with the Whitewater Freeride team.
Jumping in.
Good luck, Wyatt Atkins. Show us your skills on the Qualspitze. Really casual, jumping onto the shelf, jumping down from the rock. Another rider with super loose and comfy body language. Really casual, sliding, scrolling of the rock. There's almost two distinct styles, I would say. The Americans, many of the American boys and girls have their skis closer together, where the Europeans tend to have a wider stance. Skis further apart from each other. Just really different. Nice entry. Unfortunately, landing right onto rock. Can he keep it together? Almost. Skis are still on, but another.
There will be another control issue in the
major control issue. Yeah.
But then skis are still on.
Whoa!
Yay. Wow, that was a sweet landing.
Wow, one of the bigger moves of the day.
Yeah.
Beautiful 3 off the bottom ramp and miraculously putting it to his feet. So, yeah, he has his hands up at his helmet. Like, why did I do this mistake in the middle? Another one of like, how many, 10, 12 potential winning runs of the day with a major control issue. But I think his was not as big, and he made up for a lot with that bottom air.
Absolutely. Reminding the judges that he's still there. Also,
Exactly.
this one, he took that super far and deep.
And also, the entry was super nice. 1, 2, putting one ski on a rock and just having his upper body down in the snow, but continuing immediately. And that was huge.
That was huge and beautifully executed.
So stomping the 360 a lot better than many other riders, stomping the straight airs at that bottom air. Wow, that was an amazing landing.
And really cool run, actually, like
Wyatt
how
Atkins,
he put that
yeah.
together.
A really nice combination of playful style and strong legs. Well,
He really likes big lines, so he's absolutely right here on Quellspitze. You could see that.
And if I look at our ranking, I still think that Julian Unterbrunner sits in 3rd right now, and Thomas Terzano from Argentina are still the only 2 riders I can think of who had a run without any control issues.
Yeah.
And that is counting 16 riders by now. So if you have a great run with a smaller control issue, you're right up there with the top boys.
Yeah,
Wyatt
let's see.
Atkins, the whole whitewater community is for sure now glued to the screen, waiting for the score of their hero here.
Oh!
Second place for Wyatt Atkins with a 73.67. He should be stoked. Yeah, he's like, what? I had a crash. And yeah, maybe he didn't know that all the others had control issues as well. Congratulations, Wyatt. It's getting tighter up there. So 2 more riders from the United States of America, back to back. The first one being Henry Schrichter. Schrichter, I suppose it's pronounced.
Schrichter.
Schrichter. Living in Soda Springs and riding for the Sugar Bowl freeride team.
First time to have him here in Kappl, and well, he started off his run with a huge drop up top, actually taking that shelf a little bigger, taking a lot more speed down the center.
Looking super solid. More of a European style with a low center of gravity coming here. Down the middle with his GS turns. Pretty sure we're going to see a spin here. Whoa! Here comes the 7. And those skis are off.
Again, yard tail, unfortunately. Also there, it was just an issue of having a bit too much impact from, as it looked like.
He looked super comfortable, controlled while he was in the air still.
Yeah.
And looked like he put the skis right here, one of them in the landing.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
It was, I mean, super, super, super nice jump.
Henry, you can definitely
Super
be
nice
proud.
7. But yeah, I think the impact maybe with that snow, because the jump is just a bit bigger, yeah. Also the top jump already was so strong.
Let's look at it very closely one more time. There he goes. 1, 2, spots the landing. Yeah, tiny bit of an over-rotation, I would say, and it's so unforgiving today, that landing. We've seen everyone who landed only the tiniest bit off axis did not stand a chance to ride out of it.
It's a tiny bit of over rotation. The problem there is that the takeoff and the landing are not lined up in the same angle, so it's even harder to make it into the landing in a good composure. So
Exactly, and he loves learning tricks. I mean, that's you can tell that that's what his specialty is.
yeah, and definitely, I mean, he saw a bit of Europe's nature and Europe's mountains by now, which he was looking most forward to. Kappl Laska. I mean, we are sitting here in our commentating booth truck, looking at all those spines slowly forming, waiting for more snowfall to cover the face again.
And what's not shown on the screen right now to the left of the venues, there's also some people just enjoying the powder, you know, some people that hiked up with the touring skis and are just now doing their turns in perfect powder. So it's a true freeride spirit event here in Kappl. Heinrich Richter with a great top part, an amazing 7, just not being able to put it to his feet the way he wanted to, and thus riding away with a no scorer. But we have another 8 riders at the top. Also from the United States, Canyon Journey, and I really dig that first name. To name your kid Canyon, I really like that. That's cool. Riding for the Asp Valley Ski and Snowboard Club. He was here 2 years ago to cheer his brother competing, and now it's his time. And I'm sure now his brother is sitting somewhere in the world in front of a ski and cheering for his little brother. Approaching jump number 1.
Also looking very, very confident while skiing.
Yeah. Tiny little back seat up there, but holds it together well, showing how strong his feet are. Jump number 2, everything under control and going as planned so far. Probably aiming for at least a 3 coming in from the right side. There we go, here's the 3, spotting a landing.
Getting a bit too much left, riders left in the landing maybe in the opposing slope. But then at least not losing his ski, just...
Yeah, landing on his back, turning around once, but continuing riding right away. We might just see another 3 at the bottom. Nice approach. Here's another 3. Bit of a control issue, but he rides out of it, and that is something that counts today. If you can ride out of it and you keep your skis on, you're definitely better off than those losing his ski and going for a no score. Past the judging line flag. So another imperfect run, but strong performance as well.
Strong performance, but an imperfect run. Let's look at the replay. So taking his first drop with a little shifty, having a little back seat there, then going for the second, super solid. And then
I really like this super slow rotation. Yeah, a tiny bit in the back seat, mid-air already. That's why it was always possible to stomp it the way he planned to. But then that was a nice 3.
That was super nice, yeah.
Almost identical landing than he had at the upper 3. Also a tiny bit back seated, but riding out of it well.
Yeah, and also you can see he's wearing mouth guard, which absolutely makes sense in those conditions with a lot of rocks still sticking up.
Especially makes sense the way these boys and girls ride.
Yeah.
Because the size of jumps they hit. 9th place, 58 points for Canyon Journey now. The size of jumps they hit, it happens so easily that your chin hits the knee, and I know a couple of people who damaged their teeth or even bit of their tongue doing so, so it makes a lot of sense. Right, 2 more riders from France are up at the start gate. First is Gabin Bourtin. Almost one of the veterans at 18 years of age.
Yeah, but not competing that long yet. Looks like he's been only competing since 2023.
Yeah, we do not have a lot of results and info on Gabin. Pretty fresh name to the freeride scene.
And he is in the Young Rider Crew freeride team.
Solid landing of the almost mandatory air at the very top. And then also deciding for the far skier's right air. Nice one. 0 mistakes so far, everything under control.
Yeah, also here you can see the body language as you pointed out before. Super controlled rider, like not doesn't look like he's up for taking too many risks, or he's lining up something super huge at the bottom.
You're totally right. He looks fairly casual.
Making his way down. Now the main couloir is really tracked out. Finding an entry to jump to a second shelf.
Yeah, but knowing
nice
exactly where he wants to go, lining super centered. He really controls his speed. So definitely a super controlled run. Exit air, also super centered. A little bit of a wild run on one ski. Keep it together, mind. You still have another 100 meters to go to hit the judging line, and then it counts.
Yeah, Gabba, and on the best way to actually create a counting result and run for us.
That's
and
it.
himself.
He's past that judging flag.
Nice.
One of the few clean runs today. Thank you, Gabba. That was a beautiful performance.
Super nice performance, yeah. Let's watch the replay. Wow, that was...
It doesn't get easy up there to land after about 25 landings.
Yes, and now there is
Same
actually no way to avoid the bump holes anymore at those first two cliffs, but there he found a fresh landing at third cliff. Not really any air and style parts in the sense of tricks in his line, but clean.
And you could tell at the bottom, if you're not supersizing your exit there, then you still land in the steep part.
Yeah.
You can ride off it a lot more easy. That's what the riders kind of misjudged today, just going a bit too big and too far on those bottomers. Yeah, Gabin Portin from Zervaux in France. That's pretty much all we know about him.
Yeah, we know the Young Riders crew, but yeah, that's pretty much all we know about him, except that he was delivering a very smart and intelligent run after all the crazy action we've seen.
Exactly.
And he's also happy, you can see that. I think it's also, you can also be proud of yourself if you manage to kind of get your ego behind your, like not following your ego of wanting to show off the craziest thing you can think of, but being smart about things.
So
that's also something to be valued.
You're up there in the start gate. You have a field of 26 riders. You know that 19 are down, and the highest score is 75. So just to be on the podium, we need only, so to say, a 72 points run. So that really should affect your tactics up there. But it is also nice to follow your ego and just go big if you plan it.
But then, I think both of the approaches are valuable and important for the sport. So yeah, he did like 66.33 points.
66.33 for Gabin Portin. So he's on his way to a top 10 result, which is, the top third of the field, which is really strong for Freeride Junior World Championships. So we say Grüezi die Schweiz. Hello to Switzerland, because our next rider in start gate is Leo Flat from Lausanne in Switzerland. Also
being with the Lausanne Freeride team.
And he's looking for big cliffs, and guess who his hero is? The Goganator.
Marcus Gogan, who's been here before and then was so successful on the Freeride World Tour with just such a young age.
So what he wants to do here is go big, and his plans for the future are to go bigger. So we'll see how Leo Flat manages the combination of conditions on the Quellspitze and his ego. Looking very playful at the top here. Whoa, beautiful 3. I like that combo.
That clean,
That's
quick.
I like his style. Whoa, the transfer. He displays a combination of casualty and amazing ski technique at the same time. Don't go so fast, Mike. Take your time.
Wow.
Well, can he shut down his speed? He still is on warp speed. He can. I was not sure he was going to be able to do it. Slow down at some stage, please. Leo,
hip check that.
Small mistake. And flying pretty far again on that one, but sticking a last shot. One of the more outstanding runs of the day. Leo Flat he found the right combo of ego and
passing the
adaptive
judging
riding.
line with 2 skis on. He actually found the right,
he
he
did.
found the right combination, because he definitely did what he wanted. He definitely went super hard and big.
But the most outstanding moment here, except for the playfulness he displayed,
It's this
was
one.
you know how he shut down the speed after his 3. To me, he was way too fast with the 3. He flew so far.
Yeah,
And
way.
you know, and then he has to land it. It's a bit backseated, has to get together, and now he's about at 80 k's and has this dragged out canyon in front of him. Whoa, that really
Yeah.
being the only mistake then.
Yeah, I clipped some rocks there in the landing. You could see it now from the drone footage that there were some rocks. But then, you know, he found one super new jump we hadn't seen before, and like didn't give us a pause to even breath during his run.
Leo Fled from Lausanne.
Definitely a name to remember for future.
For sure.
Wow.
83 points is our new leader, ladies and
Yeah,
gentlemen.
Leo.
Leo Fled
You.
does what many others
What
couldn't
a
do.
cool
Stays
run.
on his feet with a great performance. We said you the right mix of ego
He's happy.
and speed, and all the friends are coming to congratulate. Wow. The first run of the day, over 80 points, putting Leo ahead of Arthur Roland and Wyatt Atkins. And that counts, ladies and gentlemen. We have only 5 more riders to go. And we have seen that conditions are not getting easier throughout the day. Congratulations, Leo.
Judges are ready for B22.
Whew, Manu, do we still have energy for 5 more riders?
Oh, for sure. Now, again, one rider coming in from Norway, Markus Fagerås.
Ladies and gentlemen, don't go to get a drink now. We have only 5 more riders in the gate, and this is the 5th to last one
Yes.
at this year's Freeride Junior World Championships
From
in Kappl, Austria.
Team Norge. Obviously, Norwegians are teaming up here.
There's no freeride team at his home resort, but he just rides there with his buddies at Norafjell.
And yeah, in Norway, he says one of his heroes is Nikolai Schirmer, which I can very well understand. Humble, very lovely person, and great skier, great adventurer, and great filmer as well, like doing great movies. So he is definitely up for adventure too, Marcus. Well, and he's going into the shadow part for the mushroom.
It gets really dark in this east-facing side now as we're approaching the afternoon. Not easy for the riders because you're riding into the sun at the start and then you're turning almost 90 degrees left and it gets really dark. So fairly different conditions for early bibs or later bibs on the Quellspitze today.
Yeah, and then it's depending if you... Yeah, he's lining up another jump.
Does he have enough speed from where he is? Yes, he does.
Intelligent. Yeah, and with the visibility, it's about, did you do your homework or not? Did you watch all those live streams from the past years to see what the sun and the light will do? And are you wearing the right goggles? Because basically now you need to wear bad weather goggles for the best visibility, although you won't see a lot up there and be super blind up top again. So
Exactly. Markus Fagerås representing Norway with a solid run, potentially not enough to challenge Leo Fled with the legendary 83 who's in the lead right now, but I think he can be proud. Rode according to plan, top to bottom, starting off with a nice air on the ridge, collecting some points on the skier's ride, actually putting 2 in a row there, then aiming for the mushroom and a nice air to top it off at the very bottom, all in full control, really solid riding by Markus Fagerås, I think it's called.
Fagerås,
Also,
probably.
with the Norwegian R.
Yep.
Unfortunately, we have no words in Norway for our Norwegian fans.
yeah.
What's called, or is it
Yeah.
Swedish?
A skull, I think, is Norwegian. But yeah, Team Norway definitely.
Yeah, definitely visible.
Showing.
And we talked about it earlier today that they have the most amount of 3-star junior events up there. So if these events are on offer, the kids are gonna compete, and if they compete, they get better. And mid and long range, we'll see a lot more Norwegians on these events, I'm very sure.
And also, I mean, there's some great Norwegian riders over the years on the Freeride World Tour as well. So there's some legacy to live up to, basically.
Yeah.
And also good tradition of actually charging hard and going
Well,
big.
it's said that skiing itself was invented in Norway, right? Traversing the big vast areas up there in winter. First there was snowshoes, and then there was skis, and then they put skins on it, and all of a sudden skiing and ski touring was invented.
Yeah.
That's where it's all coming from. Marcus Fagaros waiting for his score on today's championship.
And placing 11th, or getting in the with 59 points. Getting in the rank as 11th, ranking 11th.
59 points. As we look back up to the top and we see one of the youngest riders of the day, the youngest in the men's field for sure, Jack Kilmaine. Oh, sorry, I have a wrong birth date here. Either the display is wrong or my information is wrong, but we're not going to discuss it too much.
No, Jack is, yeah. But he is definitely
Says
of the Jackson Hole Ski Club, so also probably a big legacy behind him. I mean, Jackson Hole used to be one of the hubs of freeride skiing, and now he just did a little straight up top there, which we haven't seen before.
A 3 at the top and a new version of the air. I really liked it, and so do the judges, and the riders themselves should do so too when they take different lines with the higher bibs, you know, just making the most of what is still there at the venue, what hasn't been skied, seen, or tracked out. I think it is very smart.
So now we're going to see him on a totally different approach.
Riding on the shelf to the Lucas left of the half pipe. I hope his goggles managed the change from the light to the darkness. Well, really nice. His line choice is going to be way up there. Super creative and super fluid, and orientation is not easy when he went in. He rolls over 2 times. This is his 3rd rollover in his run, and he found all his entries immediately without addition.
Pre-ollying simply over all the rocks.
Super nice version of the bottom air.
Short work of all the problems that may be there, just jumping over it.
Wow, one of the most fluid runs of the day, and really smart, like smart at the top, using untouched parts of the venue, and the pre-ollying at the bottom is something, you know, he could have sold that advice for a lot of money to many other riders today who took off at the very ledge and went all the way into the flats.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah.
Really liked it one. Let's check the highlights. Here's the 3. Not easy for the hard pack takeoff. Super nice entering to the half pipe. No hesitation at all 4 rollovers. And let's check out the pre-pop. Very smart. Not the biggest of jumps done there, but as you said, super fluid. I think that's going to be a nice score for our last American of the day on the mountain, Jack Kilmaine.
Yeah, and definitely and technically rather clean. So this could be a very solid score.
And you know why he's here?
Nah.
His sister competed here a few years back, and he said, well, if she can do it, I can do it as well.
That's cool.
Worked hard on his qualifying mission, and he succeeded.
And showing his belt there for probably something to it. Just wanted to mention it. Yeah, also like when competing, you also have like some of these jinxes, like wearing like little thingies to bring you luck, or you know, or taking stuff along from people you really like to kind of draw strength from it while you're waiting.
Maybe a belt his sister gave him to bring good luck for today. Jack Kilmaine, years of age, representing the Jackson Hole Ski Club. Well, we now know he's 18 years old, and he states he's been skiing for 17 years. 73 fourth place, just behind the podium. That's going to be a good result for him, because we have only 3 more riders at the top. Congratulations,
really damn
Jack.
good. Congratulations. He is happy. Yeah.
Smart riding, you know. And now, ladies and gentlemen, a very interesting guy, Mika Rolshofen from Germany. His brother yesterday, winner of the Non-Da Backcountry Freestyle Invitational. And Mika had an injury a few years ago. He had an internal problem with an internal organ. Had to stop skiing for a while. And his doctors pretty much said he's not supposed to ski at 100%. So watch now what a Mika Rolshofen can potentially do at 90%. Also coached by Stefan Häusl and training with the junior performance team in St. Anton at the Alberg. Obviously, Timo, his brother, one of his big heroes. And let's check out what Timo's up for. Timo, good luck, forget your injury and just enjoy your riding. And it'll be interesting to see how tactically he's riding, because we realized before the kids trained by Stefan Häusl, you know, it's a lot about not what to ride, but how to ride it.
Yeah, up there, feeling the snow during the first traverse, getting a feel for the mountain. And already going big,
for the double.
going for the double up top. I mean, perfect technique, just so balanced on his skis there.
Nice, a double and a straight air, collecting a lot of points. No control issues at all at this point. Until this point, which is counting a lot today. Saying hello to the ski dudes. Dropping into the shadow. It's really dark there by now, and very rocky in the traverse. Still super controlled. Up on the ridge again. Next air onto the shelf. Wow. Very nice work, Timo. I think maybe you should always ride at a 90% and not at 100. Good exit. Another double.
Another small double. Yeah, very smart line choice. Really, really smart line choice.
Congratulations, Timo. I think that... Oh, Timo. Sorry, Mika. That was really embarrassing. Congratulations, Mika.
Another hot chocolate you owned this time.
Yeah. Well, I'm pretty sure we'll sooner or later have two Roshovens on the Freeride World Tour. Now it's a Timo, and there'll be a Timo and a Mika.
Yeah, which would be amazing, because he's so dedicated, loving skiing so much.
Yeah.
Such strong mind as well.
Have we had brothers on the Freeride World Tour before?
Yeah. Ole Regner and Eric, I think.
Yeah, true.
Wow, I mean, how he managed that, like sliding over the rocks.
I thought those rocks would take his skis right off.
Just flying over them without any friction somehow.
Yeah.
Also this one, yeah, super smart, basically landing on rocks, kind of skiing on rocks really well. And yeah, we are impressed. Now it's going to be very interesting what the judges think.
Mika, you have another 2 Freeride Junior World Championships to compete on as well, Mika, so...
And he just wants to ski a lot in future, and you can find Mika on Instagram with mika.ro07.
76-67, second place for Mika Roshoven.
Sliding into second.
And do you know what that means? We have only one competitor left to go. No, sorry, 2 competitors left to go. So he's really scratching on a podium spot. Oh, he'll be anxiously watching the last 2 competitors.
I'm pretty sure he didn't expect that, you know, also with this like heavy injury coming into that competition.
Yeah, but we talked about it today. This was exactly what you had to do, you know, not ride at 120%, but ride it smart, stay on your feet. And I wonder if Hamish Henderson has the same tactics, because Kiwis are not really well known for tactical skiing in competitions.
Yeah, Hamish rolling in from New Zealand.
Looking up to Craig Murray, of course, and Apol and Pollard. Nice top air, super solid landing. Wow, that was very impressive. Our second last competitor of the day from Springfield.
Lovely, like cool turns there, and let's see what he has for us. Smart entry into the couloir.
Yeah, not going too crazy.
Adjusting to the
going right in between those 2 ski dudes.
Also found it kind of
similar to Mika's run, maybe a tiny bit less aggressive, with similar or bigger exit air. Wow, a bit of a control issue, but rides out of it.
Rides out of it with both skis on. And yeah, I mean, intelligent run for the last couple of riders, and also, I mean, skis on, not super clean, but definitely a run to be okay with. And let's see if he's past the judging line or not.
Yeah, he was.
He was definitely past the judging line, so sweet for him, because that would have cost him a lot of points.
All right, here's the replay. Squirrel style flying into the half pipe in memory of Kai Sacrison as a rider.
And then
that was bigger than thought.
Yes.
Probably a stage 2 landing, but he should do well point-wise with that run. Hamish Henderson representing New Zealand.
I also think, yeah, it was a good run and a good solid run, and I think that's what he wanted to achieve as well. Like, it was not total craziness, but it was not conservative either. Like, that last jump was pretty damn big.
Hamish's got to be a machine. He's not even breathing hard after riding
Yeah,
down.
I was like, he looks like super chill.
Like, oh, I just put him as key. Should I go again?
Yeah, you're right. He looks super chill. Yeah, Hamish has been actually only competing in New Zealand.
First time competing out in New Zealand, and then it's already the Junior World Championships.
So also cool trip for him, I imagine. As said before, the juniors had some couple of glorious, amazing days here in the resort already, getting to know each other, shredding all the wind lips and drops you can find. Everything's... Now we definitely need a reset and fresh snow, because they tracked it pretty hard. Also, like, on the most unexpected places, there is no snow anymore because they just took all the cliffs. Super cool vibes here in Kappl.
Well, not easy for judges to come up with the right score here, but they're almost done. After Mika, we have only one more rider left to go, but that is another big one.
Waiting there patiently. Yeah, what was going on in your head when you were waiting for scores? I think it's the most...
It is a weird, especially if it's that long, it's a weird moment or a weird time span, because you're exhausted, you're excited, and you're analyzing your run. You typically, if you did mistakes, you kind of play them down because you're hoping for a good score. Yeah. So it is really strange. But he seems so calm. Look at it, almost no emotions for Hamish Henderson as he's waiting for his score.
I think he's just like,
I'll take it, whatever they give me.
Well, but anyways, he really can be proud of himself for that run and that line.
True.
And also, it's not easy. I mean, for him and now for these last riders, they've been up there so long by now. They must be frozen to the bone.
Yeah, we had a lot of ski retrievals, so the event has been now going on for 5 hours. Typically, we aim at a 4-hour event max, so it's been quite... You see it at the venue. Only the very top of the Quellspitze is still in the sun. Yeah. That means about 80-85% of the venue are in the shadow. It doesn't make it easier for the kids to ski, and those who've walked up there as the last ones, they've been sitting up there for a while.
Scoring, getting 69 points and placing 8th right now.
Ladies and gentlemen, one more to go. Last rider on the mountain day from France with bib number 63 is last year's 4th place finisher, Noah Pesera. So if you finish 4th at the Freeride Junior World Championships, you have the capacity to win it. We know that. But difficult conditions, Noah. Probably been up there for an hour or two at minus 15 degrees in the wind. The venue is pretty dragged out, and the sun's disappearing. All the best to you, Noah, for your run, despite those difficult settings.
Wow, and starting off with a beautiful and solid straight.
Wow, effortless almost, right?
Yeah.
Looked like
he's gliding.
Not a little spot out of control.
Wow.
Huge off that cliff. Wow, and he has this special vibe, right?
Yeah,
he's going
he's
big
like
but smooth.
Yeah, super smooth.
So not too much speed. Take it easy.
Bit like turtle.
Easy, buddy. Higher than everyone else.
Wow, and
Into
finding
the
the perfect landing. Wow. Oh my God.
Wow, one of the best upper middle parts we've seen so far in the whole competition, but it's so dark now. Can he put it together at the finish, entering to the shelf? Wow, almost front punching, and now it's all about this last jump. 3, 2, 1, going for a big left and 3 all the way down. He sticks it! Whoa!
Yay!
what a run by the last ride of the day. Noah Pereira. And now stay on your feet. Just go over the judging line. Don't do anything else but look at what's ahead of you. Please, Noah. You deserve it. Last year, a close 4th place. Yeah, skipped the 360. And he's past the judging line now. Whoa, and that's going to be a close call between Leo Flemeth, Mikko Rolshofen, and Noah Pereira.
Super close call, yeah. What a run, so smooth.
Can the last rider of the day, despite all the difficult settings, take the victory at the 2025 Freeride Junior World Championships here in Kappl?
Yeah, Noah also coming in from the Free Ski Academy Val d'Isère.
Val d'Isère?
Val d'Isère, sorry. And he got coached for the last 8 years. Amazing.
Wow. Well,
yeah, people are running over to congrats for props.
How strong does a kid at that age have to be mentally to pull that off? Sitting up there for hours in the cold and then effortless riding. I can't wait for replay. Even when he left the start gate, he looked effortless. Look at it. Styles it, skis parallel, goes over for another one. One of the biggest jumps there of the day. And I said, there's a new takeoff. He didn't even take the existing takeoff tracks into the half pipe. Almost front punches at this little landing and then finishes up with one of the biggest threes of the day. Lands it without a hand snow.
So that was actually the run we've been waiting for. It's
been the winning run, ladies and gentlemen. 90.67. Last ride of the day takes it all. Noah Pereira is your YETI 2025 Freeride Junior World Championships by Dynastar Ski Man Champion.
Yeah, congratulations. What a run as the last rider of the day. So smooth, so clean. Couldn't have wished for more here. Congrats, Noah. That was amazing. Pulling that off, the strength. I mean, come on.
That was amazing. What an end of the day, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're as excited as we are.
I hope you were all sticking around for the live stream because the highlight was at the very end.
Let's wrap it up here with the ranking. Noah Pereira in 1st place ahead of Leo Flat from Switzerland and Mikko Rolshofen from Germany in 3rd place, just behind Arthur Roland from France and Wyatt Atkins from Canada on the 5th place. Austrian represent with 8th place, Julian Unterbrunner. Congratulations, followed by Kiwis and many others who did a great show today. Big props to all the riders. I can't believe how hard they pushed. I can't remember a lot of events with so many no scores or so many low scores with mistakes of the big landings, but they just all went huge.
They all went huge, and it's great to see. How huge they all went, and great to see we're gonna have a bright future. Thank you for being with us, sticking in a live stream today, and yeah, hope to see you around for other competitions. Thanks, Flo, for having me.
Yeah, Manu, thanks for coming. We'll be watching some of the highlights of the day, but we say goodbye right now. This was the 2025 YETI Freeride Junior World Championships by Dynastar from Kappl. Amazing action. Big props to all the riders. Thanks for the organizers. Thanks you for watching and enjoy the highlights of the day. We say goodbye. Thank you, Manu.
Thank you.
Ja, also
wir das noch gehabt haben bei der Schule.
Er wollte ein Lob haben, bitte. Na, der Simon.
Wir haben gerade so Glück gehabt, dass wir in die Sonne